which is precisely the reason why Elisa Slotkin doesn't have an issue with anything that he's saying. Because it's about where you want to expand the tent to. That much is clear. A lot of these people want to expand the tent to the right. They do not want to expand the tent to the left, even though the left is there. We'll start out with Elisa Slotkin. Okay, let's start there. Let's start with Elisa Slotkin, because that one is very funny. So, Elisa Slotkin is running, or wants to run for president, right? She's a Michigan senator who many Michiganders voted not in favor of necessarily, but against the Republican Mike Rogers, right? I think it was Mike Rogers. And she wants to carry that victory to the grand stage to become president. Okay. Now, do I think that's going to work? I don't think so, because it's very, I mean, it's giving, diet Hillary Clinton. She's a CIA agent. I just don't think that kind of, like, I don't think a person with that background has an easy go at trying to present themselves as like a left populist. It's just not going to happen. Like, she is a very old guard politician, like old school politician, CIA background, very buttoned up, very neoliberal. It's just not going to work, right? It's not going to work unless they like try to clear the field for her, which I don't think is going to happen anyway. I think there's trouble brewing for the establishment style Democrats, the neoliberal Democrats, the ones that are trying to constantly present themselves as like just progressive enough, but also perfectly moderate, right? But initially, if you guys remember, Elisa Slotkin, she didn't know who I was, but then also said that, the quotes that were given to her from the boss call that she was responding to, she was like literally responding to a third way ADL questionnaire, made it seem like I was very scary and very anti-Semitic. It was on moral grounds that she refused to come on my stream, which is interesting because, like, I never invited her to come on the stream at all. But anyway, now here's a question that was presented to her by Politico when she's out and about doing another campaign rally.
I talked with Hasan Piker this week, and he essentially said that there was a double standard on you going on Bill Maher's show versus his Twitch stream. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, first of all, I've never been invited on his stuff, and I've gone on Bill Maher a bunch of times. Look, I have said repeatedly, like, I got to call balls and strikes, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, coming from the state that I come from. And so that's what I've tried to do as he's come into Michigan. And, I think there are a ton of podcasts or, invites that I've not taken. And every politician has to make their choice. They have to make a decision about what they're going to go on. So I've been on Bill Maher, I think this is my 4th time. That's just how I feel, given some of the things that were said.
And which strikes does Hasan hit? What are his strikes?
Strikes?
Which strikes? You said balls and strikes.
Oh,
what are his strikes?
I think for me, some derogatory things he said about Orthodox Jews, saying that we deserve 9/11. Like, there's some things.
Yo, Bill Maher himself has done those things, okay? That's what's so funny about this. And Bill Maher actually is Islamophobic. I'm not anti-Semitic, but Bill Maher unironically is Islamophobic. And my response in that situation was just like to highlight the double standard. Like, I wasn't inviting Elisa Slotkin onto the broadcast. I was just simply saying that, she obviously doesn't have an issue with like certain kinds of language and certain kinds of, while she's, simultaneously claiming that I myself am a more toxic figure than Bill Maher. It's not true. Bill Maher, I mean, I don't remember, but I remember watching Religulous, however you call it, and there is 0% chance he hasn't said heinous shit about Orthodox Jews. Okay, I mean, I should look it up I'm sure someone can find it, but like that's usually something that a lot of like liberals routinely hit on, and way worse things than I have said when I'm like specifically referencing not like Orthodox Jews and calling them inbred, but just talking about like reactionary right-wing ultra Zionist groups that are engaging in like violent things like invading Lebanon or doing it in Gaza. So I'm referencing settlers in the West Bank, right? I'm not talking about like all Orthodox Jews across the board. And inbred is something that I use as a pejorative towards every ethno-religious supremacist identity, from neo-Nazis to regular old right-wing Republican hicks, Yeah, they were engaging in aid destruction, right? All that stuff. So it's not about them being Jewish. It's about what they're doing, right? If you're a chud, if you're right wing, if you're a Nazi, it don't matter to me. What is this inbred? Yeah. But once again, Bill Maher is like actually trafficking in right wing ideals or right wing ideology, reactionary ideology, and saying a bunch of heinous shit, which is precisely the reason why Elisa Slotkin doesn't have an issue with anything that he's saying. Because it's about where you want to expand the tent to. That much is clear. A lot of these people want to expand the tent to the right. They do not want to expand the tent to the left, even though the left is there. Okay? It's that simple.
Things in there, not to mention, he calls me stupid like every other week. So what normal human being would choose to go on a show when someone calls you stupid every 10 days?
Have I done that? It's very funny, but a lot of people are dunking on her for this because she was like, we got to be alpha. We got to take on these fights, all this stuff. And now she's like, I don't want to go on a show because he called me stupid. Yeah, I find it very strange because she's literally a CIA agent that was stationed in Iraq.
So
it's
not going to be something I do.
It's funny because she also says, wait, so is it a moral stance or a purely aesthetic one? I'm confused. When confronted with the obvious hypocrisy of condemning Piker for anti-Semitism while still going on, Bill Maher said, does it actually think? She immediately pivots to non-sequitur aesthetic objections because she doesn't have a response. It's obviously cynical. Yeah. Dave Weigel had some choice words on this. I get it, but I don't get how this fits into her alpha energy frame. An alpha would go on the show to suplex him, right? Slotkin went on breaking points, and I guess opinions differ, but in my back and forth, that was pretty alpha. I just find it very funny that now she has to address this back and forth with me, random guy. That I find personally hilarious. And also Dave Weigel is saying she held her own because I think he just wants her to be in a contested environment. So he's just gassing her up a little bit. Okay. Also, a politician could totally be like, well, I just don't like him. And that would be infinite better messaging. Yeah, probably. I said, buddy, you're getting deported to Israel to Randy Fine. Okay. Because Randy Fine is trying to do this messaging. But foreigners should not be able to serve in Congress. That's why I've introduced a disqualifying dual loyalty act. If you're a citizen of another country, you shouldn't serve this one. Get out. I said, buddy, you're getting deported to Israel. And Laura Loomer was like, no, he's not, because he's a U.S. citizen, dummy. See, this is the tactical advantage of vulgarity. Okay? These guys are fascists. So if you're vulgar to them, okay, if you hit them with this shit, their only response is to cry to the referee and say, how dare you, sir? Excuse me. I'm an American citizen. That's awesome. They're on the back foot. They can dish it, but they can't take it. And I apologize for saying dish while I'm talking about Randy Fine, because I know he wants to clear it, right? But like, that's how it is. This is what I try to explain to liberals as well. Like, just stop being pussies, man. Just let them eat it. Let them take it. We can't be letting these guys constantly talk about, doing mass deportations and shit. And then all we have in response is, no. Like, it's bullshit. Like, yeah, there it is. Hopefully today, President Trump can negotiate the permanent deportation of Hasan Piker back to Turkey. It's time for him to go home. There it is. Like, this is literally Laura Loomer crying in my replies after demanding that the president deport me. Okay. And Randy Fine does it too. It's like Randy Fine responded. I know we're going to cover that too. I was born in the United States. My parents were born in the United States. 2 of my grandparents were born in the United States more than 100 years ago. Neither of the other 2 were born in Israel. I've never even visited Israel until my 30s. Hasan Piker is the child of 2 Turkish Muslims who engaged in birth tourism so he could become American, after which he was immediately taken to Turkey and spent his entire childhood. Piker said America deserved 9/11. Motherfuckers let the blah, 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 blah. If you cared about Medicare fraud, you would Rick Scott. He's campaigned alongside Representatives Summerlee, Ro Khanna, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Zohar Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie Sanders. This is the Democrat Party today. And then he adds Dana Bash and Jake Tapper. Now, why would Randy Fine, who is objectively the most congressperson in the United States of America right now, and they're wearing Klan robes in Congress, and Randy Fine is a cut above. Why would Randy Fine at Jake Tapper and Dana Bash? Why would he do that? Congressman front butt at it again. Mark Levin is complaining. Piker is supporting jihadists who celebrates 9/11. We know because he tells us, and a spokesman for the Democratic Party. He also is an example of a broken immigration system. Would be honored to come on your show and discuss this at Mark Levin show. Dude, let's keep it a buck. I personally welcome this kind of anger and resentment from some of the worst villains. Okay? These are some of the worst villains in American society right now. Okay? If you noticed, a lot of the anger, a lot of the resentment, and a lot of the attacks are bubbling from the Israel First right-wingers and the Israel First Democrats as well. It's just very strange. I've noticed that most people, objectively popular politicians that just want to do right by Americans, that don't necessarily give a about the nation state of Israel and preserving its greater Israel project or whatever. A lot of those guys don't have this kind of opinion on little old me. Interesting stuff. I do, however, find it truly immoral, truly morally repugnant that some high-profile liberals like Dana Bash. Okay, what is this? 250K likes. Holy fuck. What is this? If Israel a terrorist, then so are the U.S. They've committed the same acts. It's happening. It's happening. The wheels are turning. Yeah. We're trying to stop that. That's like the point. Anyway, Josh Shapiro is changing his tone on Israel. Nice. So are you going to be able to stream the Q&A you're hosting at the Hidden for Job event today? No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that on live, okay? Not everything that I do is fucking live streamed, okay? That's not going to be live streamed. Sorry. Holy shit. Chatters. Not everything that I do is for the stream consumption. I know I have done so much. I know I do so much live, but not everything that I do is going to be live. Bro, that's what a reasonable question is. I know. Sorry. I'm on edge about that. Anyway, where was I? What was I saying? Yeah. Look at this. Look. Levin, all of these annoying Israel First Republicans, these reactionaries who have demanded my deportation. I think in a matchup, me versus Mark Levin, I think overwhelming majority of Americans would want to deport him instead of me. I was going to say, I don't think you want to ask Americans who they'd rather denaturalize and deport between you and me, you bald bitch. But then I realized bald people are going to get mad, Have you been seeing the posts you saying if they're able to count, then you are able to mount? Are these old out of context TYT clips or AI? I know it's a smear, obviously, but there's clips going around. Brother. It's an attempted satire show that was literally packaged and deleted off of the internet 14 fucking years ago, okay? 14. What the fuck are you talking about? You guys need to be able to literally fucking come to these conclusions on your own. You don't need me to hold your fucking hand through every goddamn shit, dude. Like, you have enough synapses up here that fucking fire, right? You must. Understood, brother. Like, it's just like you have enough synapses. Fire them on your own. It's not rude. At some point, I have to be like, what? What do you want me to do? I think a lot of people are so used to me just like holding everybody's hand through the fucking journey of understanding the news where they just like can't think about it on their own. Like, oh my Lord. Hey, is it a bannable offense to be from Naperville? Yes. Yes, still bannable. You really should look through our primary school textbooks. Chatter outsourcing their soft skills to you like your chat GPT. I know, it's crazy. Blue MAGA is just as insane as Red MAGA, and they both cannot concede that they are wrong. All their flaws are someone else's fault. I mean, I know. And then they ironically say that to me. I don't think you want to ask Americans who they'd rather denaturalize and deport between me and you. Between me, no, you and me, you bald fuck. Trump will post about deporting you if you tweet this. Fuck. You know what? You're right. Also, I have to pee. 50% of Randy's tweets are about calling for different Muslims to be deported. I know. All right, look, we're gonna start here with the ceasefire tested as Vance has the Pakistan.
The latest on the
and I'm okay. I have to. See, look, why are you bringing bald into this? See, everyone's fifis get hurt when I call Randy Fine a fat fan. People say you're fat phobic. When I call Mark Levin a bald people get you're ball phobic, you know?
fragile ceasefire with Iran. Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell is tracking the latest on the ground in the Middle East. And Ian, Vice President is headed to Pakistan for peace talks.
Yeah, good morning, Michael. Vice President Vance en route to Pakistan now to lead these crucial peace talks with Iran. The three-day-old ceasefire, though, already under huge pressure, not least from the ongoing war between Israel and Iranian-backed militias Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iran and mediators Pakistan insisting that Lebanon is part of the ceasefire deal, and therefore the ongoing strikes by Israel are essentially a violation. This comes as video captured by a 13-year-old girl showing the moment a busy shopping area in the capital Beirut came under attack. But J.D. Vance insisting Lebanon is not part of the deal. Speaking before his departure, Vance expressing cautious optimism, but warning the US won't allow itself to be played by Iran. And the US telling Israel to scale back its attacks against Hezbollah and do a deal with the Lebanese government.
Yeah, Ian, it has not stopped. And concerning the critical Strait of Hormuz, President Trump is accusing Iran of doing a poor job of allowing oil through.
Yeah, it's worth remembering it is an absolutely vital waterway to global oil and gas supplies. And it was supposed to have been fully reopened as part of this ceasefire. But only 7 ships passed through yesterday. President Trump accusing Iran of doing a very poor job, quotes, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through that strait. The president also adding, this is not the agreement we had. There are also potentially deal-breaking differences between US and Iranian positions ahead of talks, not least over the issue of nuclear enrichment.
Okay, we know that at least some of this ordeal was already discussed, and Benjamin Netanyahu made a boss call again because, let's be real, he's the real president, okay? He's the real president of the United States of America. Sorry, that's just the case, okay? That's just the case. He literally called up Trump and was like, no, we got to keep Lebanon. And Trump was like, just keep it low-key, King, no big deal. And he was like, no, I'm going to keep it high-key. He 300 people in one day, one of the most violent days in Lebanon, okay? He did not keep it low-key at all. Not that he should keep it low-key. He should be restrained. He's out of his mind. And, of course, that completely sullied the deal. And now J.D. Vance and Trump are going back on the previous deal, the previous arrangement that they put together. And it's clear that Iran doesn't want to stop striking Israel anyway. And we're only pushed into stopping striking Israel because of China. So while Donald Trump begged for a ceasefire for like almost a month, for pretty much a month, 30 plus days, he's now destroying the same ceasefire that he finally got. It's ridiculous.
Despite this huge pressure the agreement's under, President Trump expressing optimism, but without significant compromise, it's hard to see how a lasting deal can be struck. Michael?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, Ian. Thank you so much.
J.D. Vance warns Iran not to play the U.S. as he heads to negotiations. Buddy, you're the one who's thinking that he is capable of playing Iran. It's not working. I don't know what this kind of like showmanship is going to do to the actual deal at play. Because at the end of the day, I'm fairly certain that the only thing that Iran cares about is getting their wishes across. Okay? That's the only thing that they care about. So for them, if you don't actually do a ceasefire, if you don't actually bring Israel to heel and get Israel to stop Lebanon, it's just not going to work. That's a condition that the Iranians have put forward. Feel free to crucify me if I'm wrong, but the trajectory looks like Trump. Brandon Lee pretends to work for a Lebanese ceasefire. Israel doesn't stop. Iran can't decide to either back down or escalate, and Trump makes a decision for them when he gets fed up over Hormuz. Okay? And there is a little bit of truth to that because Iran, instead of immediately going back to business as usual rounds of strikes, has been doing this, like Galabaf has been doing this posture where he's been saying like, oh, any day now we'll retaliate. The reality of the matter is everyone is doing a little bit of a Brandonian restrained response here, except for Israel. Iran is stuck in this classic late Khamenei era decision paralysis. This time, the attrition, Hormuz being closed, puts the world in an immediately intolerable position. That gives Iran leverage, but only until the U.S. decides to try taking the leverage away by force. And again, it's completely twisted and psychotic that, as in Gaza before, the U.S. has made the goal of its leverage to keep a blood tornado going in Lebanon indefinitely. Okay? That's what it is. This chaos of betrayal story going around right now sort of smells like an Israeli disinfo op to stir the internet conflict. Honestly, the strait remains closed, and Iran is receiving a pause to regroup militarily, fix some more logistics, while forcing Trump to acknowledge Iran's 10 points is workable. Iran will get credit internationally for making an effort to be diplomatic and negotiating on their own workable terms. The world is widely recognizing Israel as a rogue actor in this war. I just don't think that matters. I don't think that matters. I think what matters is forcing Israel either militarily or forcing Israel and the GCC states to restraint, forcing them into restraint by creating sufficient military deterrence, or basically getting America to force Israel to restraint because of the sufficient military deterrence that you have established. So that's just the reality. It's obvious that Israel does not respond to anything other than force. Okay? Israel as an entity only responds to military deterrence. That much is clear, right? And America so far has been responsive to the economic pressures. Israel doesn't care about the economic pressures as much because they can always keep the country afloat by charitable contributions and silly donations that come from incredibly wealthy benefactors that will always try and keep the Israeli economy alive to make it seem like, there's robust economic activity happening. They've been doing that for the past 2.5 years, in spite of the reality that they've been, committing it. So what has to happen now is demands of restraint for Israel from all of the other actors. Yes, I saw this earlier. Iranian official told me we forced a pause in the attacks in Beirut and Dahiyeh by making the red line in negotiations, and also made it clear that if Israel crosses it again, talks would be off. It's a violation. Israel already tested it, and Israel got what it wanted. I'm not saying that Iran needs to keep striking or Iran needs to do this, Iran needs to do that. I'm just offering analysis, and from what I see, what I know about Israel, which I'm sure Iran knows as well, you're losing your leverage when you don't go up the escalation ladder alongside Israel. If Israel ups the ante, if Israel violates the ceasefire, then the ceasefire is over, right? If Israel violates the ceasefire and then you say, oh, well, we'll keep the Hormuz closed, but we won't actually start retaliating in kind, then what you're basically saying is Israel can continue the Lebanese population. Okay. That's it. So it is a little bit of a Biden moment for Iran. It's certainly a Brandonian moment for Trump, but Trump is more Brandon than Brandon ever could be. Let's be real. I mean, his brain is mush, but also he is super pro-Israel, even in ways that Biden could not have foreseen, right? Why should militias, big Yahoo, Bibi on top, why should militias like Hezbollah exist? Israel must bomb them to oblivion if Iran refuses to dismantle it. Why should, I mean, the real state in this region is not Iran, it's not Hezbollah, it's Israel, right? Israel is a rogue actor. Israel is the destabilizing factor in the region, and Israel must be brought to heel because they're the ones who are all these civilians. The reason why Hezbollah even exists as a paramilitary force is because of necessity. Because the Lebanese military is incapable of defending Lebanon's sovereignty. So a Shia paramilitary group was formed to successfully push Israel out of the boundaries of the Lebanese state, which they did time and time again. So that's why Hezbollah exists. And between Hezbollah and Israel, it's not even a question which is the more malignant force, the worst actor in the region. It's Israel. Same with Hamas. A lot of people get mad at me for saying this. It's just the truth, objectively. And it's very difficult to argue against it when you start looking at the numbers. And it's not just the numbers. So, you know, what the necessity of the force is, like what is the reason for why Hezbollah exists, or the reason for why they engage in militancy versus what's the reason for the Israeli occupation forces to engage in militancy. Israel's goals are ethnic cleansing. Hezbollah's goals are self-defense. So, yeah, I mean, this is why Hezbollah was developed to begin with. This is the inception point for Hezbollah. The Israeli siege of Beirut, 1982. Hezbollah did not exist back then, right? Does that make sense, chatter? Do you understand? I mean, you said BB on top. I mean, he's a fucking Nazi. So I feel like you're already... No, don't ban him, Lake McGroove. I want to hear what he had to say. Reagan called this 1982 attack as a Holocaust made by Israel, by the way. Yes. And he was right. Can't believe I'm saying it, but Ronald Reagan was right about that. Anyway, no, I banned and unbanned him. I don't want to hear chatters complain about whenever I push back against mods for like one individual moderation decision. This is not your opportunity to be like, whoa, mods are trigger happy. Okay. This stream would not exist and wouldn't work without their tireless work. Okay. Calm down. All right. No disrespect to the mods. All right. Yeah. Death toll from Israel's assault on Lebanon has risen to at least 1,888, with 6,092 more wounded since March 2nd, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Israel's Wednesday attack on Lebanon killed 33 children and wounded 150, UNICEF said. The preliminary toll of Israel's brutal Wednesday attack on Lebanon is currently at 303 killed and 1,150 wounded. UNICEF is receiving reports of children being pulled from under the rubble, while others remain missing and separated from their families. Many are experiencing trauma, having lost loved ones, their homes, and their sense of safety, the organization said in a statement. So, you know, that's what Israel's doing. And they're doing that exclusively to sully this ceasefire deal. Like, they're not even doing that for achieving any sort of military objective, right? They're doing that so they can break the ceasefire that is on the verge of being implemented, so that they can goad America into engaging Iran militarily and potentially invade Iran militarily with boots on the ground military warfare, which Israel has openly stated they have no ambitions of participating in, for the record, which, you know, adds insult to injury, in my opinion. But yeah, they are the real terrorists here. It's unbelievable that anyone would defend this kind of indefensible action. It's a genocidal, psychotic, apartheid state, and it must be brought to heel for the safety and the sake of international rule-based order, stability around the world, stability in this region. They have to be brought to heel. Okay? It's that simple. Data provided NBC News by SPG Energy Oil shows just 2 ships transited the Strait of Hormuz today. The lowest number since President Trump announced a ceasefire with Iran Tuesday. Prior to the war, 130 to 160 ships would typically pass each day. I get why HasanAbi is popular. Everybody loves the grumpy middle school teacher who smells like Senka and patchouli and yells at his students who just play dumb just to get him mad, but he's the GOAT. Okay. John Mersheimer was on the Breaking Points today and was talking about this if you want to watch it.
We are very fortunate to be joined.
Okay, I will watch it. Also, I tried to get Mersheimer on, but he has not been responsive to my emails. Yeah, okay. Missile cities are intact. Yes, I know. Yeah, I'm getting mogged. I'm getting show mogged by Breaking Points. But, yeah, where was I? Yeah, Trump is still flexing. Trump is still saying Iran holds no cards. Well, Iran is holding their cards up in the air right now. even if they're not utilizing their entire capacity for military, entire missile launching capacity right now against Israel and against the GCC again to apply pressure to the United States of America. And I suspect the reason why they're not doing that is because China doesn't want them to do that, it seems. That's what it feels like to me, at least. But at a certain point, Iran is going to have to lean into the IRGC. There's different forces within Iran that are in control, right? You got the IRGC that wants to continue this war, okay? It's very clear. They want to continue launching missiles. They want to continue launching missiles and drones, and they want to continue applying sufficient military deterrence. They don't think they have done so. And they're right. They haven't done so. Otherwise, Donald Trump wouldn't just be begging for a ceasefire. He'd be making a boss call to Benjamin Netanyahu and telling him to fucking cut it out, right? So it's clear that Iran has not been able to apply sufficient deterrence. Iran has not been able to successfully make the economy scream to such a degree that America has no other option but to tell Israel to cut it out. Okay? It's that simple. IRGC might even be in favor of an American invasion. I don't know. I mean, they keep saying that, and that could just be, posturing, or it could be a real interest that they have. There are obviously the other more moderate forces still that are alive, Abbas Araghchi and some others who are now engaging in, as Matthew Petty correctly pointed to, decision paralysis. There are some who like the ceasefire, especially because the ceasefire gives them all of the things that they want, that think it's a sincere ceasefire attempt, which history has shown is most likely not a sincere ceasefire attempt, especially when Israel is still controlling the American foreign policy vehicle here, right? So that, I think, is the major disagreement here, and that's precisely the reason why you got Galabaf talking about, time is running out and whatnot, instead of just like immediately going back to business as usual, just pummeling Israel and pummeling the rest of the Gulf. Okay? Two of the measures mutually agreed upon between the parties have yet to be implemented: a ceasefire in Lebanon and the release of Iran's blocked assets prior to the commencement of negotiations. These two matters must be fulfilled before negotiations begin. So one aspect of this upper hand that Iran has is the reality that, as it seems currently, no one from the Iranian side are moving in the direction of Pakistan. The mediators on the Iranian side are not going to Pakistan as it stands currently. They might, but I think it would, if they did, especially as Israel has delivered a devastating blow to one of the major demands that Iran has made, which is to no longer blow up any of the resistance, not just Lebanon, by the way. That also means no longer blowing up Gaza either, for the record. That's another part of this conversation that's lost in translation a little bit. So Israel has said fuck off to that, right? And America seemingly has not been able to restrain them. They are flying there as of an hour ago. Okay, so there's new information being shared in the intelligence community indicating that the IRGC is using the ceasefire window to carry out operations that tighten its grip on critical choke point. I'm told we have reached out to shipping companies to see if they paid the fee to pass. Only a handful of vessels have transited the strait since the ceasefire began. Tariq Kenny Shawa says, makes sense that both sides will use the ceasefire to regroup, replenish munitions. Trump also literally just admitted to it today. We're loading up the ships with the best ammunition, the best weapons ever made, even better than what we did previously, and we blew them apart. Also, it'll obviously take Israel a lot more than 2 weeks to replenish their interceptor stockpile capacity, but this shouldn't be downplayed as a factor in Washington's decision to move forward with a ceasefire. Yeah. A ceasefire is an attempt to regroup and rearm for both sides. It allows Iran to tighten its control over the Strait of Hormuz and key assets that they think might be under threat if America chooses to invade Iran militarily. But ultimately, the leverage that Iran has over both Israel, the global economy, and therefore the United States of America is the reason why an intelligent assessment here that wants to come to a negotiated conclusion would demand them to look at the situation seriously and take the ceasefire initiative seriously on the American and Israeli side. 2 Iranian A320s have actually, what is this? 2 Iranian A320s from Mirage Airlines flew over Afghanistan, landing in Islamabad as we speak. Okay, so they are actually going. Is this why Russia also agreed on a ceasefire to aid Iran? No, I think the other major partners on the Iranian side want Iran to stop. They want Iran to stop. I don't know about what you're talking about with respect to the Russian ceasefire. I think the Russian ceasefire is about Ukraine. That's separate. Have you seen John Kerry on CNN? Bibi tried to convince the other presidents as well to strike Iran. Trump was stupid enough to do it. That's not surprising to me. Benjamin Netanyahu has been pretty open about how this has been his main ambition for decades at this point. It's not new or unique. And yes, we all know that Trump was the only one fucking dumb enough to lean into it. Yeah. The Marsh thinks that Russia wants a ceasefire out of fear of global depression. Anyway, brother, the only psyop here is Israel claiming that Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire, and the U.S. claiming that it's going to rein Israel in. We have seen repeatedly over the past 3 years that what happens next. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, this is all about whether America will reign in Israel or not. Okay? That's it. And the rest of the world needs to wisen up to that equation as well. Sir, everybody involved or everybody impacted by these decisions recognize Israel's cancerous influence over this deal and its influence to ruin this deal. The faster we move on to more productive things, like demanding that Israel get cut out of this equation, demanding that Israel get restrained. We should have done it on moral grounds when Israel was conducting a genocide, right? But obviously none of these Western states give a single solitary shit about the humanity of Palestinians. But at this point, the Iranian retaliation has caused reverberations across the planet. The entire global energy markets are disrupted in a way that will take quite a while to fix, regardless of how much Donald Trump tries to manipulate the markets with his language, with his rhetoric. Doesn't matter. There is a hard stop to the propaganda. And that hard stop is when shortages take place, and it's already happening, right? There's demands there's demands in the Asian markets to restrain their energy usage, their oil and gas usage in general. Thailand has moved back to coal power energy infrastructure. That's where we're at. Unlike the U.S. and the rest of the world, Iranian leaders can afford to drag out talks while the U.S. and Israel have suspended their bombing campaign in Iran. With every passing day, Tehran tightens its chokehold on global oil and natural gas supply. I mean, these guys are just agitating on the other side. Terms were met, unfreezing $7 billion in ceasefire in Lebanon. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if that's the case. Trump wants Iran. It has no cards and says the only reason it is still standing is to negotiate. Iranians are better at handling fake news media and public relations than they are at fighting. President Donald J. Trump, that's what he said. He mocked Iran. Then he said the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. President Donald J. Trump. You're making waves in China? Wait, really? What the hell? Actually?
Some sort of tension going on between Hasan Piker and the Democratic establishment. I want to talk a little bit about that today. I don't think the real problem is that because Hasan is loud or he has very controversial talks. I think the real problem is that he talks about the politics in a way that the establishment cannot control. He keeps pushing people away from the party branding and back towards class, labor, war, donor money, and corporate power. And once people start asking who actually funds the party, like AIPAC or corporate donors, who influence the rules, and why workers always get empty promises while donors always get the results. That's why
he's a Chinese national speaking English, so his audience is mostly American, right? Is he Canadian? If he's a Chinese national speaking in English from China, it would still be an American audience or a Western audience. If he's Canadian, then it's definitely just a American audience. I wouldn't say this is not a Chinese netizen. He's just Chinese Canadian.
Nervous because the narrative starts cracking. You have to understand that the establishment system hates people like Hasan Piker, this kind of influencers, because he might be able to unite, or at least trying to unite, the working class. This is dangerous for the establishment. They do not want that. This is why they keep finding all kinds of ways to smear or cancel Hasan Piker. And then, of course, there are also a lot of lazy attacks online. People saying Hasan is not even from working class. He comes from money, and he's just LARPing as a working class. Now you have to understand this. Historically, a lot of revolutionaries were not born workers. Lenin was not, Che was not, Fidel was not. Even Mao was not from the poorest layer of peasantry. Mao came from more of a rich farmer background. And this is normal. A lot of political movements are first articulated by educated people from petty bourgeoisies or middle class background. The real question is not where you start or what class you were born into. The real question is where you stand. You do not have to be born into the working class to fight for the working class. And this is why I think people like Hasan Piker matter. He has helped push a lot of young people towards class politics. And this is why the establishment side of the political
All right. I did. I reposted it. Yes, I was telling Mike this earlier. The reason they're attacking you is because they actually fear people like you and Mike educating us to a point where we can no longer be brainwashed by the system. He lives in China. Oh, nice. Regardless, guys, that's true. I mean, that is what it is. There is a couple different components to this. Like, there's a fear from mainstream outlets that they no longer have as much control over disseminating information to an audience. Ironically enough, unlike many of my counterparts in the independent side, I rely heavily on mainstream reporting, constantly glaze mainstream outlets, and have many friends that work in legacy publishers and understand the necessity for good journalism to continue happening. So that's one thing that is, I think, a differentiating factor between me and someone like Joe Rogan, who is against, mainstream media entirely and does a whole bunch of other stuff on top of that, like has a whole bunch of other like nonsensical beliefs on top of that, right? So that's all this is. So like there is a reason for why some in mainstream outlets on the liberal side that clearly don't like what I'm doing. They don't like that I'm, anti-Israel. They're pro-Israel. They can't really openly glaze Israel as much anymore. So they find attacking me to be a easier way of tackling the growing anti-Israel wave in the base. They can no longer scold the overwhelming majority of the masses about their beliefs, so they try to fucking go after someone who is a megaphone.
You've probably sat across the table from Prime Minister Netanyahu more than almost anyone else out there, and he and Israel are, of course, big factors here. There's been recent reporting, you probably saw in the New York Times, that Netanyahu was taken into the situation where he basically pitched Trump on attacking Iran. Were you ever part of any conversations like that? I know he's made that pitches to past administrations. Were you ever a part of that? And were you surprised that he was able to convince Trump to do this?
Well, I was part of any number of conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu, conversations that took place in other countries.
Pitching the U.S. to strike Iran.
Yes, he wanted us to strike. He came to President Obama. He made a presentation to ask to strike. President Obama refused. President Biden refused. President Bush refused. The only president who has agreed to this, obviously, is President Trump. And it's really...
This is not even a secret, right? This is only shocking to you if you are totally oblivious to the Netanyahu demands that have existed. This demand is not new. Benjamin Netanyahu has openly said he's wanted to do this for 40 fucking years, okay? Like, this was his ultimate dream. This was always the final prize, okay? Netanyahu personally has been agitating to do this. Even before he was prime minister, like he would constantly do those fucking idiotic PowerPoints like, oh, Iran is 3 minutes away from a nuclear weapon since like the 80s. Okay. It's literally at the same time that Israel was arming Iran, Benjamin Netanyahu was running around being like, bro, devastating stuff. Okay. Devastating stuff. They're going to get a nuke. Like Israel was arming Iran and Benjamin Netanyahu was still like, we got to nuke them. We got to nuke them. Please. We have to nuke them. So that's just, it's been the case. Trump and Israel agreed to include Lebanon. They included Lebanon from the start. CBS News diplomatic sources confirmed Trump personally agreed Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. Israel also agreed to the terms that Israel bombed Lebanon, notwithstanding the agreed upon ceasefire. This is yesterday's news. I covered this at the Parker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Okay, obviously. If you like to support the PBS Parker Broadcasting Service, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, which you can do by subscribing for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster, PBS. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But yeah, always Israel breaking the ceasefire. Yes, Israel only knows one speed, and that is ceasefire means you cease and we fire. Exclusive leak footage from the first U.S.-Iranian meeting about Hormuz. Yeah. Where was it? Trump held a tense call with Netanyahu yesterday before Israel announced ceasefire talks to Lebanon. CNN reports it was made clear that if Bibi didn't move toward direct talks, Trump might declare a ceasefire. That tracks with what Trump told me in yesterday's interview. Yeah, I don't think any of this matters. What matters is what Israel does, right? What Israel says is utterly irrelevant. What America says is utterly irrelevant. The only thing that matters is what Israel does. What Israel says in Hebrew might be a little bit more relevant than what Israel says in English. What Israel says in English is utterly irrelevant, immaterial. Hello. Oh, someone is bored. Someone wants attention. What's up? You didn't get your energy out at the park today, did you? That's what it is. Yeah, disregard Israel's English statements unless you want to see what they're trying to propagandize to the Western audiences, right? What? Look at this. Hold on. Hello. What's happening? What do you want? She wants uppies. That's what she wants. She wants uppies. You want uppies? Oh, you're so silly. You're such a silly goober. What are you looking at? Huh? What are you looking at? Oh, little baby. Let her stream. She is streaming. This is her streaming. This is her contributions to the stream. Okay. All right, Daddy's got to get back to work now. Okay. She's looking at the camera, getting her 15 minutes of fame. Yes, true. Anyway, where were we? Frick. All right, here's JD Vance.
Hey guys, good morning. Thanks for coming. Look, we're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll of course see, as the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The president has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on, but for now, let's get on the plane and hit the road. Thank you all.
Let's take you to Washington. We can join our North America correspondent, Ione Wells, who is there. So, Ione, JD Vance, the vice president, on his way to Pakistan for these crucial talks, possibly the hardest part of the job so far for him since he became the vice president. What is the narrative that we're now hearing from the White House and the expectations around these talks in Islamabad?
Well, the message that we heard from JD Vance just before he set off was essentially that if Iran is open, if they are negotiating in good faith, essentially, then he feels there could be progress made. But if, in his words, Iran tries to play us, then the negotiating team from the US's perspective won't be receptive. Now, that is obviously the US's narrative. I think both sides are at the moment far apart when it comes to two of the crucial issues that they said they had agreed on as part of the ceasefire. One is the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has said that it's closed, that there is only certain vessels allowed through. The US has said that it was agreed that it would be fully.
Yeah, JD Vance is going to go in there and be like, have you said thank you? Foreign Minister Arakchi, have you said thank you? And they're going to be like, dude, what the fuck were we thinking? Demanding JD Vance be at the high-level talks. How stupid. How stupid of us. Dennis, Citrinowicz from the Atlantic Council, who has offered some sober insight. Council's original position on agitating for war with Iran since the beginning of this quagmire that has been delivering devastating blow after blow to American military superiority. He says recent moves suggest a clear asymmetry going into U.S. and Iran talks. The U.S. appears to be, one, backing away from its own ultimatum, pressuring Pakistan to broker a ceasefire and helping draft a message, urging Israel to halt operations in Lebanon, largely overlooking the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, signaling willingness to release frozen Iranian funds, indicating that talks will be based on Iran's original 10 points framework, sending the vice president for the discussions with the regime it tried to topple. Iran, meanwhile, simply shows up to the talks and didn't even open the strait as agreed. While the administration's efforts to pursue a diplomatic solution and halt the cycle of escalation is commendable, the real issue is that Tehran is likely assume it is entering the talks from a position of strength. Because it's true, they are entering the talks from a position of strength. Ultimately, the administration will have to make a clear choice: accept a deal on terms largely shaped by Iran, framed as a gracious compromise, or stand firm on its principle at the risk of another round of escalation. At this stage, the least probable scenario to envision is Iran backing down. Since Iran has taken significant blow with the serious economic consequences that shouldn't be underestimated, any agreement will, almost by definition, strengthen the regime. At the same time, another round of conflict is unlikely to bring it down, and its costs will only continue to rise. Still, at this stage, it appears that one side is much more eager to reach an agreement. We will soon see whether and how that urgency translates into actual progress at the negotiating table. These are not easy choices. Okay, there's also one principle that Danny Citrinowicz and none of these, Atlanticists are factoring into the equation. Does the class know what that factor is? It's Trump being a fucking idiot. And I'm not even joking when I say this. This has been one of the primary reasons why any of this is happening. Any other president, regardless of how evil they might be, would most likely look at the situation, listen to their generals, listen to the intelligence assessment, and would have told Israel to fuck off. As a matter of fact, every single president before Donald Trump did tell Israel to fuck off. So clearly, Trump's mania, unfortunately, is a very important factor in this equation, if not the most consequential factor in this equation. Okay? He is willing to gamble on shit even if he doesn't hold the cards. So unfortunately, while Donald Trump is also very responsive and has pulled out in the past of deals, or not deals necessarily, but has conducted deals with even militant groups, not like fully fleshed out sovereign states like Iran, but even militancies like Ansar Allah, when they were taking too much damage. He could potentially pull out in this circumstance, but that factor, the dementia factor, is still very important. Okay? Still very important. Pakistan sources: Saudis and the Chinese will join the talks in Islamabad indirectly. Saudi finance minister is in Islamabad. Pakistan is working to bring also the UN to the table in an indirect manner. Significant statement from one of the men leading negotiations for Iran, Vice President Vance, already left for the talks. And now the Iranian parliament speaker says negotiations won't begin until there's a ceasefire in Lebanon and Iranian assets are unfrozen. I think as of now that did happen, right? Am I wrong? Did that happen?
Open, and certainly Donald Trump has repeated this line again in further Truth Social posts, that it is not the agreement we have, that it would be closed. But also fundamentally, they seem to both be far apart when it comes to what the agreement on the ceasefire actually was, with Israel increasing its bombardment on Lebanon, more than 300 people killed in Israeli strikes, and Iran saying that Lebanon was supposed to be part of that ceasefire agreement, the US and Israel saying it wasn't. So I think there are still huge gaps here when it comes to what is going to be discussed in these peace talks in Islamabad. I think as well, as you mentioned there, this is certainly a really difficult task for J.D. Vance, possibly the most difficult that he's faced so far as vice president, because he is essentially being tasked with trying to negotiate a deal that will satisfy the US, so Iran, sides that are currently, as I say, not in agreement at all, really. But also I think J.D. Vance, as somebody who has historically been anti-US intervention, will be thinking about how is a deal going to land with the sort of MAGA
anti-interventionist base that he himself has certainly campaigned on in the past.
Ione, thanks so much for that. Well, let's take you straight to Islamabad and join our Pakistan correspondent, Caroline Davies, who...
Also, on the one hand, Donald Trump keeps saying Iran doesn't hold the cards. We're going to fucking cook them. Okay? On the other hand, Trump is literally saying that, yeah, Strait of Hormuz might not be open anytime soon. Doubts are prevailing in the White House, and the U.S. President Donald Trump now believes that opening the Strait of Hormuz is unlikely in the near term, reports Reuters, citing a White House official. So where are we at? Okay, where the fuck are we? You know? Kind of feels like there's a lot of inconsistencies in the messaging coming from the White House. And that's because you have to look at what's actually happening on the ground. And what's actually happening on the ground is the Strait of Hormuz is still very much controlled by Iran, and America has no solution to uncorking the strait because Iran has put the proverbial cork on the Strait of Hormuz. The only thing that hasn't escalated is Iran following Israel up the escalation ladder, and Iran has not actually done that.
Is there. This is where peace talks are due to begin on Saturday. So much expectation around them now, Carrie. Lots of preparations taking place in Islamabad, but have we got an official schedule yet? Do we know exactly what's going to happen?
We don't have an official schedule yet at all. However, we are starting to see some changes in the city. I talked to you earlier about the fact that there was security around the red zone, the area in Islamabad, which is where the government buildings are and the foreign embassies. We were down there earlier today, and then we have been pushed back from the area just on the outskirts of that red zone. We were told by the spokesperson for Islamabad police, who was there when they moved the journalists further out and further down that road, which is the main arterial road into the red zone. We were told by him that there were going to be delegations on the way soon. He didn't say how soon. He didn't say which delegations, which convoys were going to be coming in. But we were then moved further and further out. So that secure area is becoming wider and wider in anticipation of the arrival of these high-level guests. Now, of course, we know that J.D. Vance is on the way. What we still don't have confirmation on is the Iranian delegation's movements. We have had no confirmation that they have arrived in Islamabad. We have had no word about whether they have left Iran yet either. So at the moment, that is still uncertain. That is still something that has not been publicly made aware. But at the same time, speaking to Pakistani officials, they are all determined, saying that yes, these talks are going ahead, feeling very positive about those talks is the messaging that they are giving to us behind the scenes here in Pakistan. But still many waiting to hear about the Iranian delegation, not least as you were hearing from Joe Inwood's report earlier, talking about the questions that both sides have about accusing each other of violating the ceasefire. And in fact, we did hear yesterday from some Iranian officials who suggested that unless there was a ceasefire holding in Lebanon, that they might not attend the talks here in Pakistan. So still a lot of anticipation here in Pakistan, waiting to find out what is happening with the Iranian delegation.
Carrie, thank you so much. Well, let's look at Lebanon. A senior official in the president's office has confirmed to the BBC that Lebanon will take part in direct talks with Israel next week, but only if there is a ceasefire in place. Lebanon's health ministry is saying more than 300 people were killed in the Israeli strikes on Wednesday, and a third of those were women, children, and the elderly, more wounded. Our Middle East correspondent Hugo Pachega is in Beirut.
I've spent the morning here in central Beirut, where rescue workers are still searching through the rubble for one or two people who are believed to be here. But 2 days after those horrific Israeli airstrikes, there is no hope to find anyone alive. And residents are returning here, and they're saying that they, can't believe, what they're seeing. And they said they thought they were safe here. For those familiar with Beirut, we're just a block away from the Corniche, which is one of Beirut's postcards. Now, the health ministry has confirmed that at least 300 people were killed, a third of them women, children, and the elderly. So Israel said it was targeting Hezbollah, but many civilians were killed here. And the authorities are urging the relatives of those people who are still missing, who haven't been identified, to give DNA samples for this identification process. Now, the fighting continues. There have been more Israeli airstrikes across Lebanon and also Hezbollah attacks against.
It actually makes me wonder what could make Israel stop all these strikes. Like outside of bloodshed, would there be something else they want that could stop them from being so trigger happy? No, because they're a fascist country, and they are, they're in the Führer bunker stage. Okay, this is final solution stage for them. They understand that. They understand that they're cooked. So for them, it's like whatever kind of bloodshed that they can bring up at this point is good before America inevitably says, all right, enough is enough. Some inside of Israel might think, like in the Israeli government, might think they can actually take it one step further once, you know, they take over southern Lebanon. Maybe they can expand into Turkey, right? Some within the Israeli government think, you know, maybe they can take over more of Lebanese territory and then that'll be fine. But for them, especially considering the calculation and the lack of restraint in Gaza has only given Israel more confidence to push for more and demand for more from the American side and receive those demands, for the record. I mean, we bombed Iran for the last 40 fucking days. It's becoming clear that this is a double suicide pact. I mean, it was a double suicide pact with Gaza. I called it that back then. And the less invested we are in restraining Israel as the American government, the worse things are going to get. They already moved on. Like Lebanon is already a part of the puzzle for them. They're already trying to establish a security corridor inside of Lebanese territory in southern Lebanon, while simultaneously bombing other parts of Lebanon as well. Not just southern Lebanon, which again is already unacceptable. Like, I don't know why we've moved on from that, but they're now also openly talking about like attacking Turkey. Its envoys and its agents have already started writing articles about how, you know, maybe Turkey's not a reliable ally to the United States, right? We all know what that looks like. We all know when Israeli envoys start writing those think pieces, when the Foundation for Defending Democracy starts publishing policy papers and urging caution about America's relationship with not only NATO but with Israel, with Turkey, then, you know, it's becoming increasingly clear that their next step after the Iran destabilization has been implemented will be against Turkey.
Israel, and a senior Lebanese official says that there will be no Israel if there is no ceasefire here first.
Hugo Bachega there in Beirut. We just have a line as well coming to us from the UN, from the United Nations Children's Fund, that in those strikes, that barrage of strikes in Lebanon on Wednesday, 33 children were killed. Well, let's take you to Jerusalem now. We can speak to Joel Gunter, who is there for us. Joel, good to see you. We now have a spokesperson for the Lebanese president's office saying these talks with Israel are not going to take place in Washington unless a ceasefire is already in place. Has there been any reaction to that in Israel?
Yeah, that's right. A senior official from the Lebanese side telling the BBC that the talks simply wouldn't take place without a ceasefire. On the Israeli side, the Prime Minister here and Israeli officials have made it abundantly clear that they have no plans to stop their strikes in Lebanon. And those strikes have continued today following the devastating wave you've been talking about a couple of days ago that killed more than 300 people. So there is clearly an impasse there. What the Prime Minister here, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Israeli officials are saying essentially is that we're open to talks, we're open to direct talks with Lebanese officials, but we'll continue to bomb Lebanon in the meantime as we see fit. And understandably, the Lebanese officials don't see that as a solid foundation for talks. There is also the issue of Hezbollah. This negotiations offer by Israel has been to the Lebanese government. Now, Hezbollah is the party that Israel is fighting with. It's not clear how much sway the Lebanese government can have at this point over that group, and Hezbollah officials have said that they flatly reject these talks and that they, like the Lebanese officials are saying, would require Israel to act first. They would require...
I mean, it's such a sad state of affairs and so transparent that people in the Western world genuinely do not care about the lives of people living in Lebanon, lives of people living in Gaza, lives of people living in Iran. It's so obvious. Like, Israel killed 357 people in Lebanon in one day. Asal Rod says, do you understand the level of impunity that you have to experience to commit a massacre then openly boast about it? They did. And there was no strategic military objective for that too. They just massacred 357 people in a matter of 10 minutes because they wanted to show Iran that they control America. Okay? That's it. That they wanted to say, oh, you want to do a ceasefire where you're putting checks on us? Well, we'll show you that that's not the case. Like, it's barbaric. It's so unforgivably evil. This is why I'm saying, like, Iran putting Lebanon and a Lebanese ceasefire is one of the conditions in their 10-point plan, was a way to draw a wedge between America and Israel, was a way to, by force, get America to restrain Israel, right? They put that in there on purpose. It's not because they, like, have a particular care or consideration for the Lebanese population. I mean, I'm sure they do. There are definitely people who care. But, like, the strategic reason as to why that's implemented, the strategic reason as to why that's added on as one of the key points is twofold. One, it shows that Iran is the party that wants to maintain global stability here, and Israel is the rogue actor. As Israel has shown again that it's the rogue actor to the rest of the international community that wants the Strait of Hormuz to be opened, right? And two, it's to force a wedge between Israel and America. Because at the end of the day, America is supposed to hold all the cards. And it still does. We do hold all the cards. We were just hold all the cards not against Iran, but hold the cards in the relationship that we have with Israel. To maximize Lebanon's leverage as a sovereign state, you tell Iran, you brought us into this war, you have to include us in the ceasefire, and you tell the U.S. if you want us to break from Iran, you rein Israel in. The Lebanese government is doing the exact opposite of both. Yeah. The Lebanese government is literally trying to cut a bilateral deal with Israel on U.S. soil, while also saying that they'll concede to the demands being made by Israel to restrain Hezbollah. It's unbelievable. All the while, they're showing that they're incapable of defending their boundaries, their borders, their sovereignty, and their citizens. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, these were some of the key details from the Financial Times piece that was published earlier today. It summarizes a lot of the stuff that I've talked about thus far. This is from last night. The Trump admin has been seeking a ceasefire for weeks, at least since March 21st, when Trump first threatened to destroy Iranian power plants. Trump has been worried about oil prices and was surprised by Iranian resilience. Admin officials believe Iran would be more likely to accept the ceasefire if it were delivered by a Muslim-majority country and enlisted Pakistan for this. Ceasefire periods between 2 weeks and 45 days were floated. The Iranians were willing to budge on limiting their uranium stockpile. Arakchi and other Iranian officials involved in negotiations had issues getting the IRGC on board. Some elements of the IRGC were strongly opposed to any agreement. At least one senior IRGC official would be included in the Iranian negotiating team. It's clear that there is one group that pretty much is responsible for the ceasefire to begin with that doesn't want the ceasefire to take place, and that is the IRGC. Okay? The only reason why you haven't seen Iran get back to the negotiations table with haste after America and Israel engaged in perfidy twice during the round of talks that took place before the 12-day war and before this last Operation Epic Fury is because the IRGC in the decapitation strike took control over all of the most important elements of the Iranian government. Genuine question, why don't other countries lobby their own version of AIPAC? Seems like U.S. politics will absolutely bend backwards for $100 million. Buddy, do you know how many years it took and how pivotal of a role Israel played in America's strategic interests in the region, for them to be able to craft this unbelievably pervasive lobbying arm for a foreign state without getting hit with FARA restrictions. Also, this isn't to blame Israel for the assassination of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, but there was one president that wanted to implement FARA restrictions on the Israeli lobby, and he got fucking assassinated. I'm not saying that it was Israel. I'm just telling you that was the last time I believe that idea was floated. If there was an opportunity for a country with strategic importance that has been a reliable ally for many, many years to the United States of America that could potentially do that, it would be Turkey. And there is no fucking real Turkish lobby. There's no, ironically enough, America has tried to do a coup in Turkey when they felt that Erdogan wasn't sufficiently servile to the needs of the United States of America and would sometimes entertain the notion of sovereign decisions. Last time the Turkish government tried to lobby someone, it was fucking Eric Adams. Okay, and we all know what happened there. So that's the difference. No other country has this unbelievable bandwidth to do whatever the fuck it wants. No other country gets to implement domestic restrictions on Americans in the United States of America at the behest of a foreign nation like Israel has. There's no other comparison. There's no country in the world that has this. A big part of the reason why is because initially Israel played a very important role in America's objectives in a resource-rich region. This is before the fracking revolution that basically made America energy independent. Okay. And Israel didn't just do this in the United States of America. They did it in pretty much the entirety of the Western world. Anyway, Trump warns of new Iran strikes if negotiations in Pakistan fail.
Grief and pain in Lebanon, where the war and bloodshed continue. Relatives clutch photos of loved ones amongst the dozens of victims of devastating Israeli strikes on Wednesday. In the capital, Beirut, residents are still coming to terms with the scale of the attack.
I don't understand how more people aren't pissed off about Israel just phone calling our president, getting what they want. No other country can do that but Israel. Yeah. The reason why more people aren't pissed is because they're just oblivious. Okay? And part of the reason why they're oblivious is because what is the fucking mainstream news covering? They're not covering that. For the most part, they're covering, people like myself and how damaging I am to the cause of the Democratic Party in unison with the entire Republican propaganda apparatus. So, the outcome of that is going to be a lot of people being misguided. They're going to be oblivious to what's truly happening. In a normal world, in a world where the media was actually doing its job, they would be offering wall-to-wall coverage to the amount of instability Benjamin Netanyahu has brought about to not only the ceasefire process, but also previous iterations. But they don't. That will change eventually, though. The very fact that New York Times was the one that reported on the internal instability caused by Israel implies that things are changing. Because the New York Times is a Zionist newspaper. Let's be real, right? It's a very pro-Israel newspaper. So the fact that it's Maggie Haberman that is reporting on how much Benjamin Netanyahu has pulled inside of the administration means that things are changing in a more positive trajectory. However, it's taken far too long. But it is significant. Come on. This is the newspaper that wrote the Screams Without Words article claiming that Hamas was engaging in mass directed by Hamas command. It is with no evidence whatsoever for it. As a matter of fact, all the evidence that presented have been destroyed at this point. That was only 2 years ago. So the idea that that newspaper in only fucking 2.5 years would turn around and write an article that harms Israeli interests like this is fairly significant.
The house and other things can be replaced, but parents, children, or a wife, they're the most important things. The real problem is the body and the soul. May God compensate us for our loss. Israel's bombardment of Beirut has for now stopped under US pressure, but it's continuing in the south of Lebanon, as is Hezbollah rocket fire across the border. Ongoing violence here, one of the early threats to negotiations between Hezbollah's sponsor Iran and America, set to begin tomorrow. Vice President J.D. Vance, however, sounded optimistic as he set off for the discussions in Pakistan.
We're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us...
God, I hate him so much. He's so untrustworthy and also totally unqualified for this. But it's just like, oh, God, I hate him. He is so fucking cringe as well. To add insult to injury, he is just a cringe-ass loser.
Then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive.
President Trump himself was more belligerent. The Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards, he posted, other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they're alive today, he added.
He is so unbelievably smarmy and elitist with the way that he communicates, in the exact way that people find Democrats to be annoying losers, okay? He has that libtard energy, J.D. Vance does. It's so insincere. He has this like annoying, mealy-mouthed, faillennial energy that he brings to every single thing that he says. And I think that's precisely the reason why he is going to lose in 2028. If there is a 2028 election, and if J.D. Vance is the one who runs, obviously there's a lot of, there's a lot of different cards at play there. But it's just, I think pure vibes alone, he is just fucking repulsive.
Is to negotiate. But for now, the Strait of Hormuz, the crucial gateway for global oil supply, remains closed off by Iran. This official declaring it would not return to its pre-war system of control, whilst the Speaker of Parliament today insisted on a ceasefire in Lebanon ahead of the talks. In the Pakistani capital, all expectations are the negotiations will begin. Officials here have acted as mediators, and the mood remains hopeful.
We know that there would be many players within the region who have some idea, a distorted idea of perpetual war, a permanent war. But having said that, the players who matters more are more determined than them to bring down the peace.
The gaps between the two sides remain vast, with Trump sticking to demands Iran stop all nuclear enrichment, a condition the regime has consistently rejected, and Iran's stance hardening from before the war. Inside the country, there may be relief the bombs have stopped, but for those opposed to the regime, there's little hope for the future.
It has been clear from the beginning Trump was pursuing his own goals, which were not necessarily tied to those of Iranian people seeking change. It had nothing to do with the interests of the Iranian people. People need to understand that no one is coming to save them except themselves.
This war has taken many lives and led to much destruction. But Iran's regime feels it has emerged with the upper hand.
Well, in the last few minutes, the Lebanese Health Ministry has increased the number of people killed in Wednesday's strikes on Beirut to over 350. Harry Fawcett is in Tel Aviv, and our US editor, Anushka Astana, is in Washington. Let's go to Harry first of all. Harry, apart from 2,000 miles away, where does Benjamin Netanyahu stand going into these talks?
Well, in a difficult position, certainly domestically. Here in Tel Aviv early this morning, there were sirens as a longer than usual range rocket was fired by Hezbollah towards Ashdod in the south of Israel. It was intercepted here over central Israel, but it demonstrated both Hezbollah's continuing capacity to do that kind of thing, despite the amount of Israeli firepower unleashed upon it, but also the political bind that Benjamin Netanyahu finds himself in, because voters here in Israel, by a majority, want the fighting to go on not just against Hezbollah, but also Iran. And he's been telling them that there is no ceasefire in Lebanon. At the same time, he has to satisfy Donald Trump, who wants him to, quote, low-key in Lebanon. And Iran says the fighting has to come to a complete halt there for the negotiations to get underway in Islamabad. Also worth noting that today marks 6 months since the enactment of the ceasefire in Gaza, and the Donald Trump Board of Peace has told Hamas that it needs to agree to its own disarmament by tomorrow, a reported 8 months resulting in Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. It's unlikely that Hamas is going to give an unqualified yes, certainly on that timeline, but presumably even less likely that Benjamin Netanyahu, in an election year, is going to pull out troops from Gaza, leaving Hamas there, leaving the Iranian regime in Tehran, both of them greatly diminished. But then what can he sell to the Israeli voters in terms of what he can get from negotiations with the Lebanese government that would guarantee Hezbollah wouldn't be left in a similar...
Does Congress exist? If so, why? My civics class got me tripping, I think. It doesn't. And it hasn't for quite a while. The unitary executive theory has completely won in Washington. And that's been the case, especially since Trump won, and it's totally gone in Trump too. It doesn't even exist. Everything is done by executive mandate at this point. I mean, it's clear. And ironically enough, as long as you can cut out all the middlemen and go directly to Donald Trump, as Benjamin Netanyahu has, you can kind of control the entire American foreign policy apparatus, and therefore engage in destabilizing and destroying global energy markets, as Israel has. That's where we're at right now.
Situation if and when the fighting comes to a halt in Lebanon.
Thanks, Harry. Now to Anushka Astana in Washington, where new inflation figures are spelling bad news for the U.S. economy.
You know, Caroline Leavitt, Donald Trump's press secretary, recently said he was always the best read person in the room. Some were skeptical about that, but I think the point she was making was that the president is constantly watching TV news and reading the headlines. Well, bad headlines today. Let me read a couple of them to you. Inflation soars to 3.3%, driven by soaring prices at the pump, and US gasoline prices are squeezing consumers. Inflation has hit the highest point in 2 years, and as you know, it's being pushed up by rising petrol prices. This, remember, comes just weeks after Donald Trump addressed Congress behind me, his State of the Union address, and barely mentioned Iran, but did make out that falling...
I think the most dangerous element in this back and forth conversation is not leaning into and not standing firmly on the demands of Lebanon. Okay? America will unfreeze $6 billion of assets, as they have openly said they are, to advance these negotiations. $6 billion of money that is Iranian money that was frozen by Qatar and by South Korea will now be delivered to Iran. This is what Donald Trump famously talked about with Barack Obama, claiming Barack Obama sent cash pallets to the tune of $1.7 billion to Iran. Now he's doing almost more than 3 times the amount. Okay, this was one of the demands from the Iranian side. Okay. However, this is not enough. Okay. Because the number one thing that Iran should be doing with its leverage currently is to force America to reign in Israel. Okay. If they just bribe you into dropping that demand, Israel will blow you up again. That's it. Israel will continue to dominate the region. Israel will continue its death and destruction campaign. Israel will only come back stronger. Okay? The number one, perhaps most consequential demand that Iran has made so far is to force America to restrain Israel. If they actually take the bribe, the $6 billion in unfrozen assets, and think, okay, they're actually bargaining in good faith, they're eating the bait. Okay? That's what it feels like to me. Now, I'm not a brilliant tactician. I'm not a foreign dignitary or a diplomat that's been doing this for many, many years. I'm just simply looking at it from the outside. There is a reason why they added the Lebanese ceasefire into the equation. And I will keep reiterating this point. The main reason is because they want America to openly restrain Israel. Israel clearly has desires of taking over Lebanon and killing as many Lebanese people as possible. That's Israel's goal. Now that Iran has made that demand, America has to restrain Israel. If America doesn't restrain Israel and even offers Iran more favorable conditions, like allowing them to continue enriching uranium, for example, that will show us that their major problem here is they don't want to restrain Israel. They don't want to stop Israel. That means Israel will come back. Okay? That means Israel will come back and do it again and again and again. The release of the blocked assets is not a new demand. This was a precondition for direct talks in both previous rounds of negotiations. Specifically, Iran wanted the Trump administration to honor the terms of the 2023 prisoner swap to show it was breaking with max pressure. I'm telling you right now, the most consequential element of this conversation, straight up, is Lebanon. And it has nothing to do with the Lebanese people at all. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with the Lebanese people and everything to do with the dynamic of power between Israel and America. Understand that that is the real conversation here and the most consequential aspect of the back and forth. If Iran leans into the favorable deal that they get that is beneficial for the Iranian population, and they decide, oh, good, we got what we wanted, way more than we demanded, fantastic, we're happy with it now, we're reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and the ceasefire is implemented, Israel will continue bombing Lebanon, Iran won't do anything about it, and once Israel is done doing a genocide, not dissimilar to the one in Gaza, in southern Lebanon, they will turn around and bomb Iran all the same. It's that simple. From day one, the number one thing that has to happen here, is forcing America to restrain Israel. That's it. The enrichment issue is ridiculous to even talk about now. Iran already possesses the global economic extinction bomb, and there's no way to take it away from them. They effectively control two of the most important economic choke points on earth. The idea that they're going to go rogue and nuke somebody is genuinely less frightening.
When J.D. Vance says that the president gave them clear guidelines, we understand that to mean that the U.S. needs to go in there and tell Iran no enrichment, period. That is what we have heard from White House officials. Remember, about 6 weeks ago, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were sitting there with the Iranians and said, the U.S. will give you all the uranium you want for peaceful purposes. You just can't use it to enrich a bomb. And Iran said no. Now they are, of course, adding J.D. Vance to the equation. And so we'll see how things go. We don't even really know what the format is yet. They had indirect talks last time. These will be TBD. Well, when J.D. Vance...
What is this? The Washington Times? The Pentagon has awarded a $4.76 billion contract, defense contract to Lockheed Martin to rapidly build up stockpiles of the Army's most advanced terminal anti-missile interceptors, a weapon depleted during the heavy use in the war against Iran. No, you do this when you have enough stockpiles, famously. I mean, we know that they've been demanding advanced, rushed procurement. It's just, given the state of affairs with defense bloat, how many missiles they'll be able to make with that money? What, 10, 20, maybe 30 in a matter of years, and not... Because our current capacity is 14 a year, I think, or 12 a year or something. So let's say they doubled their manufacturing capabilities somehow magically. Okay, that's 24, 28, less than 30. What the fuck do you do with that situation? It's cooked. Our military is Gucci bullshit, I'm telling you. Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's all fucking bells and whistles. And it's totally cooked. Buy from China. America's going to start buying missile systems from China. I don't think so. Okay. I don't see that happening. Oh, the Eric Swalwell story finally dropped. Former staffer says Eric Swalwell, candidate for California governor, sexually assaulted her. And more people in the know will come out eventually. This has been a thing that was bubbling up behind closed doors for a minute. Apparently, a lot of people knew about it too, which is crazy. Lebanon's ambassador in Washington held the first phone call with Israel's ambassador. Lebanese presidency says they agreed to hold a first meeting next Tuesday at the U.S. State Department to discuss a ceasefire and the start of negotiations under U.S. sponsorship. I worked at a defense contractor and I tried to warn you all. I mean, buddy, I'm going to tell you right now, I have a lot of people that I know that work for defense contractors. So I know you know that. And you know I know that it's all bloat. Just that they're dumber than you thought. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're going up against a country that's making, that's manufacturing indigenous defense for the purpose of sovereignty and the purpose of security, it's obviously going to be a lot cheaper and also a lot more efficient because they're going for efficiency. Look no further than the F-35 program. The F-35 program, in my opinion, is one of the greatest examples of defense bloat and what the American military-industrial complex's manufacturing desires revolve around, right? The F-35 is a multi-role fighter jet that has specific variants for each individual branch of the military. Now, the F-35 fighter jet, when it's built for each individual branch of the military, is designed so that there is a maximum utility for maximum goals that, you know, these different branches have, right? But the reality of the matter is the F-35 program, ironically enough, is identical to the way I see, you know, Apple manufacturing and changing out their different components like the lightning cable, and then they move on from the lightning cable to the USB-C. Why do they do that? Because now you can sell more components to people. Okay, you force the people to purchase new components every couple of years until they were forced to not do that by the European Union. That's precisely how the F-35 program works as well. All of those different components and those different tools in the multi-role fighter jet creates an opportunity to sell to sell all the bells and whistles, to sell all different kinds of bells and whistles to different branches, to sell different versions of the F-35 to different countries. The way that they present it, the way that they present this is the way that they sell it to the public is because they moved to USB-C because of EU. What are you even saying? USB-C was universalized by force because of the European Union's restrictions. If it wasn't for that, Apple would be swapping out their fucking components every 2 years like they were. That's what I just said. European Union regulators made USB-C the standard. Apple was the first one to introduce USB-C, to be fair, on the 2015 MacBook. I know, but I know Apple helped create USB-C, guys. I know. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I know. There's no indication that they would have stayed on USB-C if they weren't forced to, you know, make it universal. Yeah, so one cable for all electronic devices, no proprietary ecosystem that forces people to buy. But the point I'm making about the USB-C wasn't about EU regulations. The reason why I was bringing up different charging systems was to make a comparison to how the F-35 works. The more components you have, the more modular the development is of this incredibly expensive project. The more parts that break down, the more areas of the more redundancies exist, the more areas where it's a failure. That means more money. That means more money for the defense contractor. Okay? That's the whole point. You don't design weapons of war for utility. You design weapons of war now in the United States of America for money, for making more money to the defense contractors. And that's precisely the reason why when the F-35 flew over Iranian territory, when it was supposed to be radar invisible, and the most I mean, the greatest version of American air superiority, because it was designed with planned obsolescence in mind, pretty much, not directly, but designed to make money, to be a money-making machine. It failed. It received a devastating blow from a country that has, loitering munitions and anti-aircraft systems that are totally fucking haphazardly put together created for need, right? Created by need and not necessarily created by a need to make money. That's the difference. Every mechanic knows how to maintain a Toyota. ICE is not driving Hummers for a reason. Yes. It was hit with heat-seeking munitions. The weakness of the F-35 being targetable with heat-seeking munitions was known and well documented, but Bloat has made the upgrade to cover it not available until 2032. Yeah, you're 100% correct. Defense contractors do the John Deere shit of not allowing the military to fix their own equipment and having to use proprietary technicians. It's all a way to make money, to make more money. You're fat and bald. Okay, chatter. But do you guys understand the point that I'm trying to make here? If you're going up against the enemy that has a fraction the size of your economy, and they are still capable, of putting you through the fucking ringer, putting belt to ass with your sophisticated weapons looking silly against the countries, against a much smaller countries' anti-air defense systems, you realize that if one side is working to just generate more income, and the other side is actually working to defend itself, the side that's working to defend itself through asymmetrical warfare wins. And we're seeing what's going on right now with that equation. We're watching it unfold in real time. Capitalism has a corrosive influence in every aspect of our lives, and national security is certainly not immune to that corrosive influence of capitalism. Okay? Now, obviously, the only reason why we're waging war in the Middle East is also because of capitalism to begin with, but even then, it's a self-contradictory system that creates a need to go out and wage war, but also even the tools of warfare that we're utilizing get increasingly worse year over year, or do not justify the increased prices year over year, because the people that are making these weapons are designing them not with efficiency in mind, not with utility in mind, but instead they're designing them to make more money. This is what is known as defense bloat. What? I'm sorry, man, this is an L take. Nobody's immune to missiles. I understand the bloated spending take, but the jet is fine. It still tanked the hit and flew back to base. They've run hundreds of sorties. Nobody thinks the F-16 was a failure, and we lost multiple of those in Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom. All right, buddy. You're right. You're right. It's an L take. Totally. So why aren't they doing sorties anymore over Iranian airspace? And no, it did not go back to base, as a matter of fact. It actually crash landed in Saudi Arabia. You're wrong about that. So I don't know why you're saying it went back to base. It crash landed in Saudi Arabia. And that's not the only F-35 that has had to crash land. Many of them have at their own bases when they're doing fucking training flights. So it's unbelievably stupid to say that about the F-35 of all fucking fighter jets. Crash landed at their base? No, it didn't crash land at their base. It crash landed on Saudi Arabian soil. Also, the F-16 has been in combat for fucking decades. The F-35, on the other hand, is supposed to be our last gen fighter jet. Why do we have generations on fighter jets? It's because the next generation is better than the last generation, or at least in theory, it's supposed to be a more superior system. It's currently our most advanced fighter jet in rotation, and it can't do fucking competent sorties over Iranian airspace with the whatever kind of mobile anti-aircraft systems that they've designed in Iran. You can turn around and say, oh, well, they weren't thinking about infrared optics, right? We didn't design this with infrared optics and heat-seeking missiles in mind. Well, that's ridiculous. That should have absolutely been factored in. And from what I understand, it also was factored in, right? Isn't the paint on it supposed to be like heat resistance and shit too, to like limit its heat signature? Obviously, you can't literally make it invisible to heat-seeking missiles because it's a fucking fighter jet. But the point of it I know you can't really hide the exhaust chatter. I know. But the point of it is to give it enough of a defense against every type of readily available conventional weapon, every type of readily available systems, so that you can drop flares in mind. You can actually evade any sort of air defense maneuvers. You can maneuver around any sort of like current readily available existing air defenses. That's what air superiority is at the end of the day. It doesn't mean that you've designed a fighter jet that has impenetrable armor or something. It just means that the fighter jet has the capacity to engage in evasive maneuvers before it gets dinged. The fact that it got dinged implies that it's not truly an air superior. It's superior enough. Yeah, it was supposed to know it was being tracked, for example. Didn't they not even take evasive maneuvers? No, they did not. They did not. Until they were hit, they didn't even know that they were being engaged. That's why I think it like dropped flares after it got hit. Right? Didn't it shoot flares after it got hit or like during the hit? Anyway, analysis. The Lebanon-Israel talks are designed to prolong the war. Amal Saad, lecturer in politics and international relations at Cardiff University and one of the world's leading scholars of Hezbollah and the resistance axis, argues that the upcoming Lebanon-Israel negotiations are a strategic tool designed to de-link Lebanon from the Iran ceasefire and prolong the war on both fronts. She says they are not a genuine peace initiative. Saad contends Israel knows it cannot achieve on the negotiating table what it failed to achieve militarily. No buffer zone, no Hezbollah disarmament, but hopes the talks will push Lebanon towards internal civil strife, weakening Hezbollah and impoverishing its Shia constituency. The Lebanese government, she argues, shares this goal while knowing Israel cannot deliver it either. On Iran, she says the diplomatic complications of Lebanon opening a separate track will not weaken Tehran's resolve to keep both fronts linked, citing Supreme Leader Khamenei's statement that Iran considers the entire resistance front as a single entity. Her sharpest charge is reserved for the Lebanese government, which she says has become a co-belligerent in Israel's war against its own people, a form of wartime collaboration she says exceeds Vichy France in its cynicism and one that demands a war crimes tribunal. Wow. She did not fucking spare the Lebanese government at all with this. Holy shit. I mean, she's absolutely right, by the way. 100 P. You are correct. These use passive infrared that doesn't actually give off any lock signatures. Some speculation that Iran moved from radars to acoustic early warning systems, which may be as simple as putting some microphones on trees. There's no stealth to that. Yeah, I know. The ingenuity of countries that are fighting for survival versus countries that have been dominant for decades as the hegemonic superpower is very clear in this dynamic. Asymmetrical warfare from a sovereign state that has designed its defenses to withstand every single thing that America is throwing against them has proven to be successful. It's that simple, okay? It's that simple. That's where we're at. NOHAS radar observing material ram paints absorbs radar waves and deflects some of them away from the source radar, but cannot mask heat. The F-35 does a good job of masking its heat signature, but not for a SHORAD system relying on IR. Also, you can't know you're being tracked if the system only utilizes an optic, not radar. Yes. No, I understand that. We covered the speculation around what Iran is using extensively from IDF analysis, from American analysts, from random Chinese guys on the internet suggesting what Iran could use to track American fighter jets. I know. They've said they use hyperspectral camera networks to visually ID in all spectrums, passive, so can't be detected. Commercially available tech for a decade, yes. Well, to be fair, they're getting new tech from China, and China has all the goods. They're saying they're not using Chinese tech. I don't know. We do more ingenuity in America than anywhere else in the world. It just never makes it out of the basic research stage because it's too expensive for defense contractors to build. I mean, it's not a secret that the American procurement strategies are outdated. It's not just my assessment. It's one that even woke General Mark Milley, in tandem with Palmer Luckey, has admitted. Okay. I mean, we saw this with Ukraine. Okay. We saw this with Ukraine. The Russian invasion of Ukraine absolutely changed the design of the battlefield. It didn't render tanks completely obsolete, but it greatly diminished its utilization on the battlefront. I mean, because Ukraine with the limited capabilities that they had, started fucking lasering motherfuckers with drones, okay? Drone warfare became one of the most important, one of the most consequential aspects of both defense and offense. And they've been waging war on those fronts, and America is lagging behind on drone warfare. And the guy who was complaining about America lagging behind on drone warfare happened to be Palmer Luckey, whose drones were so bad, the Ukrainians told him to leave the country. Okay? Palmer Luckey got billions of dollars from the American government to design the latest, okay? He went on the Joe Rogan Experience and you know, talked about his new helmet and all this cool stuff that they're building, right? Oh, it's going to be just like Metal Gear Solid, all this shit. He was asked to leave the country. Roll's worst drone ever, asked to leave the country. That's real. Yeah, Palmer Luckey's drones were so fucking bad that the Ukrainians were like, dude, you can't, it's over. Get the fuck out of here. Meanwhile, Ryan Stahl is like talking shit about the indigenous drone defense industry in Ukraine as Germany is moving in that direction as well, which is, again, you know, regardless of whatever political position you may have, Ukrainians have genuinely played a formative role in revolutionizing drone warfare. It's true. Or not Rheinstahl, sorry. Rheinmetall, not Rheinstahl. I apologize. Lucky Khan, Mark Zuck to almost put all Meta's money into VR. Funny little man. Yeah. Rheinmetall. Yeah. Anyway, Trump just posted straight up election interference for Hungary, saying America will invest in Hungary if they elect Orban. Yeah, who's going to stop him? Are you going to stop him?
Petrol prices were a centerpiece of his presidency. It just shows you the domestic pressure he is up against, as is our Prime Minister Keir Starmer, touring the Gulf right now. Yesterday, he admitted to ITV News he's fed up when the actions of Putin or Trump affect energy prices back home. Now, today, he hasn't repeated that language, but he has talked about the long-lasting effect of all of this.
We come away from here with a real desire on their part to work more closely with us on defence resilience, on economic resilience. That's really important to us because this is impacting us back at home, on our economy. There's a sense here, as there is, I think, in the United Kingdom, that this conflict is going to define us for a generation, and we must respond, and we will respond with strength.
You know, I think we've had a glimpse of Keir Starmer's frustrations this week. That's why he's leading efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It is the same issue which is on Donald Trump's minds. People are desperate for this to come to an end so that the global economy will calm down. But the red lines of both sides are still quite far apart.
Thanks, Anushka.
Right now, Vice President J.D. Vance heading to Pakistan for high-stakes talks with Iranian representatives as Tehran holds a firm grip on the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump also telling the New York Post the U.S. is, quote, loading up the ships with the best ammunition, the best weapons ever made, and warning if there is no deal, those weapons will be used. We've got Fox team coverage, man.
Also, don't know why Keir is prepping the UK for war. Breaking, the UK is preparing a new version of a major plan to ready the whole nation, from the military and police to hospitals and industry, for the transition into war. The head of the armed forces has told Sky News. Who are they going to war with, bro? I don't even understand. Like, what the fuck? Are they going to war with Ireland? Like, what's happening? Time to take back Australia and Ireland. We must wage war. The time for war is now. France, of course, they just randomly decide to attack. They just randomly decide to attack France. For king and for God and for country. Whole world gone mad, dude. Probably to defend Greenland, no. Also, who the fuck in England, in the entire United Kingdom, is feeling patriotic enough to wage war at the directives of Keir fucking Starmer? Like, the vibes are atrocious for good reason, okay? Like, I don't think is happening, but what do I know? The British government will do anything but offer a moment of respite, economic respite to its population, okay? They will do literally anything. anything else. Be like, yes, you would like the establishment of council housing in your neighborhoods and normalize the housing market prices. Best we can do is waging war for Israel, for God, for king, for country, the country of Israel. People in the UK are like, please, a crumb of healthcare, please. The NHS has been underfunded consistently for years. Like, please, we need more doctors. We need more nurses. What the fuck are you doing? They're like, oh, you want doctors, you say. Well, you'll have combat medics. They'll patch you up, good chap, when you're getting lasered by Shahed drones.
Finn in Dubai, but first to our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Inks. He's live in Tel Aviv for us. Trey.
Yeah, John, good afternoon. Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on their way to Islamabad, Pakistan for these high-stakes talks that are set to begin tomorrow morning. This comes after a new statement from the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, one of the men responsible for negotiating on behalf of Iran. He says, quote, 2 of the measures mutually agreed upon between the parties have yet to be ceasefire in Lebanon and the release of Iran's blocked assets prior to the commencement of negotiations. These 2 matters must be fulfilled before negotiations begin. Now, the president spoke today with the New York Post, and he said, you're dealing against people that we don't know whether or not they tell the truth. The president went on to say, to our face, they're getting rid of all nuclear weapons. Everything's gone. And then they go out to the press and say, no, we'd like to enrich. So we'll find out. The president clearly keeping open the door to diplomacy here, but preparing for the possibility that these talks fail. The region waiting to see what the outcome of the conversations will be in Islamabad, as both Iranian officials and U.S. officials appear to be discussing different sets of terms. Now, one issue that is a sticking point right now is whether or not Israel will be able to continue strikes against Iran's largest proxy in the region, Hezbollah. Overnight, Israel struck a variety of launching positions in southern Lebanon, and shortly after, Hezbollah launched a rocket that triggered sirens in Tel Aviv.
I want to tell you, there is no ceasefire in Lebanon. We continue to strike Hezbollah with force, and we will not stop until we restore your security. Our great achievements, both in Iran and against the axis of evil, have...
This was really funny because he also, in this talk, complained about Spain as well. I love when, like, someone who is transparently a fucking monster turns around and still has the audacity to complain about criticisms that he's receiving from international former allies. Okay? It's awesome. You don't have a leg to stand on, you ugly bitch. You are the fucking manifestation of Satan, and you're out here complaining. Look. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister Satan Yahu, complains about Spain. Israel will not remain silent in the face of those who have defamed, in the face of those who attack us. Spain has defamed our heroes, the soldiers of the IDF, the soldiers of the most moral army in the world. Oh, sure, bud. The most moral army in the world. It's the most evil army in the world. What the fuck? Therefore, I have instructed today to remove Spain's representatives from the coordination center. He's like, we're bombing the Tel Aviv Spanish embassy next. In Kiryat Gat, after Spain has chosen repeatedly to stand against Israel. Those who attack the state of Israel instead of terrorist regimes, brother, you are the terrorist regime, will not be our partners. Do you think Bibi knows who you are? Let's just say I've heard from insiders, this is like third-hand knowledge at this point, that yes, there has been one conversation where apparently I was brought up in front of Benjamin Netanyahu, where he said, I don't know how reliable it is. Again, it's like third-hand information, right? Third-hand account. And he said that myself and no, I'm not a threat. I'm not a threat because I'm seen as too radical. That was the assessment. Regarding the future of the region, I am not willing to tolerate this hypocrisy and hostility. I do not intend to allow any country to wage diplomatic war against us without paying an immediate price. Anyway, we got the Swalwell story we'll cover in a second. We talked about the Lebanon situation. Let's get back to Benjamin Netanyahu complaining now.
Brought about a historic change in Israel's status in the region.
We do know next week Israel and Lebanon are set to hold talks in Washington, D.C., aimed at disarming Hezbollah and creating peaceful relations between the two countries. But Hezbollah is a different topic. This Iran-backed group has fired rockets and drones throughout the day into northern Israel, and they are understood to be a very difficult one to attend a negotiating table with. We do believe to get more information in the possible ceasefire between the two sides. John?
All right, we'll see. Trey Inks for us with the update. Trey, thank you. Sandra?
All right, let's get right to Matt Finn now, live in Dubai, as other nations in the Gulf continue to come under attack. Matt.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
Those who survived returned to devastated homes and businesses, some just marveling they'd got out alive.
People were crying, shouting. This is our neighbor. Actually, the hit here started and went down all the way.
This was the bedroom where Malik's mother slept. His parents lost their family home, but somehow escaped with their lives.
So how are your parents coping? Because they must feel they've had the narrowest of escapes.
Yes, it was actually, I don't want to say a miracle, but it's actually something almost like it is. We cannot believe. It's now 24 hours time happened to this. We cannot believe that they are still alive. Believe me, we're kissing their legs every day, every hour. We cannot believe that they escaped from this disaster.
In this video taken 24 hours earlier, you can hear the panic in Malik's voice as he hurries his elderly mother out of their home shortly after the string of airstrikes.
Have you seen this? Annalie Made, this is my district, or they donate a lot of money and I'm triggered as fuck. Please make it make sense. We're getting hit with the Fetterman right here within weeks of the election. Yes, I will be covering Annalie Made moving in the direction of J Street versus Bradlander moving away from J Street, even though he's backed by J Street as well. I'll explain it. I'll explain it to you in a second. I'll get to that eventually. I don't know exactly what that means. We have to wait. It's not a Fetterman moment, but I do think that J Street is actively trying to design a landing pad for Democrats who are Israel skeptic to still maintain some connection to demands being made in the direction of Israel. J Street, I don't think, shies away from endorsing candidates that have said certain things, but I don't like they. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I will get to it eventually. Okay. What is this? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you with a new global superpower, Iran. Breaking Strait of Hormuz transit fees to be paid in Iranian currency, Iran proposes. Anyway, let's continue.
Down 7 floors and emerge onto ground level, which is a pile of rubble.
Mama. Yeah, Baba.
Just behind is his father Bassem, gingerly making his way over broken steps. The couple lived in this block for decades. They knew all their neighbours, who are also mostly pensioners. His mother, who's nearly 80, is bleeding slightly. Her rescuers tend to her wounds, but they don't seem serious. Neither pensioner would appear to be ideal Hezbollah recruits for fighting. The collapsed roof you can see is what their 7th floor apartment now looks like from the outside. And they're not alone. All around them on the Corniche al-Mazra in central Beirut, there are broken homes and broken lives. This is a densely populated area, home to a diverse community, packed with families, workers, businesses and cafes. In a few minutes, it became a bloodbath, and the area scattered with body parts. First responders found utter carnage when they arrived.
First, I was realizing I arrived to Gaza or to Beirut in the same point. It was the same as Gaza, disaster. That people all over the world go here, there, literally here, there is an old woman separated for 3 parts.
What is that?
This is woman.
It's barely recognizable as a human.
No. This is civilian people as well in his car. They told that there is Hezbollah in Beirut. There is no Hezbollah in Beirut. All the people here is civilian. And everybody, what he love, we don't care. Our working only for humanity.
Dr. Gander tells us he was in his dental surgery when the building was hit. His office and everything in it is crushed. He was trapped under rubble for 2 hours and has only just returned from hospital when he talks to us.
Your business is gone now. It's all. You're just accepting it?
Oh, I'm loving it.
What will you do now?
I will search for a place to do.
That's first priority.
I'm just coming out from hospital.
Where do you think you'll sleep tonight?
Huh?
Where will you sleep tonight?
Where?
Yeah. Friends, family.
There are still multiple people missing in multiple locations, and the recovery operations are going on with little chance of finding any more survivors. They search instead for clues, which at least may lead to identification and answers for grieving relatives. Nadim's brother died in the shop where he sold nuts. He saved the towel his brother was clutching for their mother. It smells of him, he explains.
Why are innocent people being... What are the targets? What's the goal of this? Who is benefiting? Can anyone answer these questions? What is the benefit of this?
There's more panic, and people take to the streets in their vehicles again. There's another Israeli military warning to leave a spread of neighborhoods in the capital. The area targeted includes 2 major hospitals, the Ministry of Health, and 5 shelters housing thousands.
Dude, it's crazy that on the one hand, they show like all of these babies that have been, okay? And then on the other hand, they keep framing Israel's militancy, Israel's death and destruction campaign here as targeting Hezbollah. That's not the reason why Israel's in Lebanon, okay? It's bullshit. That's complete and utter nonsense. The reason why Israel's currently in Lebanon is because they want to show that they control what happens in this ceasefire negotiation and not the United States of America. Lebanon came in recognizing Israel's capacity to manipulate the American side and made this demand on purpose. Not just because they care about what happens to Hezbollah or the Lebanese people or the entire axis of resistance. Okay? The reason why Iran made that demand was because they wanted to draw a wedge. They wanted to drive a wedge between Israel and America to demand that America restrain Israel. Okay? That's the reason. Sorry, Iran, not Lebanon. Iran made this demand, tying Lebanon into one of the 10 points in the ceasefire negotiation because they wanted to force America's hand into restraining Israel. I'm telling you right now, that is going to be the most consequential element in the ceasefire. If Iran gives up on that, they're cooked. Okay? I tweeted as much here as well. Ali Ahmadi says, I think what the U.S. and Israel did regarding Lebanon will turn out to be a huge strategic mistake. If they left Lebanon alone for 2 weeks, they would have had 2 weeks of economic pressure released through Strait of Hormuz being open while they put a new military plan in place. The short-sighted decision to keep Lebanon now allows Iran to keep the strait closed, builds over time. Every day the strait is closed, the economic problems compound. Until now, buffers in the global economy, floating storage, etc., have held off the worst outcomes. But those buffers are fast depleting, meaning by the time the U.S. wants to restart the war in 2 weeks, it's going to be facing a far greater economic pressure. Netanyahu should have done what he does best, manipulating the U.S. negotiating position to make a deal impossible. If it wasn't already, then he could go right back to this after 2 weeks of oil flowing from the Gulf. Instead, he just decided not to accept 2 weeks of peace. I don't see how this is workable. The major concern now for us Lebanese is that the government are going in direct talks with Israel in order to form peace between them and isolate Hezbollah to attack them in all aspects. Ali Ahmadi says, I don't see how this was workable. What Israel wants is civil war in Lebanon. True. I'm sure the Lebanese government wants to bend over backwards, but another civil war in Lebanon will be more ruinous than the status quo. Remember, energy shocks work sequentially, not simultaneously. What makes this shock mild compared to the previous ones isn't its depth. It's very deep. But that it's only been going on for 7 weeks rather than a year like in 2022. 2 more weeks is a long time. Forcing America's hand to restrain Israel is the most consequential demand. Okay, I will repeat this over and over again. If Iran takes the unfrozen assets without reaffirming their commitment to the axis of resistance ceasefire, they will give up on the most consequential demand, which has everything to do with forcing America's hand into restraining Israel. All the U.S. concessions pale in comparison. Okay, that's it. That's it. If they are able to even stop Israel for 2 weeks or however long, that means that they are capable of telling America to tell Israel to off. I hope that they don't fall victim to whatever sweetheart deal that America gives Iran and tries to entertain the need that Iran has for economic recovery. Because I suspect, given how much the United States of America has been willing to drop everything to preserve the current relations that it has with Israel, and willing to destroy the entire planet at the behest of Israel's goals, regional goals, I suspect that America is going to offer Iran whatever they want, as long as Iran stops the demands for the Lebanese ceasefire. The problem is China. They seem to benefit from Israel taking Lebanon so they can take Taiwan. I mean, China can do whatever the fuck it wants. And I do think that China, that's the Wall Street Journal reporting that you're talking about, okay? The Wall Street Journal reported that China is actually trying to restrain Iran so that they can go back to Donald Trump and say, hey, you got to give us Taiwan. It's a breakaway region. It's a breakaway province. Enough is enough. Let's reverse this, let's reverse American foreign policy on this and just, reaffirm that Taiwan is China, right? That is the Wall Street Journal. I don't believe that. I think China is demanding restraint from Iran. China absolutely is telling Iran to get to the ceasefire and to cut a deal with America and to cease its hostilities. I believe that. Financial Times also reported that, right? However, the reasoning behind it is wrong. Wall Street Journal's analysis on that is wrong, and it's just pro-empire propaganda. It's bullshit. Because China has tremendous leverage over America. If they want to take over Taiwan militarily, if they want to take over Taiwan diplomatically, if they tell America to stop sending weapons to Taiwan, they have all the cards. They could just have that conversation totally separately. China's interest in the GCC and in the region is for Chinese interests only. It has nothing to do with Taiwan, because the GCC is a major source of energy for China and the entire Asian markets. China wants to look like the stable partner, the ally for countries. Okay, and it's been working in their favor. These last 40 days have been tremendously beneficial for that desire. Okay, but the other reason is for personal reasons. I mean, they get all their fucking oil from the GCC nations. They get all their gas from the GCC nations, right? Large parts, large chunks, large shares of their oil and gas come sometimes directly from Saudi Arabia. Sure, they're responsible for like 80% of all oil and gas coming out of Iran, but that's a marginal percentage in comparison to how much they get from Saudi Arabia. So they do not want this war to continue. So in such a direction that like Iran hits the maximum version of military deterrence and permanently destroys the oil and gas industry in the region. Okay? That's the main reason why China wants stability. That is the most consequential aspect. That's the most consequential interest that China has here. Okay? Why would China pressure Iran, not US and Israel? Because China has tremendous leverage over Iran. That's my frustration, though. My frustration is about China not trying to leverage anything over Israel. Not even, as far as we understand, not even going to Israel at all. To be like, dude, you got to cut it out. What the fuck are you doing? Not even pressuring Israel at all. China pressuring is Western propaganda? No, I don't think it's Western propaganda. I think China wants Iran to get to the ceasefire table for sure. Otherwise, Araghchi would not be so prominent in the conversation. Otherwise, Galibaf would not be so prominent in the conversation. It would just be the IRGC's show, and they would be continuously pummeling the GCC and Israel until Israel is forced to restrain itself. That's the way I see it. They said the same thing about Venezuela. I don't know what you mean by Venezuela, but I will tell you, China is understandably worried, a lot more worried about the GCC being destroyed, because it gets a lot of its energy from the Gulf, not just from Iran, but from Saudi Arabia, from Qatar, I think, as well. And therefore, they want stability. They always want stability. China has always demanded stability. China brought Iran and Saudi Arabia to the table to engage in a successful ceasefire. This was pre-October 7, of course, but they did that. Actually, as a matter of fact, a couple months before October 7, they did that. That might have even played a role in Iran not engaging Israel militarily after Israel went over a pre-established red line in the axis of resistance that demanded military deterrence immediately if Israel militarily invaded Gaza. China is pissing me off. I mean, their desires are their desires. You know, we're Americans. It's we have far more moral culpability in this process than fucking China does. So while I do not believe that China is like, I don't believe that China is forcing Iran to reach a conclusion in the ceasefire because they want to use that as a bargaining chip against Donald Trump and convince Donald Trump that Taiwan is a breakaway province. I do think that they want Iran to get to the table and achieve a ceasefire so that the region is stable again, at least in the short term. Lamau Edison learning that China can be self-serving to protect capital. That's so funny that you're saying that because I've talked about this a million times over. It's not new, man. I don't know why you think this is like a new assessment from my end. What do I always say? China only cares about selling labubus more than anything else. They're trade maxing. If they don't trade max, they die. I had an old friend who I filmed saying he didn't know who the hell that was when I asked him about you for the 5th time. Do you want to watch the clip? No.
Andrews, let's watch.
Defeated, and now we're going to open up the Gulf with or without them. But that'll be open. We're going to be, or the Strait as they call it, and I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off one way or the other. It's going well. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, all anti-aircraft is gone, the leaders are gone, the whole place is gone. So we'll see how it turns out. So it's JD and Steve and Jared. You have a good team, and they meet tomorrow. We'll see how it all works out.
You're not going to let them toll the strait, are you? I mean, it's international.
No, we're not going to let that. It's international water. If they're doing that, nobody knows if they're doing that. But if they're doing that, we're not going to let that happen.
What would a good deal look like for you?
No nuclear weapon, number one. You know, I think it's already been regime change. But
I think if you want to learn about how this process is going, Trump, and I've been saying this consistently, is the worst person to ask. I know it sounds crazy because he has, you know, he's one of the most, if not the most powerful person on the planet. Okay. But I genuinely think Trump is the worst person to ask direct questions about how things are going because he's, one, fucking demented, and two, doesn't know what his next move is personally. Okay. Like, Donald Trump doesn't even know what he's going to say next. It's just impossible. It's impossible to make sense of whatever the fuck he's saying. So this kind of stuff I don't think is very productive.
we never had that as a criteria. No nuclear weapon. That's 99% of it.
Strait of Hormuz as well?
Yeah, but that'll open up automatically. The answer.
I think the reason why he keeps saying that no nuclear weapon is because that's a concession that Iran made even before this war. So he thinks he can get something out of that. So he's just framing the situation as a victory ahead of time, even though it'll be major concessions to Iran. Okay? Like, as far as the 10-point plan goes, Iran said we're going to continue doing sovereign nuclear grade uranium enrichment. Right? He already said that. Or the Iranian side already said that. But the Iranian side had already conceded on that point. So I could totally see Iran throwing a bone to America to, I don't know, ship out some enriched uranium or something, okay? And maybe he knows that that is the likely outcome, and that's why he's presenting it ahead of time as like a major W. When they ask him, like, what's your primary objective here? He's like, oh, the nuclear stuff, the nuclear dust, we got to get it out. We got to get it out of Iran. The reason why I think he's saying that is because if Iran leans into that as a concession to the American side, while America releases their frozen assets, America releases some of their sanctions, that'll be seen as a major concession to Iran. And a lot of people in America would get mad at Trump, but Trump is trying to frame it as this was my only objective anyway, ahead of time.
Yes, but the strait will open up. If we just left, the strait's going to, otherwise they make no money. So the strait's going to open. But what we have is no nuclear weapon, but we'll open the.
Remember when the 12-day war, when you said Iran is being too restrained and we began questioning whether they indeed had the smoke? Could that have also been them under Chinese pressure? No, I think Iran was behaving in a restrained way because all the people that got fucking murdered on the first day 40 days ago were the people who genuinely were like, no. If we just do tit for tat strikes, they'll eventually realize, they'll eventually negotiate with us. It was just wrong. It was just naive. It was stupid. I'm sorry. It just wasn't a smart move at all.
Strait anyway. Don't forget, we don't use the strait. Other countries use the strait. So we do have other countries coming up, and they'll help out, but we don't use it. It won't be easy. It won't be. I would say this. We will have that open fairly soon. Excuse?
What's your backup plan if their field opens?
You don't need a backup plan. We have the military is defeated. Their military is gone. They have, we've degraded just about everything. They have very few missiles. They have very little manufacturing capability. We've hit them hard. Our military is amazing, the job they've done.
Sorry, sir, is this a one-and-done talk, or are you open to more talks after this, depending on what
I don't know. I can't tell you. I have to see what happens tomorrow. They've been talking for 47 years with other presidents, and we're not doing much talking. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Thousands of people, yet more forced to flee their homes, joining more than 1 million others already displaced, living rough on the streets or in the back of their cars. More than 1/5 of the population have been terrified into moving now.
Just kilometre after kilometre of displaced people who have just fled and now parked on the side of the road, and all their belongings, everything they own, now in that vehicle. And this is if they're lucky enough to even have a vehicle. Many of them are just on the pavements now.
This country is shattered and its economy busted. The numbers killed and wounded.
Should Vance feel worried knowing what happened for previous negotiating teams? No, I don't think Israel's going to fucking assassinate JD Vance, chatters. I mean, give it like 5 more years, okay? We're not there yet. But if the dynamic continues, if the dynamic between Israel and America holds, then sure. Fuck it. It won't even be on Pakistani soil. It'll be on American soil. Israel will be like, we're killing the president today. We didn't like that the president wouldn't allow us to move into Greece after we have, destroyed Turkey or some shit.
Wounded are rising every single day. Its people desperately want the war and the killing to stop. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Beirut.
Let's speak now to Ambassador Danny Danon, Israel's permanent representative to the United Nations. Ambassador Danon,
oh
thank
God,
you
my favorite.
very much for joining us here on the program. In the last 48 hours, we've seen the deadliest attack on Lebanon since the start of this conflict. 100 strikes in 10 minutes, killing over 300 civilians, including women and children. Was this an attempt by Israel to undermine this ceasefire?
Thank you for having me, Yilda. There is no ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Prime Minister Netanyahu said it very clearly. We are targeting Hezbollah terrorists. And I want to remind you that Hezbollah started this cycle. We spoke in the past many times. We signed a ceasefire agreement only in November 2024. But it was Hezbollah, again, that decided to attack Israel, launching rockets on our communities. And we take actions. We don't take any chances anymore. We're pushing back Hezbollah from our border to the northern parts, and we're targeting Hezbollah targets. So, I heard also your interview with the minister a minute ago. Not one word about Hezbollah, but you have to understand, it will not be quiet in Lebanon as long as it's not quiet in Israel.
Well, can I just say, you say that you're targeting Hezbollah, but densely populated civilian areas were struck where the elderly were killed, small children were killed, mothers were killed, doctors, poets. As I said, these were densely populated areas, civilian areas, with people who had no affiliation to Hezbollah.
First of all, we regret the loss of life of any civilians, period. We are doing everything we can to minimize civilian casualties. We notify the population before we strike. We give them a heads up. You know, most of the villages in southern Lebanon, mostly the Shiite villages, are empty now because we gave them a proper warning and they moved up to the north. So we will continue to do that. But at the same time, you know, once you see Hezbollah next to your house,
there were no warnings.
Next to your facility, you have to
There were no warnings.
That Hezbollah is a target.
This caught this nation by surprise, where you basically launch.
Wearing a middle part is crazy. This man is a caricature of a villain. He is one of my favorites. Out of all the war criminals, if there was a ranking, I would say he's probably my favorite because he sounds so fucking stupid. He just sounds so ridiculous, both with the contents of his message and also just how he sounds in general. Like, this is a man who, in his first day, basically, as the UN ambassador, went to the United Nations headquarters and successfully got the United Nations headquarters to take down children's drawings, claiming that they were Hamas drawings because they had the word peace on it. Okay? From that point on, it's like, you are my favorite. Like, you will, no one will ever hold a candle. How psychotic you are. It's just unbelievable. Hezbollah.
You know, 100 strikes in the space of 10 minutes, and many of the civilians say that they received no notification, and that's why we're seeing the death toll the way that it currently is. And you, by hitting these civilian areas, you've breached international law, you've breached humanitarian law, and as you heard there from the minister there, Lebanese ministers are accusing Israel of committing war crimes in this country.
Hilda, you're absolutely wrong. First of all, Hezbollah is targeting civilians in Israel. So we have the right to defend ourselves, and we do not target civilians.
He literally said, maybe not in this interview, but in a previous interview, Israel has all the right to target civilian territory. We have the right to kill civilians. Like, he literally said that.
When you say you have the right to defend yourself, you will hit civilian areas.
We target military targets, terrorist targets, and if they are hiding, we will find them. So, you know, the blame is on Hezbollah. And, you know, we speak for a few minutes, and every time we go back to the main issue, you forget about the existence of Hezbollah. You know, and I speak with my Lebanese colleagues, and I tell them...
Ambassador, I know, but Ambassador Danon, you
cannot know. You speak about everything else, but you actually miss the main point. The main point that Hezbollah...
No, but I'm asking about Israel's actions. I'm asking about Israel's actions because the buildings that you've struck, witnesses, emergency workers, the medics that arrived there are saying that those buildings were civilian areas.
You will going to ask everything you want, but I will bring you back to the root cause of the problem and the conflict. For decades...
Yeah, this is him.
We have the legitimacy to target those civilian targets. And I would advise the Iranian to believe President Trump.
Yep. That's, you know, that's what they got. They got nothing. I mean, they're unrestrained. Why should they even make an argument, honestly? Who's going to stop them? America won't. And therefore, the rest of the world has no motion. Actually, that's not even true. The rest of the world could apply tremendous pressure both to the United States of America and to Israel, but that would require them to unite. And none of them ever want to fucking go against the United States of America, ever.
We are fighting Hezbollah. For decades, Hezbollah is in control of Lebanon. So you cannot speak about the suffering in Lebanon without...
I mean, let's not act like both sides don't switch up with what they say. What both sides? What are we talking about? You were talking about the nuclear armed genocidal apartheid state versus a paramilitary movement that exists only to fight back against the Lebensraum in one of all of its neighboring countries. There's no both sides in this. There's no both sides with the Israeli government versus Hamas. There's no both sides with Hezbollah versus Israel. It's fucking totally ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
What is the cause for that? They started this cycle of violence again 40 days ago. So now to come to Israel...
But Ambassador, you have an obligation under international law, under humanitarian law, to ensure that you do not target densely populated areas. And these areas, the buildings that you struck, were civilian areas that had no affiliation with Hezbollah, that weren't military installations.
No, that's not correct.
And that's why we are seeing a high number of civilians, including women and children, killed. And I mean, there are the profiles of these people. I'm here in Beirut, and I've been speaking to officials. I've been speaking to families and those who have been impacted, and they were civilians.
Gilda, we are targeting military sites of Hezbollah. And unfortunately, you have thousands of sites. Hezbollah is targeting civilian communities in Israel. As we speak, you have Israelis in shelters in northern Israel. And you cannot ignore the fact that the Lebanese government and the ministers, they all say the right things, but they don't take actions against Hezbollah. You know, how many troops they have sent to southern Lebanon? How many incidents were between the Lebanese military and Hezbollah terrorists? We know the truth. We know the facts. We know that Hezbollah is running the show in parts of Lebanon. And until we will face this core issue, we will continue to speak about that, you know, and there will be suffering in Israel and there will be suffering in Lebanon. We have to realize that together we have to take an effort, a sincere effort, to uproot Hezbollah from Lebanon. This is the only way forward. Otherwise, there are going to be more cycles of violence, more tragedies, more sufferings for both sides.
Ambassador Danon, you've mentioned those Lebanese ministers who continue to be outspoken against Hezbollah, who want to and are pushing for talks with Israel, who have condemned Hezbollah's actions going back even to the beginning of this conflict 6 weeks ago, accusing Hezbollah of dragging this country into this war. But they've also accused Israel of...
Hasan, can you explain your criticism of the Lebanese government? Are they letting Israel bomb them? I don't get it. Yes. Yes, they are. They don't like that Hezbollah is putting up a fight. The Lebanese government doesn't like Hezbollah. They don't like that Hezbollah has a standing military force. They don't like that Hezbollah is de facto the only standing military force. The Lebanese army doesn't do anything but retreat. The Lebanese army is not there to defend the borders of Lebanon. It never has been. The Lebanese government, in the beginning of the last 40 days, Operation Epstein's Fury, straight up tried to get the Lebanese army to attack Hezbollah as Israel was invading Lebanon. And the Lebanese army was like, no, we'll retreat, but we're not going to fucking fight. We're not going to fight against our own countrymen at the behest of a foreign invading force. Like, what the fuck? But because... like UNIFIL doesn't matter, right? The Lebanese military doesn't matter. There's no force, with the exception of Hezbollah, in the country that is willing to fight against Israel and willing to stop Israel from advancing. Okay? Because the United States of America clearly is letting Israel run the fucking show. That's what's going on currently. And it's not even my assessment any longer, judging by the events that have... but it's also backed up by the New York Times' reporting and the CBS reporting that came yesterday, where Benjamin Netanyahu made a phone call to Donald Trump after Lebanon was one of the 10 points made by the Iranian side in the ceasefire negotiations that America said yes to. Okay, America agreed to that. Iran agreed to it. America agreed to it. Israel said, fuck off. Israel called, Benjamin Netanyahu called Donald Trump and said, no, we're going to keep bombing Lebanon. Trump told him, just keep it low key. Israel did not keep it low key at all. Israel engaged in the most deadly, no advance warning missile strikes on Lebanese territory that didn't even have anything to do with Hezbollah either. Like, there was no, it wasn't even just like the Shia population they were bombing. Israel struck parts of Lebanon and in a matter of 10 minutes killed more than 300 people. Support JD Vance and call him to take control of the country so we can finish this mess and support the Catholic Unite. Solution is JD or someone Catholic like Joe Biden. Joe was the one who Israel can't force the war because he was a Catholic. Are you fucking delusional? Joe Biden is genocide Joe. He fucking bear hugged Benjamin Netanyahu. He could have stopped this shit a long ass time ago. And Donald Trump would probably not be the president if he was able to do that. Most of the genocide was conducted under Joe Biden's leadership with the weapons that we sent to Israel. The fuck kind of crack are you smoking on? And then on top of that, to claim that JD Vance is as a Catholic going to restrain Israel, you are delusional, buddy.
Trying to turn this country into Gaza.
But you know, declarations are not enough. You know, with all due respect, and we respect the statements from the leadership in Beirut, but it's not enough. They need to take action. Is it a sovereign country or not? If it's a sovereign country, they have to take actions against armed militias that's sending rockets to another country. You know, we did not start this cycle. It started when Hezbollah decided to join Iran and to attack Israel. So no one can blame Israel for retaliating. And I think now is the time for the Lebanese government.
But do you have an obligation under
Hezbollah to continue to run Lebanon and Iran, or they're taking action?
Ambassador, but Israel does have an obligation under international law to ensure that they don't hit densely populated areas. Does it or does it not?
We act according to international law. And our intention is not to hurt civilians. We're doing everything we can to minimize civilian casualties. But you have to understand, when Hezbollah terrorists are hiding behind UN facilities and behind civilian targets, unfortunately, there will be casualties. Same way that we have casualties in Israel when they target civilians. So we will do whatever we can to minimize that. But if someone wants to feel safe in Lebanon today, he should not be next to Hezbollah bunker or a launcher. And you know, you can tell it. You can tell it when you see
like I said, I mean, the areas that that have been targeted, densely populated areas in central Beirut, in downtown Beirut, are not places where they say that there were military installations or a Hezbollah stronghold. And increasingly, Ambassador Danon, the international community is condemning Israel's actions. Countries like Italy, France, Spain are saying what Israel is doing is breaching international law.
Well, we all do respect to the countries you mentioned. We respect them all. You know, when Hezbollah decided to attack Israel,
I can't listen to him any longer, bro. He just keeps saying the same thing over and over again. What the fuck? It's insane.
One of the deadliest attacks in decades.
Oh my God. ABC had rain on? Whoa, that's crazy. Okay. I'm going to move on from this and take a sidestep for a brief moment here. Okay. Here's the Iranian delegates to talk. Never during the JCPOA did I see such a large and senior Iranian delegation, and Kalibov may meet directly with Vance. Before, the Iranians refused such meetings. They agree now because they see themselves in a far stronger position. I'll be honest. I have my concerns about this. I have many concerns about this. Axios, citing sources, Beirut and Washington requested a temporary halt to attacks on Hezbollah from Israel before direct negotiations. Yeah. Also, other additional breaking news. Netanyahu has requested to cancel his testimony at trial for the next 2 weeks because he has a separate case, a corruption case. He has requested to cancel his testimony at trial for the next 2 weeks due to security-related reasons connected to the dramatic events. Why are you concerned about this? Too many high-profile figures are involved in the talks directly. Israel has no investment in a real ceasefire, doesn't want a ceasefire at all. And I worry about the ceasefire holding in some respects without meeting the primary demand that Iran has made, which requires America to restrain Israel. And I worry about the ceasefire not taking place at all and it exploding in some capacity, again, due to America constantly following Israel's demands. At this point, it's just like, at this point, Israel is so insane and so unaccountable that they can do anything, dude. I don't think they'll be able to successfully strike the Pakistani talks. Obviously, like, Pakistan has its own air defenses, its own air force. It has the capability of protecting its own airspace. However, you never know with Israel, you know? You never fucking know. And they got nukes. I mean, didn't stop them from striking Doha. Doha is very different than Pakistan. Pakistan has nuclear arms and a competent air force that's not under the control of the United States of America. But Pakistan is deeply infiltrated by the CIA, and the ISI is basically a cutout for the CIA. So there's that element, right? So it's different than Qatar as far as sovereignty. Qatar is not a sovereign nation, let's be real. It hosts the largest American military base in the region. So what America says and what Israel says goes in Qatar. The success of these talks relies on Trump understanding he's been defeated, a thing which he's notoriously unwilling to do. That's not true. That's not true. Trump has waved the white flag against Ansar Allah. But that was not as consequential as this one. Trump has retreated from attacking Sanaa. Important part of this analysis. It's very important. That's a very important pivot point to go back to. Trump has absolutely shown restraint in the past and has pulled out. So what? Permaban him, HasanAbi. Hail Hitler. What? Is this guy trying to get me permabanned by saying Heil Hitler? What the fuck? Brother, you didn't even write it correct. It's bots. Anyway. All right. We're going to take a sidestep here. The last thing I was going to show is President Lee Jae-myung posted this video or reposted this video from the Junior account, which is so crazy, of IDF soldiers allegedly torturing a Palestinian kid and then throwing him off a roof. And he reposted this saying, I need to look into whether this is true, and if so, what measures have been taken. The forced comfort women issue that we are raising is no different from the Jewish massacre or wartime killings. That is a major, major statement coming from a key American ally that is designed as a bulwark against Chinese influence. South Korea is already pissed off that they took their THAAD launchers away and panic shipped them to Israel. It's an old video, I know. Israel's foreign ministry says the remarks by President of Korea, Lee Jae-myung, including the trivialization of the massacre of the Jews on the eve of Holocaust Remembrance Day in Israel, are unacceptable and warrant strong condemnation. President Lee Jae-myung, for some strange reason, chose to dig up a story from 2024 and cite a fake account that falsely presented it as a current event. This account is notorious for spreading anti-Israeli disinformation and falsehoods about Israel. The event discussed occurred during an operation against terrorists at a time when Israeli soldiers were facing direct and immediate threats to their lives. The event was thoroughly investigated and addressed 2 years ago. So how was it addressed? Yet we have not heard a single word from the president about the terrorists who are at the center of this event, nor have we heard a word from the president regarding recent Iranian Hezbollah terror attacks against Israeli citizens. Mr. President, it's always better to check before posting. Yeah, I mean, this is a major blow to Israeli diplomacy and even South Korean diplomacy with the United States of America. I like that the Israeli Foreign Ministry's statement here was basically, how dare you trivialize the Holocaust? Yes, we can throw kids off of a roof if we choose to do so as a treat because we were scared. Great. It's a great take. Fantastic, honestly. Anyway, let's get to Eric Swalwell. This is a huge story. Eric Swalwell is currently in the California gubernatorial race, the governor's race in the state of California. Okay. However, Eric Swalwell, it seems, had a litany of allegations against him that were kept private, but it was, I guess, like a known secret. And SF Chronicle busted the case wide open. Is this, does anyone have a remove paywall SF Chronicle link? Yeah. Let's see if I can read it without paywall. Oh, I guess there isn't. Okay, never mind. There's no paywall on this. Thank God. San Francisco Chronicle reports ex-staffer says Eric Swalwell, candidate for California governor, assaulted her. A woman who worked for nearly 2 years for Representative Eric Swalwell, a leading candidate for California governor, said she had sexual encounters with him while he was her boss and alleged he twice sexually assaulted her when she was too intoxicated to consent. Swalwell did not respond to any of the former staffer's specific allegations made in a series of interviews with the Chronicle and provided a statement Friday. These allegations are false and come on the eve of an election against the frontrunner for governor, he wrote. For nearly 20 years, I have served the public as a prosecutor and a congressman and have always protected women. I will defend myself with the facts and, where necessary, bring legal action. My focus in the coming days is to be with my wife and children and defend our decades of service against these lies. Late Thursday, an attorney for Swalwell sent a cease and desist letter to the woman saying she had made false statements accusing Mr. Swalwell of sexual assault and non-consensual sexual encounter and threatening to sue her if she did not retract her allegations. The woman says Swalwell began pursuing her within weeks after she was hired at the age of 21 to work at the Democrats' district office in Castro Valley in 2019. Swalwell messaged her on Snapchat, she said, sending images of his genitals and seeking new pictures of her in return. She said Swalwell, who was married and 17 years her senior, tried to kiss her in her car when she drove him home from a donor meeting one night. Driving him to another event weeks later, she said Swalwell pulled out his in the car and asked her to perform oral sex on him. She said she did so in a parking lot. In September 2019, the woman said Swalwell invited her out to drinks, and she became so severely intoxicated that she does not remember the rest of the night. Gross. She said she woke up naked in Swalwell's hotel bed and could feel the effect of, she says, Swalwell distanced himself from her afterward, and the relationship faded. 5 years later, the woman said she attended an April 2024 charity gala where Swalwell was honored. The woman, which no longer worked for Swalwell, said they met for drinks afterwards, during which she became so inebriated that she only remembers snippets of the night, including pushing Swalwell away and telling him no while he allegedly forced himself on her. The woman texted a friend 3 days later that she was sexually assaulted by Swalwell. She wrote in a series of messages reviewed by the Chronicle that she had blacked out but woke up once during it and even told him to stop at one point. This happened one other time when I was working with him, but I convinced myself I was an equal party in it, even though the same pattern. I blacked out and he had sex with me, she wrote, referring to the 2019 incident. This has the key markers of a reliable and 100% true allegation of sexual assault, by the way. Going to even a private third party immediately or right around the incident, even recalling a previous incident as well, talking about feeling the pressure to not, say something about it. This has all the telltale signs of a not an allegation that is inconsistent, but an allegation that's consistent with like previous allegations made by people who have outed sexual assaulters. Now, there's also another side of the story. One of the things to look at, in this situation is other victims. It's not always, but usually there are these kinds of guys are repeat offenders. And from what I understand, Swalwell is a repeat offender. Okay? Eric Swalwell ceased and desisted the woman who came forward to share their stories of sexual assault in the middle of the night. Yeah. The Chronicle spoke with the friend and the woman's then boyfriend, whom she said she told about the alleged 2024 assault when she got home the next day. Both described her as still disoriented that morning, and her then boyfriend said he encouraged her to report Swalwell to the police. The woman said she did not go to the authorities because she was afraid they would not believe her. Medical records show she obtained pregnancy and STD tests a week after the incident. Okay? The Chronicle shared a detailed summary of the woman's account with Swalwell's campaign on Thursday. Swalwell's attorney, Elias Debey, wrote in the cease and desist letter that the woman had exhibited the conduct of a loyal and supportive colleague and not a victim, and that the credibility of your accusations is fatally undermined by your voluntary and cooperative relationship with Mr. Swalwell over the course of many years following the period in question. The letter mentioned the woman's use of Swalwell as a professional reference in her recent outreach to the Swalwell campaign about social media posts alleging his misconduct. An attorney representing the woman, Gerald Singleton, responded to debate on Friday, writing that her statements are 100% factually accurate and she will not be withdrawing them. In recent weeks, political influencers on other social media accounts have alleged sexual misconduct by Swalwell. The online posts have not included any specific evidence, but gained enough attention that Swalwell issued a public denial, saying he had never behaved inappropriately toward nor slept with female staffers during his 7 terms in Congress. No, it's false, Swalwell told reporters after a town hall in Sacramento on Tuesday evening, characterizing the post on social media as political attacks less than a month before people begin voting in the primary election, in which the top 2 candidates will advance to November's general election. California's primary structure is the top 2 candidates go. And this was a real concern because the Democratic field is very crowded. Therefore, there wasn't really a clear-cut person that was like leading the pack. And there were real fears that the top 2 in the primary would be Republicans, which Donald Trump came out. Donald Trump came out and actually, which would aid in that not happening, for the record. Okay, and one of the top contenders is Tom Steyer, who I've interviewed, who I think is probably the most interesting candidate, right? And the other top 2 from the Democratic side was Swalwell and Katie Porter. On Thursday, Swalwell canceled the previously scheduled event in Palm Desert. Local news outlet KESQ reported that the event was canceled due to illness. The Chronicle is not identifying the woman in the story in compliance with its policy against naming alleged victims of sexual assault. Reporters looking into the broader allegations against Swalwell reached her while contacting dozens of his former staffers. The woman said she largely kept quiet about Swalwell's behavior for years out of fear she would suffer personal and professional consequences, which, again, is a very consistent victim testimony, not just in this story, but also in all of the other stories that I've covered over many, many years. Okay? This is part of the reason why, and also the cease and desist letters, and also even in this community, hella chatters chiming in and being like, well, why does she go back and be around him or whatever, right? This is a big part of the reason why. This is a big part of the reason why women don't come out. Okay. Yeah. He was asked about questions of inappropriate relationships with staffers as well. And he responded to it last week. I'll cover it in a second. He was the foundation of my career. I had nothing to fall back on or anyone to vouch for my skills outside of my colleagues in that office and Eric himself, she told the Chronicle. I knew if I came forward, it would define me and undermine my credibility. The woman began speaking with the Chronicle reporter last month as she considered whether to make her allegation public. When rumors about Swalwell's conduct began circulating online, the woman said she was confused because she had only told a small circle of family and close friends about what had happened to her. She said she was petrified that Swalwell had told people about their encounters or that her name had appeared in an opposition research file compiled by a rival campaign. She said she called the Swalwell campaign in late March to find out whether her name had surfaced among rumored victims. The staffer on the campaign she asked her to vouch for Swalwell. She said the staffer asked her whether Swalwell had ever been inappropriate with her, and then, when she hesitated to answer, said, actually, I don't want to know. When the campaign staffer told her Swalwell was not afraid of the rumors because he had not done anything inappropriate, the woman said she felt determined to speak out. He was so confident that I would stay silent and that he wasn't scared, she said, of Swalwell. I have no skin in the game for who becomes governor in California, but I feel people have a right to know whether the person who leads a state that is a safe haven for so many women actually treats women with dignity and will protect their rights, she said. No one protected me from him, and so I have to protect the other young women like me who aspire to work in this field and he could prey upon, okay? Recent polling shows Swalwell neck and neck with former Representative Katie Porter and billionaire Tom Steyer and other top Democrats in the race, and the 2 Republicans, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco and former Fox News host Steve Hilton. Swalwell has won endorsements from 24 other members of Congress, including Senators Adam Schiff, Ruben Gallego. 14 members of the state legislature publicly support him. A host of powerful labor unions, including SEIU, California, and the California Teachers Association, have also backed his candidacy. Swalwell's popularity comes in part from his prominent role in the impeachment investigations against President Donald J. Trump. He is a frequent harsh critic of Trump on broadcast news programs and has framed much of his gubernatorial campaign around the idea that he will stand up to Trump and protect California's policies against federalists. Anyway, the rest of the stuff is just about Swalwell. But, oh yeah, the former staffer began working for Swalwell during a short-lived presidential campaign in 2019 following her college graduation. She then was hired into his district office in Castro Valley that July after he dropped out of the race. She says Swalwell, who was 38 at the time, began messaging her Snapchat, a popular app among teens. The messages were initially welcome, the woman said. Alone in a new community across the country from where she grew up, she said she felt encouraged by his friendly outreach and flattered that he was paying attention to her. When Swalwell flirted with her and started asking for pictures, first of her face, then her naked body and genitalia, the woman said she went along with it, both intrigued by him and worried about upsetting her new boss. His advances progressed rapidly from there, the woman said. Within a few weeks, as she drove Swalwell back to his hotel one night from a donor meeting at the Battery, a private club in San Francisco, he tried to kiss her. When she resisted, noting he was married, the woman said he suggested their Snapchat messages had been leading towards this. When they messaged on Snapchat, Swalwell sometimes sent photos of himself shirtless or of his penis, the woman said. She said he once sent her a video of himself sitting on an airplane, rubbing his penis through his pants. A few weeks later, the woman was driving Swalwell to an event in his district when she said he took out his penis and asked her, would you help me out? She said she began to perform oral sex on him in a parking lot, but stopped because it was in the middle of the day and she was afraid someone would see them. On September 27, 2019, the woman says Swalwell invited her and a group of friends to join him and an advisor at Haps, a steakhouse in downtown Pleasanton. The woman had been drinking before the gathering, she said, and Swalwell bought more alcohol for her when she arrived. She said she became so inebriated that she does not remember how she left the restaurant, only that she woke up the next morning and saw his hotel bed naked. She also has a brief recollection of him sucking her toes, which she said disgusted her. The woman said she could feel the effect of vaginal intercourse, but they did not discuss it, and Swalwell sent her off to work, which included staffing an event that morning in which he went hiking with constituents. Swalwell was distanced afterward, the woman said, and treated her more professionally, which made her feel dirty. Swalwell posted photos from the hike on his official Facebook page later that day. Great weather, beautiful scenery, and great discussion, he wrote. There appear to be two Swalwells, the woman said, the one on Snapchat and the one in real life. She said she started to feel the same about herself as she tried to compartmentalize what had happened between them. That made me question who I was because the person that I was wouldn't harbor something so awful, she said. She says Swalwell continued to pull away after her alleged assault, even as she reached out seeking his attention. She had believed he had romantic feelings for her, but she said his Snapchat messages became less frequent. The woman continued to work for Swalwell, moving to a new job in his office in Washington, D.C. She said she felt conflicted, wanting to stay close to Swalwell professionally while also scared of being exposed and of people believing she had only advanced in her career by having an inappropriate relationship with him. She left Swalwell's office in 2021 but continued to work in politics. She says Swalwell occasionally stayed in touch with her, including reaching out as she considered other job opportunities. On April 25th, 2024, the former staffer attended an award ceremony. Anyway, this is like summarized in the beginning. No, it's the same victim. It's just going into great detail. For the record, Swalwell voted no on tabling a resolution from Nancy Mace to release all congressional sexual harassment settlements publicly. The vote was 357-65 to kill it, so kind of a free vote. Since this has come out, former staffer says Eric Swalwell, candidate for California, sexually assaulted her. From San Francisco Chronicle. There have been numerous staffers. Why are 356 other members protecting Swalwell? No, that's not that. No, AOC also voted no against it. The reason was because Nancy Mace's release was apparently not protecting the victims. But many people are withdrawing their endorsements right now, piece by piece. Ruben Gallego, I've read the San Francisco Chronicle's reporting and I take it seriously. What is described as indefensible. Women who come forward with accounts like this deserve to be heard with respect, not questioned or dismissed. I regret having to come to his defense on social media prior to knowing all the information. I'm equally as shocked and upset about what has transpired. I'm withdrawing my endorsement of Congressman Swalwell effective immediately. Ian Calderon, the allegations against Eric Swalwell are deeply disturbing and troubling. Former Majority Leader of the California State Assembly. He is also not only withdrawn his support, but also is demanding that Eric Swalwell immediately suspend his campaign and resign from Congress. California deserves leaders who uphold the highest standards of integrity, moral responsibility, and ethical conduct. I don't understand how so many people automatically do this. Like, it's unbelievable. Bro, there's already an unimaginable power dynamic at play. Like, even with a consensual relationship with a fucking 20-year-old staffer versus, like, you know, a 34-year-old, 35-year-old congressional representative. Like that's already unbelievably fucked up. Okay. And then you're literally saying that a victim that's come forward, about being sexually assaulted while inebriated and unable to consent is actually lying. What is it with people? Like, why can't this ever be? Is there ever an instance where you will believe a woman? Like, is there ever an instance? No, probably not, right? People rarely ever place themselves in the shoes of these victims in this circumstance, especially men. Men are very fearful of like false allegations or given the dynamic in interpersonal relationships with members of the opposite sex. Men are fearful of having their advances not be met with a positive reception, or potentially in that gray area. There are a lot of men who are fearful that what if in the aftermath of what if I didn't read it correctly, right? Like, what if I didn't read the situation correctly, or what if I did something that could be potentially considered inappropriate later down the line? They can never place themselves in the shoes of the victim. They always have a consistent attitude where they think they are going to be victims. Okay? They think they're going to be victims of a false accusation. Statistically speaking, obviously, real sexual assault that doesn't get properly investigated is far more likely than someone being victim to false allegations. This doesn't mean false allegations don't exist, but they're very, very rare statistically. And not only are they very rare statistically, okay, there are some markers that you can point to. There are certain things that you can look at when interpreting whether or not a sexual assault allegation is credible or not, okay? Because once again, believe women were within the Me Too movement did not mean that like women have an inability to lie. It didn't mean that you just reflexively, automatically consider every allegation to be correct 100% of the time. It's just that at the time, the automatic consideration always favored the man, and people reflexively disbelieved women. That's what believe women means. Believe women means don't reflexively disbelieve women. Okay? And having said that, there are certainly some telltale markers here that are consistent with credible sexual assault allegations regardless. Like the victim going to friends in the immediate aftermath. That doesn't even happen all the time, and that doesn't mean that if it doesn't happen in a case that is easier to disparage the victim's testimony, for the record, because there's deep shame that is associated in situations like this. But it absolutely lends even further credibility if a victim has gone to a third party, okay, to talk to a third party about conflicting feelings that they have, okay? There are numerous reasons as to why a victim might keep to themselves and might hide this as a secret. Shame is obviously one of the major components here. Religious shame, religious fears, societal pressures due to deeply embedded patriarchal constructs, the notion that women that are victimized in this circumstance will never be seen the same ever again. It will ruin their further ambitions in this field. They'll be treated as a spoiler by all these other men in powerful positions as well. They'll never be hired again. There's always a fear of legal retaliation as well. There are a million different components at play for why most victims never come out. Okay? But people who look at a story like this and look at allegations like this and automatically fucking side with the guy without factoring in the credibility, without making a proper assessment on whether the allegations are credible or not, are fucking delusional. Is unfucking believable. And not only that, but one of the primary things that you can always look to is like repeat offenders. Okay. And there were already allegations swirling around about Eric Swalwell before the story came out. There were already plenty of allegations. People were treating it like as a known secret in this industry. Yeah, and on top, only 2% of rapists are ever convicted. Yes, and many of them also receive lighter sentences as well. There's also obviously a racial component to this story as well. But yeah, Senate leadership, senior leadership doesn't quit on a single allegation. It feels like Swalwell's predation was well known in California political circles, and leaders quit before the public finds out. Yeah. Politico was reporting that multiple people have abruptly resigned from Eric Swalwell's gubernatorial campaign. Members of senior leadership have departed the campaign, including Courtney Pugh, a strategic advisor who served as Swalwell's top liaison to organize labor groups. Pugh confirmed her resignation, but declined to comment further. 2 other people who were granted anonymity to discuss internal campaign dynamics confirmed there have been at least 4 departures. Anyway, so there's a campaign implosion that's taking place as well, which means that people with maybe a little bit more insight into the allegations or a little bit more knowledge about potentially other victims as well are, going to start dropping left and right to preserve their own careers, including top staffers. That's pretty significant. Today, I learned shocking information about Eric Swalwell containing the ugliest and most serious accusations imaginable. Gomez said in a statement, "My involvement in the campaign begins and ends with trust. I cannot in good conscience remain in any role with this campaign, and I'm stepping down from it effective immediately." This was Rep. Jimmy Gomez. The fallout extended to prominent interest groups that have backed Swalwell. The California Medical Association, which has dropped pro-Swalwell committee, said it was convening an emergency board meeting. The California Teachers Association suspended its endorsement. Yeah. Swalwell got a giant fuck you from his friend and alibi. After denying the woman's claims, the Swalwell campaign connected a reporter to Rohit Karn Batra, a friend of Swalwell's who was with Swalwell on the evening of the gala. Batra confirmed to the Chronicle that he attended the gala, but said he did not speak much with Swalwell during the event, as the representative was busy speaking with others and presenting the award. Batra said he recalls running into Swalwell in the hallway when the gala concluded sometime around sunset, which would have been shortly before 8 p.m. that night, and that the congressman invited him to get drinks afterwards. Batra said he agreed and that they drove to a bar. He said he spent little time at the gathering talking to Swalwell, who was occupied talking with others. Batra said he left after about an hour and a half because he was tired and needed to get back to New Jersey, where he was staying. That would have been before 11:30 p.m. when the woman said she met up with Swalwell. So even one of his friends that could have potentially given him an alibi here has said, yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know. And yes, Eric Swalwell sent a cease and desist to the woman who came forward to share their stories of the sexual assault in the middle of the night, for the record. And California Teachers Association with 300,000 members pulls the Swalwell endorsement. Be on the lookout for SEIU also pulling their endorsement. Speaking of which, SEIU also pulled their endorsement from Weiner in the San Francisco congressional race after they found out that the that Weiner was against some of the bills that the SEIU was pushing for. The SEIU in San Francisco had done a dual endorsement for Connie Chen and Weiner as well, and they pulled the Scott Weiner endorsement. But yeah, it's over. It's done. Eric Swalwell's campaign is done. Most likely his political career is done as well. And good riddance is what I say. He deserves far more than just losing his political career. Earlier this week, senior political reporter for California Post asked Swalwell directly if he had ever had sexual relations with any staff or intern, as allegations have been rumored for months.
You've never had a sexual relationship with a staff or intern? No. That's what we're saying?
Yes, that's false. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any response to share?
Yeah. The reporting includes contemporaneous texts and treatment notes, among other corroborating details. It's very clear. It's like totally cooked. What is this? Josh Krauscher, incapable of stopping himself from saying something stupid, it seems. How in the world, in the biggest state, in the largest Democratic population in the country, are Dems' main choices Eric Swalwell, Katie Porter, and Tom Steyer? Speaks a lot of the state of our politics in the Dem Party circa 2026. I hate to admit that he's not wrong, by the way. He is right about that. I mean, he's a piece of shit, but his analysis here is correct. Eric Swalwell, even before these heinous allegations of his heinous misconduct was a garbage candidate. Ironically enough, a very pro-Israel candidate. So it's surprising that Josh Kraushaar is shitting on him. That's number one. Number two, Katie Porter also has a litany of other personality-related issues. Okay. And she was also a very weak candidate as well. And Tom Steyer is an unknown entity and a fucking billionaire. And right now, we're kind of stuck with him. Okay. At least he's been more responsive to pressure, including but not limited to me asking him about whether he can would commit to calling what Israel did in Gaza a genocide or not. But what about Ramsey? Guys, Ramsey Robinson and Butch Ware are polling at 1%. Okay? They are polling at 1%. There is no world where these two candidates go from 1% to any significance at all. So was Zoran. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Everybody always says so was Zoran. Guys, I think some of you think I have a magic wand, okay? California doesn't have ranked choice voting, and Zoran Mamdani was at least someone who had worked in the New York Assembly and also had the backing of DSA. And DSA's ground game is very different, and DSA is a much more powerful entity in a New York mayoral race than what would exist for Butch Ware or Ramsey Robinson as far as their ground game. And not only that, but also at this stage, this close to the actual fucking primaries, without ranked choice, okay, this close to the primaries, Zoran wasn't at 1%. As in, who wants to run for office anymore? In a state that produced Ronald Reagan, Pat Brown, Jerry Brown, and even the governor, this is the best California can do. Forget about ideology for a moment and just look at candidate quality. Swalwell is accused of sexual assault. Porter accused of abusing staff. Steyer, quixotic press candidate, lefty cause funder. Wow. Bro, this is literally like saying, you know, this guy's a rapist, that guy's a murderer, and this guy's fat. Like, he did that meme, okay? But he did that meme. The fuck? One of these things is not like the others. Now, why is Josh Kraushaar saying that about Steyer, by the way? Do you want to know why? Because Tom Steyer, out of all the top contenders, is the most Israel skeptic candidate that has any viability. Literally, the Republicans and the Democrats both. Tom Steyer is the only one that is remotely critical of Israel, has complained about AIPAC, all this stuff. And that's precisely the reason why Josh Kraushaar chose to add him onto the fucking pile as a bad guy for governor. Anyway, yeah, Biggie was fat meme. Exactly. Jewish Insider reports what progressives are saying is not radical. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu and Lindsey Graham are arguing the same thing. Israel is capable of paying for its own military equipment, including supplies for its missile defense systems, a J Street spokesperson told Jewish Insider. J Street, the progressive Israel advocacy organization, which describes itself as a pro-Israel, pro-peace group, offered backing for the growing calls among far-left lawmakers and end U.S. support for Israel's missile defense systems such as Iron Dome. Yeah. Who would you say is the best of the three? Oh, Tom Steyer, the billionaire. Yes. Hasan Piker, the socialist candidate. I mean, the socialist content creator is saying that Tom Steyer, the fucking billionaire, is the best we got in this situation as far as candidates with viability. Candidate leaked? Okay, shut the fuck up. Accusers on CNN right now? Wait, no shot. Actually? Probably not the wait, someone linked me the CNN live stream. Wait, hold on, I found it. Oh my God, it is.
I felt more secure that I could have a strictly professional relationship with this person. After that bar closed, we went to another. I went to the bathroom and I don't remember anything after that.
You don't remember anything?
I remember the next day. I can see flashes of that evening of him on top of me pushing him off, him grabbing me.
Trigger warning.
It was a lot more aggressive. It was aggressive.
Did you say no?
Yes, I said no. In my flash that I can recall, I was pushing him off of me saying no.
And what did he do?
He didn't stop.
He didn't stop. And you woke up the next morning.
I woke up the next morning naked, alone in his hotel room. I, for a moment, didn't even know I was in his hotel room. That's how intoxicated I was. And I called my mom, the only person I could think that could help me.
And we were able to corroborate that by speaking with friends and family she confided in, reviewing photos and screenshots of contemporaneous text messages. And we also reviewed a message from her medical provider the week after she received the pregnancy and STD tests, calling her a, quote, survivor. Now, the Swalwell campaign released a statement from Congressman Swalwell saying, quote, these allegations are false and come on the eve of an election against the frontrunner for governor. For nearly 20 years, I have served the public as a prosecutor and a congressman and have always protected women. I will defend myself with the facts and, where necessary, bring legal action. My focus in the coming days is to be with my wife and children and defend our decades of service against these lies.
It's remarkable reporting. As you note there, the congressman fiercely denies this and notes that it's coming in close proximity to the California primary. Why are these women willing to speak now?
It's a fair question, John. All the women we spoke with believed that they were alone in their interactions with the congressman. And then after seeing chatter from social media influencers, they realized that they were not alone and they felt more compelled to speak out. In fact, 2 of the women have since received cease and desist letters from Swalwell's lawyer, but those women stand by their statements to us, John.
And obviously, this does come at a big moment in the campaign. What are you hearing about the campaign?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that we have been in touch with them over the last few days. We've reached out this afternoon with some very specific details of these allegations and some specific questions. And sources have told us that members of Swalwell's team have told CNN they left after receiving information about these allegations.
Coats Live tonight at 11 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Gross. Apologies to the chatters who had to encounter a Kelshi ad on the HasanAbi broadcast unintentionally. The CNN reporting says 4 women, by the way. So there's 4 total for now. More will probably come forward in the process. Exclusive from CNN, 4 women describe sexual misconduct by Representative Eric Swalwell, including a former staffer who says he raped her. Yeah. Like, it's usually these guys are fucking repeat offenders. I work in campaign politics. Eric Swalwell has literally slid into the DMs of girls I personally know. His wife used to not let him have a DC apartment. He's disgusting. It's good to see them being revealed. Do you have any predictions in this aftermath? Yeah, I think this will boost. I mean, it feels kind of dirty and gross to talk about like his, talk about the gubernatorial race so close to like this coverage. But I mean, he's done. It's over. He deserves far worse than what he is going to receive, which will be his career is forever tarnished. He's done with politics, I suspect, and good riddance. Also, outside of that, his gubernatorial run is absolutely fucking over. He deserves prison time. Let's be real. That's what he actually deserves. However, that's probably not going to happen. And this will give a somewhat of a boost to Katie Porter, I assume. And Tom Steyer most likely will become the next governor of California, which isn't, again, out of all the top contenders, Tom Steyer is the only like independent and the most interesting one, which is precisely the reason why I interviewed him. Katie Porter has her own stories that I also personally know of, and stories that have been unearthed already about abuse against staffers. Not sexual abuse, for the record. Did he talk about Claire's FP page at all? What is this? It probably also means the Republicans are fucked because he was helping split the vote enough that they were competitive to get through. Yeah. Who's Claire's FP page? Foreign policy page? Which Claire? Claire Valdez? Why? What happened? Yeah, she's like pretty goated, no? Yeah, she's fucking awesome. Am I crazy? Yeah, she's like pro lifting sanctions on Cuba. She's incredible. I mean, I knew this already from my conversations with her and also from what I've seen her say in the build up to her revelation. Yeah, no, it's incredible. Let's get back to Mersheimer on Breaking Points, talking about Trump's only option.
This morning by Professor John Mearsheimer of the University of Chicago. Great to see you again, sir.
Glad to be here.
So just off the top, what is your expectations for what might come out of these diplomatic meetings in Islamabad this weekend?
Well, I mean, it's important to realize that all we're trying to do at this point is get the ceasefire in place. And once that happens, then we'll have the serious negotiations. And the mere fact that we're having so much trouble getting the ceasefire in place makes one wonder where the negotiations are going to lead, even if they're going to get started. It seems clear to me that the Iranians will not engage in serious negotiations regarding the ceasefire. They may, talk, but they're not going to engage in serious negotiations regarding the ceasefire until until Israel stops striking at Hezbollah. It's just that simple. And Israel has, or at least it thinks it has, a vested interest in continuing to target Hezbollah, all for the purposes of undermining the ceasefire and in turn undermining negotiations. So I think the $64,000 question is whether the United States, which is desperate to end this war, will be so desperate that it will be willing to lean on Netanyahu in a really big way and get him to stop attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. But until that happens, this is going nowhere.
Now, if the opposite happens and Netanyahu insists on continuing to attack Hezbollah and it brings the United States back into war, what are the consequences of that for the U.S.-Israel relationship? And as somebody who's studied the Israel lobby longer than probably most of us have even been alive, like what would a breakup between the American people, the American public, and the idea of supporting Israel do to the U.S.-Israel relationship? What is there? Does that matter at all?
Sure. I mean, huge damage has already been done because it's very clear. In fact, it becomes clearer by the day that the Israelis...
$64,000 question first aired in 1955. Someone in the chat says $64,000 question now $250,000 due to inflation. God, Mersheimer is so awesome.
Bamboozled us into this war that they led Trump to decide to attack on February 28th. And it's clearly a failed war. I mean, this was a catastrophic blunder on our part. And the Israelis are responsible for that. So what Trump is now trying to do is shut the war down. And what are the Israelis doing? The Israelis are doing everything they can to prevent us from shutting the war down and to make it go on. This is going to do further damage to Israel's reputation in the United States. And the problem that the Israelis face is that we have this alternative media sphere now. And of course, your show is a perfect example of that, where people talk about what Israel is up.
Mersh, Big Mersh, you're glazing alternative media. Come on the show. Big Papa Merch. The people demand it. The people need it, okay? How do I not have any of his students in this broadcast? Like, how? How is that possible? I know that there's some of you that are former students of his, because one of you said, you graded my paper a C, but I still love you. You're my anti-Zionist goat. Someone reach out to his teaching assistant or something, dude. What the fuck is this? Be like, HasanAbi Piker has been begging to have Big Papa merch on, because it's true, I have been. I love suggesting things to this chat that are very clear, very directional, in order to accomplish certain goals. And then chat will always come up with the absolute worst solutions to that problem. Someone unironically turned around and said, just enroll in his class, dude. Yeah, let me just enroll in his class. They're like, find his landline phone and dial him up. Everyone's a comic in here. Everyone's a jokester, dude. Everyone's a goddamn comedian.
Too. And what the U.S.-Israeli relationship has resulted in, and so forth and so on, in ways that do enormous damage to Israel and the U.S.-Israeli relationship because people get to see the basic facts. That didn't used to be the case before we had this alternative media sphere. So this is doing enormous damage to Israel's reputation in the United States. It's making the lobby's job in the United States much more difficult than it ever was.
That's why they're
'Cause
coming
I like
after
to say
my
when
ass.
Steve and I wrote the original article on the lobby in 2006, and then we wrote the book in 2007, I don't think either one of us ever imagined that we would be at the point we are now at today. The lobby has been so badly wounded. The U.S.-Israeli relationship is really in tatters, at least in the public mind. And I think moving forward, the situation only gets worse because Israel will behave in crazier and crazier ways, and more Americans will realize that, and they'll be well aware of what this escapade in Iran has led to.
I'm curious. Sorry, Emily. I'm curious what you make of the landscape of leverage going into these talks that the U.S. administration has. Trump obviously claiming that Iran has been completely defeated. They have no military, etc. Iran, in the meantime, still retains the capacity to strike at Israel, U.S. assets in the region, controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Who do you think has more leverage going into this? Where do you see these talks potentially going in terms of any sort of framework for a possible deal?
Yeah, that is an enormously important question that you just asked. And my view has long been that Iran has a vested interest in prolonging the war. Or to put it in different terms, prolonging the closing of the strait. The fact is that what is happening here is that the situation in the international economy is getting worse and worse by the day. And as almost everybody knows, if you project out 2 or 3 months where the strait remains closed, the damage to the world economy will be enormous. This means that the longer the strait is closed, the more leverage the Iranians have over Donald Trump. Trump, on the other hand, has a profound interest in ending this war as quickly as possible to make sure that the damage is limited. And just to go back to what happened on Monday with Trump's 2 tweets, the one in the morning where he threatened to wipe Iran off the face of the earth and make it so that Iran could never come back from the dead. I mean, this is a threat of the first order. As almost everybody knows, the idea that an American president was making a threat of that sort would have been unthinkable before the morning of April 6th. But anyway, that shows his desperation. Then what happens is at the end of the day, at the end of the working day, he issues another tweet and he says that we're going to not attack and we're going to start negotiations and there's going to be a ceasefire. And what's truly remarkable about the second tweet that night is he says that we accept the Iranians' 10-point plan. You remember there are 2 plans on the table. One is the American plan, which is the 15-point plan. And that has all the maximalist demands of the United States and Israel. And then there's the 10-point plan, which is the Iranian plan, which has their demands, which are maximalist Iranian demands. And he says that it is the 10-point plan, he says in the tweet that evening, is a workable basis for negotiation. Not the 15-point plan, the 10-point plan. This is remarkable. And then he says, furthermore, in the tweet, that almost all of the points of contention between the 2 sides have been worked out.
Guys, stop giving me like the most obvious suggestions of all time. I love you, but please, Pakistani Mango, why don't you use Ryan Grimm as an intermediary to get Goatsheimer? Like, you think I haven't thought of that? I already got his contact information from one of these panelists. Okay? Like, you think I had not I have his contact information. I told you, we've been contacting him. What do you think? Like, sometimes your suggestions, it might make sense, but it's so obvious that, like, obviously I've tried it, you know?
If you think about what he said that morning, that's desperation. And then if you think about what he said that evening, the concessions that he's willing to make are really quite remarkable. And what's going on here is that behind closed doors, they're in deep panic mode. They understand full well that the international economy might go off a cliff if they don't shut this one down immediately and then begin to repair the damage and do everything possible to return to something approximating the status quo ante. They understand this. So we're desperate. But of course, if you flip back to the other side, the Iranians, this all tells you the Iranians are in the driver's seat and they have a vested interest in prolonging this. So if I were playing Iran's hand, I might sit down today in Islamabad, but I would say, listen, folks, we're not getting a ceasefire until Israel stops pounding Hezbollah. And it's up to you, the United States, to decide whether or not you want to take the international economy off a cliff or whether you want to appease Prime Minister Netanyahu. It's your choice.
Or whether
that's
you want
where we
to
are.
do ground troops, because that's really the only other option. That's what I was going to ask, Professor. Is Donald Trump now talking about the nuclear dust, as he calls it, the hundreds of pounds of enriched uranium? And the Iranians have, as we were just discussing, leverage in the form of the Strait of Hormuz. So for Israel, as they pressure Trump over the negotiations, Iranians are reportedly considering whether to even show up as the Lebanon bombing continues. But let's say that happens. They do show up. Would an off-ramp for Trump look like that also would involve getting Netanyahu on board with it, that doesn't involve either going back to war with ground troops or Iran operating a toll system in the Strait of Hormuz and dealing with the enriched uranium, quote, nuclear dust that he's talking about? I mean, it just, I can't conceive of what that might look like. And I think this is what you're speaking to. But if they try to push on the hundreds of pounds of enriched uranium, what leverage exists possibly for them to barter?
Well, first of all, they have no leverage. We have no leverage. You raise the possibility of ground troops. We have 7,000 combat troops in the region. There's all this talk about 50,000 troops in the region. Almost all those troops are not combat troops, and you can't go to war on the ground against Iran with anything but combat troops. You've got 7,000 combat troops. 5,000 of them are on giant ships that can't get close to the coast of Iran. How are you going to offload those troops? And the 2,000 paratroopers and the 82nd Airborne up against a 1 million-man army, this is not a serious option. There is no ground option. I mean, you want to think about where we are militarily in this situation. First of all, we have 13 bases, 13 major bases in the region. According to the New York Times, all 13 of those bases are either destroyed or badly damaged. We have a huge naval armada in the region. That naval armada cannot get close to the coast of Iran, much less the Strait of Hormuz. So it's parked way out in the ocean, far away from Iran. Then there's the Air Force. In this rescue mission that just took place, where they got the second pilot, we lost more aircraft that day than we have lost in any single day since the Vietnam War. Wow. This was just a rescue, one downed pilot. We lost more aircraft that one day than we have lost any day since the Vietnam War.
Guys, people who say it's a uranium heist or a failed uranium heist, I understand that there are inconsistencies with what definitely happened that day. But what you guys are, you guys literally look at 2 C-130s and you're like, oh, that's too much. That's not too much. That's not enough for a uranium heist, first of all. And it's not too much for a rescue mission. I will say, however, that I trust the official narrative then bought. No, I'm not saying I'm trusting the official narrative. I'm just saying that the uranium heist logic doesn't make sense because the amount of things that you need for it to be a uranium heist were not there. I do, however, believe that that mission made it all but a guarantee that the uranium heist shit is not going to happen. Like, if they lose 2 C-130s and like 6 mini helicopters, like 6 helicopters, what is it, MH-6s? 6 little birds, 2 rescue Blackhawks, 1 AC-1, 1 AC-10, 2 modded C-130s, and an F-15. It's just not happening. That was not even a hardened target. It wasn't even a known target. It was near it wasn't the Isfahan facility, but it was in the Isfahan region. But the Isfahan facility is also a known target, a high priority target. It's why lie. Tom Cruise said it was easy. No, true. You say that about the same guy who ordered this would have been the same guy who ordered an attack on Iran to trigger an overnight nationwide revolt that never came. True. Trump is very stupid and also is increasingly invested in making riskier and riskier bets. And we do have a pliant command structure here that will abide by the president's demands, no matter how stupid they might seem. But I think this showed that it is virtually impossible to do a larger campaign, even to someone as dumb as Trump.
There's the whole business of our missile inventory. We're running out of defensive missiles. We're running out of high-end munitions. We have interests all around the world, especially in East Asia. And we're using up this rather small inventory of boutique weapons that we have. Where does that leave us? And then there's it
was a conveniently placed landing strip in an abandoned field on the other side of the mountain adjacent to the nuclear facility. Either the IRGC is incompetent enough to have left it, or it was there as a trap. The aircraft were oriented in a way that indicates a gunfight and were riddled with small arms. Yes. Also, no, the convenient placed landing strip is not a landing strip. It's an agricultural field that they turned into a landing strip. This is like a normal part of behind enemy lines for the American military. It's a fart. They make it. They look for areas, agricultural fields, things like that on the map to turn it into a place where C-130s could land and refuel the helicopters. Proves it wasn't a rescue. Okay. But yeah, I think the American government is lying about the operations, lying about whether they got resistance or not. I think they did. The planes were landed when they got shot at, and then they lied about whether or not the planes got shot at, and that they had to blow them up, blow the planes up themselves. They could have used demolitions on the planes. Rick Scott calls on Trump to cut Yale funding over Hasan Piker event. Bro, I feel like Donald Trump's got more important things going on in his life. You know what I mean? Electronic Intifada did a good job covering all the available evidence and agrees more with you. And they are also skeptical of the uranium heist theory for now. The only reason why I'm skeptical of the uranium heist theory is because I think they, out of desperation, blew a FARP opportunity they could have utilized for the Isfahan facility because they were desperate to go and take this guy out, desperate to go and extract this guy. So here's the thing. They did not have enough tools. They did not have the proper gear to conduct the uranium extraction mission. Okay? They did not. 2 C-130s are not enough. 2 C-130s are a large enough force, maybe a little bit too large of a force to rescue one pilot. But you do that in an effort to make sure that this is mission success. But 2 C-130s are not enough. 2 C-130s are simply not enough to do a Isfahan facility resource extraction mission because they don't have the gear. They didn't have the equipment. And the other reason why you never fucking let us fucking entertain a single fucking conspiracy and it's so fucking aggravating of F you. Okay. They needed excavators. They needed to drop in excavators. They didn't have any excavators. It's just not going to, like, there's no way to get into the Isfahan facility without having excavators. That mission is already virtually impossible to begin with. It's such a dumb argument. Rick Scott is, what is this? This is wild. I spoke at Yale University Union last year on why we need to buy made in America products. Now they're hosting a guy who said I should be. Yale sees billions from federal government. Praise Trump. President Trump and Congress need to immediately revoke it. An elite private university. One of the funniest things about this Rick Scott saga is that I didn't get a visit from Secret Service after those comments were highlighted by libs of TikTok and I got banned. And the reason why I didn't get a visit from Secret Service is because it was so clear that I wasn't calling for the end of Rick Scott. Okay? It's just not how language works. It's so stupid. It's like clearly not a direct threat, you idiot. Oh my God, he's still crying about it too. Jesus Christ. Like I didn't threaten Rick Scott. I didn't say somebody should do it to Rick Scott or anything like that. It wasn't a direct or even indirect threat. It's just an intentional misunderstanding of my usage of the language. Oh my God. Yes, it was a hypothetical if-then statement that was about what the Republicans would do if they were sincere. It was obviously exaggerated, but they have never, I mean, he has never stopped crying about it. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. Stop crying, Rick. God damn. It's pathetic. How you say language barrier, misunderstanding? I mean, it wasn't even like a language barrier situation at all. And it wasn't even about Republicans. I was talking to Mike Johnson specifically. These guys are becoming your publicists? Yeah, I know. Yale Political Union hosts Hasan Piker for debate ending the American Empire. The storied debate society at Yale University has previously hosted former presidents and intellectuals as featured guests. How much do these smear campaigns change your perception of how you communicate to the masses? It doesn't, because I try to be as careful as I possibly can with the way that I talk, and it gets annoying for a lot of people who are tuning in anyway. That's why I constantly find myself over-explaining my position, okay? I asked Senator Rick Scott why the multi-million-dollar GOP Senate leadership press shop is completely ignoring the violent threats against him. A top campaign circuit for radical Democrat Abdullah Sayed, a.k.a. communist Muslim Shamir Hasan Piker. Literally, like, these guys are all such gross villains. What is this? As CEO, Rick Scott profited from the largest Medicare fraud in American history, $1.7 billion. Yeah. They have no emotion. It's just annoying that they're constantly crying and I have to see it. You know what I mean? All right, I'll post that. It's just, it also doesn't have the impact that they want it to have. Bro, ain't no way you get Secret Service visits so often that now it's standard for you to know about how controversial your statements are, not normal. No, all I'm saying is if that was an actual clear-cut, transparent demand, I absolutely would have gotten a visit from Secret Service. It's not, and that's why it didn't happen. It's just so stupid. I said, stop crying, you ugly lizard. It won't be Secret Service. It'll be FBI or Capitol Police. Yeah, whatever. Secret Service, FBI, Capitol Police. You already know. What is this? Such a good announcement of the new campaign against you?
Barefaced, so be nice. For the uninitiated, Hasan Piker is a very specific form of content creator. Early on, he wedged himself into the one niche he knew he could adequately fill, the Dude Bros leftist, streaming on Twitch for a reliable 6 to 7 days a week, around about the same time, and usually monitoring whatever situation is abound in Trump's world order, giving shrewd commentary from his perspective. In doing this, he has genuinely and repeatedly contributed to a leftward shift in young men and young people around the world. I'm afraid this isn't up for debate. He is also different from a lot of his peers, especially his right-wing peers, as he is actually a political science and communications graduate. This is what he studied. This is his expertise. And though I find his methods clumsy sometimes, the side effect of 6 to 8 hour streaming days, his actual graduate-level expertise and the intervening years of experience have made him well-equipped to be what many are trying to the Joe Rogan of the left. I'd equate him more to a Tucker Carlson, educated and on a mission. But that's just me. Because of this efficacy, many left-wing candidates running for election in the USA have teamed up with Piker, sparred with him, communed with him, marched with him, and just generally been around him. This is terrifying for many, both in the mainstream media and in the halls of power, because Piker, who identifies as being on the left, on paper is very much a socialist, not a democratic socialist, like a real socialist. People can debate the label however they want. He is not friendly to the capitalist aims of the Democratic Party, let's put it that way. This doesn't deter Piker from picking the most efficient route for the alleviation of suffering now. He very much campaigns with DSA candidates and looks for any ways he can support anyone to beat any form of Republican policy or person. However, if Piker is allowed to grow an influence on the left, that spells the end of multiple groups of people. The Democratic consultant class, the Democratic Party as a whole, potentially, and traditional journalism and journalistic access avenues alongside. The collaboration between the media and the political class to decide what information is heard and how it is interpreted would be further ripped and damaged. So what about the event horizon? The old Islamophobia shorthand stopped working sometime in the past 2 years, and I can't pinpoint when. Old media did not get the memo. They're still trying to bet on most people seeing an ethnic-looking guy and getting scared. They mispronounce his name and seem not to make full salient points of criticism. Instead, they bring up fuzzy buzzwords out of context, like 9/11 and Hamas, unexamined, and kind of hope your Islamophobia connects the dots from there. The problem is, and don't hate me for this, Hasan Piker is hot. Since the days of Woke Bay, Piker has used the fact that he's abnormally attractive for political gain, deftly using the attention to redivert back to his political aims on the left. This completely bricks old media, who were kind of hoping your hatred would override your sense that pretty people are inherently always righteous. This is the same event horizon we witnessed being crossed with Zoran Mamdani last year. People just aren't scared of Islam, Muslims, or Arabs generally the way they used to be. Whether it's the glitzy golf PR campaigns, or the number of Swana actors in major leading roles in Hollywood, or just social media exposing everyone to everyone else, the trick doesn't work anymore. The smears of Piker's platform utilized normie fears to pull pseudo-rage-baity heated streamer moments into the professional realm in an attempt, much like the adpocalypse, to try and end independent media altogether. Trying to make an edge case out of Piker, especially when he's both hot and popular, is not going to work. And it seems like the attempts are going down so badly that they're actually promoting Piker to a whole new realm of people. Ironically, the only old media guy who seems to understand this is aforementioned Tucker Carlson, who now seems to want to defend Islam cynically on the basis of shared faith in God, and has gone completely independent with his own platform. I suggest anyone wanting a career in journalism past 2030 put the blatant and unexamined Islamophobia down and start a show on YouTube. Coming to you barefaced, so be nice. For the uninitiated, Hasan Piker is a very specific form of
Stop being hot, you himbo. I am trying. This is the clip where Rick Scott is on the verge of tears because of you.
This today, Hasan Piker, fresh off of his campaign stop with Abdul al-Sayed, tweeted at Randy Fine and said that he's going to be deported to Israel. He's not a dual citizen. In fact, the congressman came on my program a few months ago and addressed these rumors that he had dual citizenship with Israel, Senator. And he actually announced on my program that he was creating legislation to make it illegal for members of Congress to hold dual citizenship.
Bro, it's so funny that like Laura Loomer is, for some weird reason, now like a pivotal person in the administration again. Like she kind of fell out of favor for a little bit, but because Trump is like eating Benjamin Netanyahu's right now, all of the agents of Israel are now back. It's crazy. The beard is not helping with the too hot allegations, to be honest. I don't understand. Are you saying that the beard is not hot, or is the beard helping me look hotter?
Citizenship. So it's just blatant Jew hatred. We were told.
Bro, if you were ugly, you'd just be the left's Tim Pool. Own your attractive privilege. I mean, dude, I don't think that's appropriate. Like, sure, would I have the same? Would I have the capacity to reach as many people? Probably not. But like, my analysis is very different than Tim Pool for his side. You know, it's kind of frustrating that you're comparing me to a guy who has who dropped out of fourth grade. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. I get it. Yes. Yeah, I'm attractive. Sure. But what do you mean?
That this is all about criticizing policies of Israel. That's what they said when Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Keith Ellison, Mamdani, and his wife got caught making these ridiculous anti-Jewish comments. We were told that it was criticism of Israel and that they didn't want our taxpayer dollars going to blow people up. You know, not talking about the fact that these people are and
they want us.
They want us, and they're openly saying that they want us. Why is it that you think the the Senate leadership, and I'm saying this on both sides of the aisle, I haven't even heard John Thune say anything about this. Why is it that none of the Senate leaders, whether it be John Thune or Chuck Schumer, are coming to your defense? Why is it that they haven't issued a statement?
Oh, God. I could actually see Chuck Schumer coming to Rick Scott's defense because he probably is not exactly fond of me. It's disappointing. Dude, is he crying? Is he? Someone said never more leashed.
It's disappointing. I mean, I don't get it. Like, if I knew that one of my Senate colleagues, some Republican, said they wanted him to be, I'd say something right away because it's wrong, right? So I think everybody that gets themselves in a position, if you're elected, you get position leadership, you need to be vocal. You need to say what's wrong. It is wrong.
The guy went to college for this. He streamed every single day, 10 hours a day while working at TYT. Hasan isn't where he's at because he's hot. TikTok Zoomers are just incapable and not objectifying everything they consume. I mean, no, my looks obviously play a role in this. This is a part of the package. Like, come on. But yes, I've also put a lot of work into it outside of that.
Wrong. And by the way, Piker and these Michigan Democrats were also caught on camera bragging because they never condemned October 7th. When Hamas murdered, 1,200 Jews? I think, 53 Americans?
Wait, what? Bragging? That was what Laura Loomer said we were saying. That was not. Caught on camera. No, it was my stream. And we were talking about taking a pro-Palestinian position. Yeah, caught on camera and it's a live stream. God, these guys are so stupid, bro. He almost said 9/11. Yeah, that's, God. I do think it's really funny that he's crying on the Laura Loomer show.
So, I mean, these people, they're disgusting. They should never, ever be in office. And if you don't want to call out people that want to kill one of your colleagues, I think that's really disappointing.
The gent that asked earlier whether you changed your communication style based off recent coverage doesn't seem to realize that you've obviously been crafting a very deliberate style for years now. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, all of the highlighted moments that people fucking get me on is when I'm unbelievably weak, okay? I'm angry, I'm passionate, it's an issue that I care about. Someone comes in and says something totally idiotic from a reactionary position. The secret is obviously always utilizing standpoint epistemology to defend some kind of fascist politics. That makes me lose my fucking mind. It truly makes me lose my mind. I get so upset, and then I have a heated moment. A lot of people also think like, oh, you get easily baited, you get easily triggered. It's like, dude, I'm talking for 8 hours every day. You know what I mean? Like, do you know how many times I've probably answered that exact question at that point? 1 million. They also don't understand you've streamed over 21,000 hours on Twitch. They can find 1 or 2 clips where you sound anti-Semitic. Exactly. 21,000 hours I have live streamed on this fucking website. In over 21,000 hours, you can find me saying anything. Like, you can literally clip anything, especially clipped directly out of context. Like the most insincere one, obviously, being the it doesn't matter if rapes happen clip. Like, that one is the most insincere and perhaps most commonly utilized, right? It's just so silly. And we're not even counting freaks who are willing to splice up your words too. Yeah, they do that. No, we want more emotional regulation. I just don't think that there is anyone who could emotionally regulate themselves evenly over the course of 21,000 hours. It's my whole life. That's part of the reason why whenever people are like, well, why aren't you careful with your words? It's like, it's impossible, 21,000 full hours. It's impossible. You're basically demanding I change the format entirely, right? That's it. Sounds like you should take more time off. Sure. But even then, this format requires constant communication, constant interaction. I think it's an unbelievable feat that I have not been, that I haven't been in far more weak moments where I pop off. So that's it. Also, this is a totally separate media environment. Like, this is a totally new media environment. That's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, most people don't have any appetite for this, where they just, they're like, oh, here we go. What am I supposed to do? Get mad at a fucking streamer? the president is literally saying he's going to do a genocide, while also simultaneously blowing up, Iranian civilian facilities. It's so stupid to try to make it seem like it's so stupid to get tuned up by Republicans at a time when the president that they defend unconditionally is saying those things, right? Like, I'm sorry. I think you're a fucking moron if you let yourself get tuned up by fucking Republicans into making wide condemnations about a fucking Twitch streamer on the left. Okay? You're either the biggest dupe of all time, the biggest moron of all time, or you're cynically engaging in it because you don't like that there is this growth of demands for a left flank candidate, demands for a candidate that you consider to have radical politics, but most people consider to have moderate politics. And that's what it is. Yes, the guy on the phone is the single most prolific Medicare fraud committer. Yes, Rick Scott. So this guy cries when you're mean to him. Yeah, exactly. Start packing your bags, Mahmoud. You're going home, says Randy Fine. It's he's gross. He's a gross, monstrous piece of shit. And ironically, all my enemies are monsters, dude. Straight up. I mean, all of my fucking enemies, all my ops are straight up monsters, whether it be the nation state of Israel or whether it be all of its fucking most loyal servants. They're horrible monsters. Anyway, there was more to it that I wanted to address here. Oh, yeah. I said, we're sending your ass back. Okay. Buddy, you're getting deported to Israel. I said to Randy Fine. And then he started crying. I was born in the United States. My parents were born in the United States. Two of my grandparents were born in the United States more than 100 years ago. Neither of the two were born in Israel. I've never even visited Israel until I was in my 30s. Hasan Piker is the child of two Turkish Muslims engaged in birth tourism so he could become American. And Hasan Piker said Americans deserve 9/11. If you cared about Medicare fraud, he's campaigned alongside. This is the Democrat Party today. Hasan Piker is a jihadist. He was in his 30s. How come all these 30-year-old men keep getting groomed by Israel? I don't know. But again, it doesn't matter. He even added CNN. Exactly. China is a country that represents everything that I love. If you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. Hamas is 1,000 times better. Kill the motherfuckers, let the streets soak in the red capital's blood in a video game. Americans are 9/11. I do not support the United States of America. Overall, my favorite flag is Hezbollah. Okay. Here, if the Artemis astronauts are coming back into orbit in like 4 minutes, okay, sure, we'll watch it.
Due to the complexity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. That 6-minute blackout is expected to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. During that period of time, we will reach our peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle at 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second. The blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes. We expect that blackout period to end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. From the end of the blackout period until splashdown, it is just 7 minutes, at which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
The parachute deployment sequence, once again, will come in several segments, but in rapid fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle. Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during
Y'all are
its
freaking
descent,
nerds, man.
followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter, each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed. The parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics.
Play the International when it comes in. This shit is fake. They're in a Hollywood studio right now.
Southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
This explains the dangers of the splashdown. Yeah, it's the hottest re-entry in history, right?
4,300 nautical miles, all the systems in excellent shape.
Wait, it's in 23 minutes. Oh, we're only 10 minutes out from true re-entry. You did the damn thing again, bro. You did the thing again. You did the thing again. You always do this where like Trump is live, Trump is live. And then it's like an hour out before Trump even steps on the podium. I think you understand how many people here worked on this, like in this community. I feel like if people in this community worked on this project, they'd probably be watching the official stream instead of my stream, you know? You fall for it every time. You'd be great at working mission control, multitasking on multiple screens law. Dude, wait, did Randy Fine respond again? He did? I just tweeted at him. That's crazy. What the? I said, look how quickly these demonic Republicans cry when you retaliate with a fraction of the cruelty they spit out on a daily basis. This is why I always prefer a vulgar person who fights these monsters than someone who'll be civil with them. And then he posted this immediately. Oh my God, I just posted this 3 minutes ago. He's got my replies on. His staff is definitely in here. No, I think he has notifications on. Your jihad is against burgers. Your jihad is against stairs. And Twitter hates you, yet he unites them in defending you. Yeah, no, I mean, these are people who I think hate. These are people who are more reviled than I ever could be. This is why I don't defend you on Twitter, bro. Man, shut your bitch ass up. And you better defend me, okay? What do you mean, this is why I don't defend you on Twitter? Don't be a coward. What are you, afraid of Randy Fine? What's wrong with you? Do you think we'll get back on the moon before China? No. Your jihad is against stairs and sleep apnea. You dumb bitch. That's a good one, right? Trump is about to cut NASA budget by 45%. Bro, in like 290, and even I'm afraid he may try to eat me. Randy Fine eats leftists like hamburgers because you told him, yeah, that time is past. That was over like idiotic nonsense. Okay, this is different. These guys at this point have designed this community as like the magnet for all things left. Okay, these are serious people. I mean, these are politicians. I mean, they're behaving in a deeply unserious manner, but you know, it's gotten to a point where you're not just defending me, you're defending yourself. Time Lord said, attacks against Hassan al-Hunter, attacks against the progressive movement were built upon solidarity, but some people seem to think that their personal vendettas against people like Hasan are more important than the cause. It's not grow up and stand for others, not yourselves or ourselves. Like, I didn't choose to be the beacon, okay? Wait, he does have my, oh my God, he literally does have my notifications on. Yeah, deport Randy Fine. On top of this, it feels like I see hundreds of comments on every post about you from ultra-left types. Bro, you are dick-eating it from everywhere. I know. Tweet the pic at him. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look at his pussy, bro. That's crazy. God damn. All right, we're 4 minutes away from re-entry. What is this? What are you looking at? What are we looking at here? This is fake, bro. This is not real. They're making this up in a Hollywood studio, clearly. Because otherwise you would know the world is flat. And to think Artemis 2 just flew around Randy Fine? He's still tweeting at you? No, I saw already.
As it crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface, 16.5 minutes till splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from. As Artemis
the shuttle is being pulled by the gravitational pull of Randy Fine.
Deployment.
Just this FUPA alone has a gravitational pull. It's crazy.
All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15.5 minutes from now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
Ryan reviewed poll questions about you that he asked Michigan voters. Recently, Democratic U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed announced that Hasan Piker, a left-wing political commentator, would join him at campaign rallies on campuses on April 7th. El-Sayed's opponents have criticized those planned rallies, accusing Hasan Piker of anti-Semitism and highlighting past controversial remarks. El-Sayed has argued that criticism of Israel should not be confused with anti-Semitism, and he defended those rallies with Piker. Do you approve or disapprove of Dr. Abdul El-Sayed inviting Hasan Piker to join those rallies?
Entry interface.
Strongly approve 15, some would approve 25, some would disapprove 17, strongly disapprove 13, 30, don't know. Total approve is 40, total disapprove is 30. There you go. There you have it.
Mark 1 minute until entry interface.
Hold on.
1 minute, 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
It's so wild that you think you keep needling with ridiculous insults and he keeps responding with that fool has to have some restraint and or accountability as an elected official. I think he's on autopilot.
Integrity.
10 seconds till entry interface.
If it enters, is it going to be a blackout? Because if that's the case, I'm going to lose my mind. Blackout was only 4 minutes during Apollo mission. 6 minutes is insane. Like, does blackout mean that they black out? Or does blackout mean that we can't see them?
Entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second.
Wait. So we won't even be able to see them? We're waiting to not be able to see them? What the are you guys suggesting? So your suggestion is that we watch a dark screen?
And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout. This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
Chat, y'all are assholes, dude. I swear to God.
30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle.
We can't even monitor the situation for 6 minutes.
To about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory.
Where's your whimsy? I swear. Yeah, this is the most.
And from the G5 aircraft.
Trump mentioned you on Truth Social? No, he didn't. Shut the fuck up.
Integrity.
You're memeing.
So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st. 4.5 minutes until the end of the blackout period. Time to splash down, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
That's a lie. He did not. That's not a real tweet. Why are you freaking me out, dude? Jesus Christ. That is written so perfectly like a real tweet, too. My heart dropped for a second. Jesus Christ. That's terrifying. That's actually terrifying.
The landing and support officer reports that the P3 has acquisition
more exciting than the stupid blackout? Bro, chatters, the history's in the making. Bro, go outside and watch it.
Blackout period.
How am I supposed to see this? Where is it landing?
Of the plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
Wait, it is landing in San Diego? 6-minute blackouts also happened to Randy Fine after 13 Baconators. It's landing to the Pentagon. Okay, everyone is memeing too hard. I'm trying to figure shit out right now. Hold on.
Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds. Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on Integrity. And the WB-57.
Notice how they can't show the truth, so they have to do a visualization. Obviously, it's fake, bro. Chatters complained about how this is AI art, by the way? Have we gotten there yet? Do we have that level of stupidity in the chat? Who's going to complain to how I'm watching AI
We're still
art?
in the blackout period. Still do not have communications from the crew.
Get Murat on the line. Your commentary is insufficient. You shut your mouth with NASA slander. Will Ilhan still be on today? Yes, in half an hour. NASA can't afford Unreal Engine 5. Is this the best we can do as a country? Yes.
We're standing by for communications from the crew. We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now. We are now processing data from Integrity. Landing and support officer reports.
Where's Austin for the real breakdown? Dude, what does Austin know? He's going to complain about the peanuts offered on the flight. What is this? Please watch these flat earthers cope so hard during the launch. Oh, I love that. People get mad about my splashdowns after a trip to the bathroom. Let's fucking shit. Awesome. We want Murat. He's not coming on, dude. Okay. The fuck's wrong with you guys? I'm under
through 150,000
tremendous
feet,
crosshairs right now. Why the fuck would I ever put my brother on camera?
Intermittent views of Integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post blackout.
Oh, they're alive.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
I'm speeding them up.
As voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Proof this is fake? Oh, flashing lights warning for epilepsy warning. Jesus Christ, even.
Range to splash down 19 nautical miles.
Strobe, flashing lights, don't have seizures. How did you speed ahead on something live? I have superpowers. Bro, it's still fucking flashing. What is this?
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no cab one views of the chutes.
Camera fail? No!
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity, time to splash down 4.5 minutes.
This is Hollywood? Bro, it's clearly not.
And a view of Integrity from the
everybody knows if it
WV-57.
was actually Hollywood, they wouldn't have allowed the camera to
50,000
fail.
feet.
Is this also AI? Is this AI? Imagine flying for 4 minutes straight, bruh. Buddy.
The pyros are
Wait till
on
you
for
find
forward
out
bay
that
coverage
all the satellites or the ISS, isn't the ISS literally always falling? It's like in a constant state of falling. Isn't that what it means to be in orbit? You're literally just falling all the time, every single day.
And there go the first series of parachutes. And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots.
Geosynchronous.
Next up,
we copy.
Geosynchronous orbit specifically.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Oh my God, there's still 3 minutes of parachute time. Wow.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
Passing through 10,000 feet. Still on drogues. Main
Boom.
chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet. Search and recovery beacon has been activated on Integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes.
Oh, that's why it's 3 minutes. Now
main
it's like
chutes, good
greatly,
briefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good looking
greatly
parachutes.
stopped. It makes sense. 25,000 miles to 19 miles per hour in 6 minutes. Insane.
Integrity, cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect
3 Soviet
descent for
cosmonauts
Integrity.
died doing this when the
Its crew
parachutes were
sounding
fucked up. Well, thank
Hale
God the
and
parachutes
Hardy
are
on
fine.
board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Are they all in there acting like Katy Perry? Yeah, Katy Perry didn't go to the fucking moon, okay? And go around the moon. That's crazy.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy
Why
Space
glaze
Center back on
Elon
April
with
1st,
this shit? Elon
and
had
a
nothing to
trip
do
around
with
the
this.
moon.
Right? Elon had nothing to do with this, right? Elon would have blown this shit up weeks ago. Yeah, this is all NASA, baby. How dare you? These guys didn't go to the moon either. Yes, they did. Didn't they go around the moon or something? Am I crazy? Did I misunderstand the mission? They didn't land on the moon. Yeah. Whoa, what is that? What was that? Did you see that?
Passing through 1,000
What is
feet.
that? Aliens, bro. UAPs. 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 They did a lunar flyby, which is beast mode. How does it feel to get view mogged by NASA? This official NASA live stream, literally 1.2 million views.
Landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
That's pretty sick. Do you think they clap in there like when pilots land the plane? Bro, they're all pilots technically, no?
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
Wow. Wow.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very low data rate. Once again, splashdown
Moment of
occurring
splashdown on CNN
in
feed
the
played an
Pacific,
ad.
southwest of San Diego.
This segment was sponsored by Kelshi.
Integrity Houston.
For all of your
contact on
splashdown
VLDR.
needs, splash it down with a good bet on Kelshi.
So we have you loud and clear on VLDR or how else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means.
Thank you for explaining that to us. So a lot of you guys are celebrating this scientific accomplishment today, okay? And to all of you, I say, how dare you? Think about the $2 billion that went into this project to go further than any man ever has around the moon. Those $2 billion could have been spent on munitions that go to Israel to blow up numerous schools in both Lebanon, Gaza, and also Iran. Okay? That's why, as the number one woke, as the woker, I'm shaking my head in disagreement with what I'm seeing. This is positively one of the most anti-Semitic things that the American government has done. Think about the number of babies that could have been slaughtered with $2 billion of GBU 52 guided munitions. Damn, that's ass though. What is this? GBU 57.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Integrity Houston for SAR Beacon and radio.
SAR Beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up the sat phone now.
So Integrity is in great shape. And as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape, and we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
Had to pull out the throne for the queen, you know what I'm saying?
Integrity back on Earth, following its historic flyby of the moon. It was for all intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 2828, but I'll remain on this frequency.
We copy.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board, but that's not an issue. What is more important is that the vehicle is solid. No issues as we begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process.
Can you ask her about this mission to make a connection between the segments? No, it's so funny. What is this backseat production chatter?
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control reports that we have safed the prop system on Integrity.
Chatter's like, excuse me, I need this
very weak and broken.
contiguous. I need this contiguous live stream to make sure it has the proper transitions in between different segments. It would alarm me if we just went out of nowhere. We out of nowhere decided to drop into an interview. Please do a proper segue, please. Yeah, Murad is back on Earth finally. Mark Levin tweeted about you. Yeah, I know he did.
Were executed in perfect
fashion. This morning.
Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments.
Hasan, I need you to reemphasize the themes and motifs of the broadcast.
Off the top of the vehicle by a series of
he
three
called for
parachutes.
Yale's funding to be stripped,
the
too.
drogue chutes were deployed, followed by the three main chutes that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
Kyle Ratio, GOP press secretary, melting down over you.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR
You look
and
AI
SAT
generated,
phone.
you
We'd like
freak
you to command
bitch.
an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
I called Ihan an anti-Semite a few years back when you had her on stream, and you told me to suck your dick and perma-ban me. I spent so much time trying to ban evade that I became a fan. My bad.
30.
Good.
No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by. We have
That's
the master
so funny.
diver on SAR radio.
That's the
Please
funniest
hold
way. That's the funniest way that someone has gone from hater to fan.
Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
Newsweek said they reached out to you for a comment, but I guess you haven't seen it since you've been live. What's the Newsweek?
View of one of the fast boats.
Is it this?
Integrity, Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Is that the article?
Okay, stand by.
Bro,
yeah,
some of these guys, some of these news outlets will literally just be like, we're writing a hit piece on you. You have to respond to us in the next 3 minutes. It's like, what do you want me to do, man? Like, yeah, sorry. I don't have the bandwidth, you know? It's not possible for me to respond in the next 3 minutes before you fucking release the article. Yeah, we are getting closer and closer every day to Donald Trump actually talking about me, which is kind of devastating, terrifying. This could become a reality. Hasan Piker, whom I have the much displeasure of learning about from the great Mark Levin, is apparently one of the most anti-American, pro-terrorist influencers in our beautiful country. Now I am hearing the great school of Yale is hosting him next week. Not good. They will be smart to drop him from their event or risk losing their federal funding. Now, he would never say the great school of Yale. That's how you know it's fake. He would never say the great school of Yale. He would shit on Yale.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT
Don't
on
speak
the
it into
radio.
existence. What if he likes you like he likes Zoran? No, I didn't win an election. He doesn't think I'm a winner. He thinks I'm a danger. If he thinks about me at all at that point.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch that will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
Integrity, Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have Mission Control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle. that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are.
What is Loomer does all this? Just have you meet Trump like Zoran and him love you? That happens in my head canon. I don't think it's going to happen.
The large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
We'll show Trump the big MAGA hat and he'll love you like Bob does. I am the hog whisperer after all. So there is a likelihood that if it was, if I had control over the environment, I could come in with the big MAGA hat.
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak but readable. Master Diver, we can
Leo
hear,
Terrell reposted the Rick Scott tweet. Leo Terrell also was trying to get me get my Michigan appearances canceled too. I don't know if anybody actually listens to Leo Terrell and the admin. Honestly, hold on. Ilhan's here. Doors open. Ne? Geldiler. I'm live. I'm live already. Just letting you know. All right. Yeah. Her name is Kaya.
This is Mission Control, Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at the behind us here.
We got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I think about our
Congressman.
Hey.
It's an honor to have you in the building, in the flesh.
Glad to be here.
Yeah. What are you doing in Los Angeles?
Just visiting.
Oh, just chilling, just visiting.
Hang out with you.
Okay, that's a lie
hope
because
that's
I know
okay.
because I know you're hanging out with the Paw Johns as well.
Yes,
I've heard.
Yes, I did
because I was with them this morning.
That's what they told me.
Yeah, I was doing a piece with John Lovett.
Okay. Nice. I was with Tommy.
Yeah, because you know I'm getting attacked.
Yeah, he's so controversial.
Yeah, I'm getting attacked nonstop.
What did you do?
What have I mean, I've done It's just, you know how it is.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
You went to Cuba. How dare you?
Well, that's true. Apparently her daughter was there as well, but I did not see her because I was.
How can you be a good person and try to help people?
I know.
Yeah, it's a problem here.
It is messed up. I think a lot of people get very mad. I've begun to realize that it isn't even like ideological for a lot of people. For many, it is. But for a lot of people, it's also just like, because they're not doing anything, when they see someone doing anything, anything at all, they go, oh, there's got to be a sinister purpose behind this, an ulterior motive, and I'm going to do my very best to disparage it.
Well, it's also really weird to say here in America we have freedom and then to limit people's ability to go freely where they want.
Yeah, well,
and advocate freely for what they want.
Stay in whichever hotel that they want to stay in.
That we force them to.
Yeah, I know, which was really interesting because like half of the people were like, oh, he chose to stay at this 5-star hotel to flex on the poor Cubans. And then the other half was like, oh, I bet he didn't stay in the government-sanctioned hotel that he was supposed to stay in. He should go to prison for 10 years. Because that's what it is.
That doesn't really make any sense.
No, if you illegally.
Yes, I know if you stay in the other, like an Airbnb or something like that.
Well, there's some Airbnbs, but if you stay in a hotel that isn't the 4 hotels in Havana that the American government has allowed you to stay in,
right,
you can go to prison for 10 years and pay fines up to $250,000. That's insane, right?
How many Americans do you think know about that?
Well, because in order for us to even fly to Cuba, we had to get an OFAC clearance. Right. I feel like they probably tell people. I mean, I didn't do any of the paper. I mean, I did the paperwork, but I didn't look at all of the different details. Yeah, because it was organized.
You weren't really vacationing in Cuba. You were there to document the blockade and the death and devastation.
Also, here, let's bring this mic closer to you because
the death and devastation people were experiencing is what you were there to document and bring light to, what our government is doing.
Yeah, exactly. Which, a lot of people have been yelling about. Premier Jayapal also went. Recently. She's just trying to be like me.
Jonathan Jackson.
She's just trying to be like me. It's not a big deal. Whatever.
Actually went with Pramila maybe 2.5 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we were in Havana.
It's beautiful. It's definitely gotten, at least according to what Corbin was telling me, because he was there as well on our trip. And he was saying that it's gotten significantly worse over the years because what a lot of people don't know is that the oil embargo actually started in 2019. Mm-hmm. It didn't actually, it worsened in the last couple of months where Trump just came out and was like, Mexico and Canada are no longer allowed to send oil. No country is allowed to send oil to Cuba at all. But the secondary sanctions started in 2019, which were mysteriously never reversed because there was a president between.
Yeah, that's true. We worked really hard to try to get him to reverse. But I mean that now I think people have to understand that the blockade is to the point of like, oh my God.
This is a special
humanitarian catastrophe.
This is a special gift for you.
Okay.
It's a room temperature.
How do you know?
It's a room temperature pure leaf iced tea.
Okay, this is like very, very embargoed information. That I
did my research.
Wow. Okay.
I did my research.
Did you call one of my kids?
What makes you say that?
Because I don't know even if my staff would give you this information.
It's specifically,
you have to either like talk to my husband or my kids to get
specifically room temperature,
or secretly find who my best friends are.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my God,
this is like it's like hot ones. Sean Evans.
Now all of the Daily Mails and the New York Post are gonna try to get who your sources are so they can get more information on me. It's dangerous.
What? I did my research ahead of time. What do you mean? I'm a little bit of a simp. It is what it is. I had to pull a little bit of a Nardwuar. Do you know Nardwuar, the human serviette, the goofy Canadian guy who interviews all these musicians?
No.
He's very famous. He'll do like deep dives into the people that he's interviewing, and he'll be like, when you were in 3rd grade, this is what happened. And then the person that he's interviewing will be like, oh my God. Yeah.
No, I didn't. I did not know that.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he always goes, "You're, whatever, insert musician. I'm supposed to know." And yeah, you're Ilhan Omar. I'm supposed to know.
I don't know if you're supposed to know.
Yeah, no.
This for me is not in the category of people know.
Okay, well now everybody now is in front of 32,000 people.
My goodness.
Okay, well, in any case, what were we talking about? We were talking about devastation in Cuba and the Biden administration not really doing anything to reverse that. Speaking of Biden administration's refusal to reverse certain decisions,
right?
Let's get right into it. Iran.
Okay. Yeah.
Obviously, I have my criticisms of Barack Obama, and I've been very forthcoming with that. But there were two signature accomplishments, foreign policy accomplishments of the Obama administration. One of them was the JCPOA.
Okay.
A multilateral agreement that brought in not only European allies but also China and Russia to control the Iranian uranium enrichment program in exchange for sanctions relief. And it was roundly criticized by even Democrats as well, including Chuck Schumer, who was one of the main critics on the Democratic Party side. And Donald Trump ripped it apart.
What was the other policy accomplishment?
Well, the other one was
curious.
Cuba normalization.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, those were his like two foreign policy achievements that I thought were pretty good. I actually literally asked the Cubans when I was there, like, what do you think about that? And they were like, we don't know why he did that. To this day, like, they're like, we don't know what motivated the Obama administration to come out of nowhere to be like, we're going to normalize relations with Cuba.
Yeah, I mean, I remember meeting artists and small business owners who were really proud of the fact that was done and really devastated.
Yeah.
When the Biden administration didn't work to follow suit.
Yeah. Well, the last day when he was getting out of office, he released the sanctions on Cuba for one day, which was almost insult. I think more insulting than anything else. But in any case,
they were telling us for like a year and a half that it was going to happen this week. It was going to happen.
Wait, really?
Week. Yeah.
The Cuban one?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the administration would tell us, this week, especially when we came back from Cuba. Before we went to Cuba, we actually went and we met. Elizabeth Warren was also in that meeting, Chaya Paul, myself, Mark Bocan. We met with Jake Sullivan, and he told us that was something that they were seriously looking at, and they just kept saying, we're working on it, we're working on it, we're working on it. And it was really disheartening to see that work get done the day before, only for Trump to get rid of it.
Yeah, it is devastating.
Because even if he did it right after the election, it would have at least given the Cuban people, a couple of months.
But even then, it's what's frustrating about it is that, from what I understand, one of the main things the Cuban government needs is stability. Like the sanctions relief, if it's on borrowed time, is not going to lead to the stability necessary for them to rebuild their infrastructure and to allow there to be free commerce in the country. Because one thing that I was stressed about, one thing that was constantly reiterated to me is the idea that the Cuban government is not looking for handouts. I mean, they appreciate the humanitarian aid, but they just simply want to be able to exist as a sovereign country without, American sanctions, economic and collective punishment. And it's virtually impossible for them to take out loans, for example, to establish any new projects.
To do any sort of trade.
Or even reform their economy.
Yeah.
Because there has been some conversations about economic reform internally within the party. And it's virtually impossible for them to adequately reform their economy.
They did actually do a huge package of economic reforms when Raul took over. Before this current...
First name basis.
Before this current administration... And this current administration, like, people were actually excited for it because they knew that there were these reforms. They were going to expand on these reforms, and you had when the Obama deal sort of happened, there was an influx of small business owners. There were a lot of really interesting restaurants that were stood up. There were a lot of artists that were ready to travel, to be able to share their music with the outside world. And when Trump came in and he put the sanctions back on and designated them as a country that supports
a state sponsor,
that meant everything was gone.
Yeah.
Right. You couldn't. It limited the number in, and huge part of their economy, because it is a beautiful country, relies on having tourism. You know, they have a huge population that's very young, that's very energetic. So it put a damper on the kind of dreams that they were starting to foster. And now, even with this administration, you're seeing those sanctions expand with the complete oil embargo, and that means there isn't enough fuel that the Cuban people can actually utilize. But also, to me, what is even more heartbreaking is that we are limiting their ability to do good in the world.
Yeah.
Cubans export and train so many doctors and nurses that help countries with the poorest health infrastructure.
Yeah.
And we are saying to those countries, you can no longer take in Cuban doctors.
Yeah. Jamaica just released their Cuban medical mission. And I talked to the healthcare professional that's in charge of the medical missions. I'd interviewed him prior when Marco Rubio had first made this announcement a year ago. And he told me that 100% of coverage is offered by Cuban doctors and in areas of dire need in Jamaica. So a lot of people in Jamaica, especially in underserved areas, are just never going to see a doctor again.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the Caribbean nations are capitulating, right, to this demand by Trump and Rubio. Mexico is actually, I think, one of the few countries that are saying no.
Yeah.
Which is promising, because I don't think that it is. I don't think it is normal for the United States to make these kind of demands on these countries that really, desperately need the help and support that they can get in, strengthening their health infrastructure. But it's also, I think, just a severe level of bullying. When someone tells you who can come into your country to provide healthcare assistance. It's wrong and disgusting in so many ways.
One of the things that I was so frustrated
also,
about.
my pediatrician when I was a kid was Cuba trained.
Oh, wow.
So a part of me always loved the fact that even in Somalia, as kids, we had a doctor that was trained in Cuba who provided excellent pediatric care to us.
That's sick.
Yeah.
One of the things that I was very frustrated by is also the fact that, like, not only is the blockade invisible in many respects, I mean, it becomes very visible when you see the impact of it, right? The shortages, the rationing, the lack of medicine available in pharmacies because there's no gas to transport the medication.
Yeah.
And the refrigeration obviously needs electricity, and the grid falls apart with regular frequency, 30-hour-long blackouts and whatnot.
Yeah.
But also the fact that, like, Americans are just totally oblivious to it.
Yeah.
And I think if we were to ask Americans by referendum, like, do you think it's appropriate for us to just, like, starve this country 90 miles off our coastline? They'd be like, no.
Yeah.
It's because it's so unbelievably cruel and so unnecessary, these arbitrary restrictions.
Yeah, and it's every time we've had a catastrophe happen here in the United States, they've always asked to help. They've always offered to send us help, and that just shows you the heart that the Cuban people have, and their generosity, and their desire to do good in the world.
Yeah, they offered 1,500 doctors after Katrina, and George W. Bush refused.
Yep, said no.
Yeah. And including, like, medical aid as well. It's so It's so ridiculous. That's how much
you guys were there actually when the blackout happened that ended up killing like 98 people or something. Isra told me.
No, I think that number was incorrect. The Cuban Health Ministry then
Was it
corrected the
smaller?
record. I'm not sure exactly what the number was, but there was definitely there was a big blackout that took place while we were there.
Yeah.
And I mean, there were blackouts the entire time. Like it's a much longer process than I thought. I grew up in Turkey. I'm used to blackouts. And then when I came to America, I forgot that blackouts happen all the time.
That is the thing, yeah.
Yeah, but the blackouts in Cuba were unlike anything else because even like the electricity in the city infrastructure would collapse.
Right.
So there were no traffic lights, no lights whatsoever, just pitch black darkness walking through the streets. And then
Possibly
every now and then,
traffic accidents and stuff like that.
yeah, well, there's not that many cars on the road anyway.
Right,
so, but yeah,
But their resilience, can we talk about their adaptability and resilience though?
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Like you walk through these pitch black neighborhoods, these streets, and then you see a little light.
Yeah.
And there's just a bunch of people playing dominoes with like a phone light.
Oh.
You know, and they're even I mentioned that, and people were like, "Oh, he's saying Cubans enjoy being in no electricity." It's like it's just,
No.
people are so ridiculous.
No. One of my friends has this one person play that she does in Minneapolis. And I think it's called like being a child in war playing with balloons.
Oh.
Because when you are in those kind of environments, I think like people who read about it or watch movies, all they think about is just the harshness of the situation. But the human capacity is just to find one joyful thing to do.
Yeah.
That, keeps you light, even if bombs are dropping on you. And that's what her play is about. And it's a beautiful play. But like, that's what I hear when you say, that people are playing music or drumming or, dancing or doing flips. It's just they're trying to find a way to entertain themselves because
Everybody's
the pain
got
is too much.
Portable speakers. They were blasting music from portable speakers everywhere. It's that was very interesting. Yeah.
Did you see Kneecap? Kneecap was there.
Yeah, I brought them there.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a fan.
When we were doing, they'll love to hear that.
Yeah.
When
I sort of met them and told them, and they recorded a little video for me.
Oh,
So
hell
it's
yeah!
really cool.
When we were planning this trip out with Progressive International, I was like, I was reaching out to a bunch of my friends, celebrities and the like, to see who would be down, and I was like, I know exactly who would definitely come.
Nice.
And I hit up their manager Daniel, who's a fascinating figure. He's actually was in the UN for Ireland for the longest time. He's done a bunch of stuff with the Palestinian girls team as well, where they came and did a exhibition match in Ireland. But I hit him up and I was like, "Yo, I think you guys would really enjoy. Like, we're gonna go to Cuba. I think this is like right up your alley." And he was like, "Bet."
Nice.
Immediately, he was like, "Yep, we're down. That sounds awesome."
Yeah, I know one of their quotes was "Solidarity is in the bones of the Irish people," and that's why we're here. Yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Irish people are, as I like to say, the coolest white people I ever met in my life.
My husband is of Irish heritage, so he'd love to hear that.
Irish Americans are a little different. Irish Americans.
Okay, you're taking it back. I see.
Irish Americans are a little different, and the Irish folks would say that too.
Yeah,
some of them could be cool. Some of them could be cool, but they are way too Americanized for the most
diaspora
part.
is always more ratchet than.
Oh no! Don't even get me started. I'm in hot water. One of the things that people are yelling at me, the RNC is just like, I've spoken for 21,000 hours on Twitch in front of the camera, literally 21,000 hours, right? So they're like finding choice clips out of context to be like, he's this, he's that. They're like claiming I'm basically everything that I'm not.
Right.
Obviously the common one is anti-Semitic. And a bit about that from your own personal experience for many, many years being one of the standalone figures that was resilient in her commitment to Palestinian sovereignty. And that's one of the things that people will constantly rip on me or constantly clip out of context is like whenever someone will be like Latinos for Trump or, you know, like there was like a Vietnamese for MAGA movement or something. And they'll clip it out of context when I'm like yelling at someone to be like, he's yelling at this Vietnamese lady, like he's racist towards the Vietnamese. It's like, no, I'm yelling at them because they're reactionary.
Right.
Like I'm yelling at them because they're trying to use standpoint epistemology to justify like Nazi politics.
Yeah, and is the Vietnamese person here in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it is what it is. That's like one of the things that they're doing. I mean, I saw a lot of that with Iran too initially, when people from the diaspora would be like, no, you don't understand. America's going to liberate the country.
Yeah.
Many
and
of them.
One of the first things they did was children, little girls.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But what I was going to say is, as far as like not going back to the previous formation with the JCPOA under the Biden administration, what do you think that was about? Because like I haven't heard from a lot of prominent Democrats since Donald Trump came into office. I rarely ever hear, even in the first term, that the JCPOA was a positive thing. It was a move in the positive direction. And even now, when Democrats, from a partisan perspective, that might want to attack Donald Trump to be like, see, we did this better than you did. Like, this has been a spectacular quagmire that you got us into alongside Israel. They rarely ever mention Barack Obama's JCPOA, even though Barack Obama is probably the most popular, Democrat alive right now.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I think his vice president and then President Joe Biden was against it.
Yeah.
And so the understanding after the Trump administration, when Biden got elected, was that he was going to do something different. And I don't know why we never got to what that different thing was, because nothing really happened that was structural in any kind of way that Democrats could rally around. So you still had the Pelosi's of the Democratic Party that kept holding on to the deal Obama reached with the Iranians, and then you had other Democrats like the Schumer wing of our party that was like, please, let's not talk about this because we don't want that deal. And so, and one thing that also people don't often talk about is the MOU that got us the $3.8 billion guarantee yearly to Israel was part of the selling point for the Democrats that eventually ended up supporting the JCPOA. So it's not that it didn't come with a headache for our party to contend with. It came with this blanket check to Israel that has
3.8 a year,
3.8 annually. That has allowed for us to be complacent in genocide, that has allowed for us to be dragged into war with Iran, that has allowed for the capitulation of some of these Middle Eastern countries with Israel. So yes, there was a good thing that came from it for a little bit, and eventually it led to the devastation we're watching right now. But it also was, something that allowed for the genocide in Gaza, and guaranteed them this impunity, the impunity that we provide to Israel forever.
So let's talk about that, because AOC recently came out after having a conversation with New York DSA and said that she's now in favor of no aid or no financial aid to Israeli weapons purchases. This has now officially become the new litmus test for a lot of, rising stars in the party. that want to prove their progressive bona fides. And one, why do you think the offensive defensive restriction, in your own words, is inconsequential, or why do you not make a difference between the two? And then two, do you feel like this gives us an opportunity to push for even more?
Yeah, for me, I've always looked at it as military support on behalf of the American taxpayer is military support on behalf of the American taxpayer. To me, whether I give you weapons to defend yourself or weapons to kill that might allow you to commit a genocide, that might give you an impunity throughout the genocide that you chose to carry out, to me that's the same. And it never really made any sense to me where somebody could say, I'm okay in not giving you money to carry out a war, but I'm okay with providing the immunity, which is what the defense funding allows, for you to carry out your war of choice, because you don't have to worry about anything ever happening to you. You can carry out a war without any consequences to yourself or to your people.
Yeah.
And that's what essentially the argument that somebody's making, that they're okay for Israel to kill people, innocent people, but they're not okay with anybody, reciprocating or there being any consequences.
Defense spending is also fungible. At the end of the day, every dollar that they're not spending on Tamir interceptors, they can spend on offensive weaponry. That's number one. And number two, as you also correctly pointed to, there's a level of impunity that allows Israel to be so unrestrained when they know that they have unlimited defense from the United States of America, not only with the amount of money that we spend on the MOU, but also on top of that, we have directed assets to the region, even in the 12-day war and obviously in the last 40 days as well in Operation Epstein's Fury. So, it's unlimited billions of dollars that we are wasting away. Tens of billions of dollars worth of assets have been destroyed in the region. And
we have dead American soldiers.
Yeah, and we have
that are
dead
coming
American
back
soldiers.
in caskets. Their families are going to be devastated for the rest of their lives.
And all of that because Donald Trump was the only president dumb enough to get goaded into taking action and follow through on Benjamin Netanyahu's agenda that he's been very open about for 40 years. I mean, he openly admitted, this is what I wanted for 40 years.
Yeah.
And Trump did it. I'm so eternally grateful. It's obviously pointless.
Well, Netanyahu, I think, counted he bet on at least finding one or two dumb people who would become president of the United States that he could get them to go to war for him.
Yeah.
One was Bush that took us to Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
And then now it's Trump that took us to Iran.
Also, I just want to interrupt this broadcast for a brief moment to show that the Artemis launch is officially, they're pulling out the astronauts. This was a $2 billion endeavor and therefore deeply anti-Semitic because that's $2 billion, the nation state of Israel. And therefore, don't laugh, Congresswoman. And therefore I disagree with a waste of money to go to the moon and back. But
it's probably a really great way to spend money. Hopefully they discovered a lot of really cool things.
Getting closer
I'm
now.
in support.
Yeah. No, me too.
Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the
They're not pulling them
divers that will
out
go
just
in
yet. They're going to tow them
to
into
the
an aircraft
spacecraft
carrier.
to
Oh,
check
damn.
on each of
Okay,
the
never mind. The nerds in the chat are correcting me. They're
These
not
other
pulling them out of
boats
the...
will begin doing a
They're
number
not
of
pulling them
things,
out yet.
putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion.
Okay, never mind.
What are they doing? What are they saying?
I
don't even know how you read this.
What, the chat?
Yeah.
I'm used to it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a skill, definitely.
Okay, I'm about to have an aneurysm. I can't look at it.
Don't look at the chat. It's not good anyway. It's absolutely not good. But let's go NASA. So where were we? What was I talking about before Artemis? I forgot. No.
Oh, the $3.8 billion that we.
Oh yeah, we're talking about the MOU.
Sent,
so it's I don't think it's a distinction. But what do you make of this becoming the new litmus test? And now you have even J Street as of today coming out in favor of congresspersons that they back, openly stating that they don't make a distinction between defensive and offensive weapons in terms of aid as well. What do you think that says? Is it just a reflection of how much the environment has shifted, and it's J Street trying to find a more manageable way to continue defending Israel, or is it something else?
Yeah, I mean, I do believe, obviously, a lot has changed since the genocide in Gaza. Support for Israel, essentially doesn't really exist, especially within the Democratic base. So it makes sense that if you are running for a political position, whether it's Congress or for the presidency, and you're a Democrat and you might find yourself in a competitive Democratic primary, that's going to be at least where people start the conversation. Our relationship with Israel is part of that conversation. Whether you are okay in continuing to give this $3.8 billion annually to Israel or not, that's going to be part of the conversation. I believe we should also go further and say, Are you committed to ending the impunity that we provide to Israel internationally? Because accountability will never come to Israel as long as the United States has that veto power to stop them from, being held accountable. As long as we are sanctioning people at the ICJ and the ICC who want to prosecute Israel for its crimes, Israel will continue to commit international crimes. And so I do believe we should also be pushing people to say this is not okay, and I am no longer going to allow our country to be used to shield a country that constantly commits international crimes and constantly kills civilians without any accountability and with the impunity that they have.
Yeah. This conversation is actually more important than ever before because there's a 10-point ceasefire plan that the Iranian side
believes in.
Just sent to the Americans. And right now there's a conversation taking place in Islamabad and Pakistan. We have reporting from the Financial Times and numerous other outlets that show that America was the one who actually really pushed for the ceasefire, considering that they failed to achieve any of their military objectives. Even though Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth kept claiming over and over again their Navy is destroyed, their launching capabilities have been significantly attrited. None of that was true, obviously, and they still controlled the Strait of Hormuz. One of the key provisions in that deal was a demand for a ceasefire in Lebanon. Well, the Iranian side actually said the entire axis of resistance, which would include Gaza as well. However, in the immediate aftermath of that, there was additional reporting that came out that Benjamin Netanyahu actually called Donald Trump personally and said, no, we're not stopping bombing Lebanon. And Donald Trump simply said, keep it low key, which is so indecent and so ridiculous. But Benjamin Netanyahu objectively did not keep it low key. He killed 300 plus Lebanese civilians in a matter of 10 minutes. One of the most heinous war crimes.
They were very proud of it.
And openly talking about how they had a right to do it as well. And this was done, by my estimations, specifically to destroy this ceasefire process, which Israel does not want. They've made it very clear. They were very frustrated. Israel was not even let in on the fact that there was a ceasefire deal that was imminent, at least according to what they were saying. This shows that Donald Trump has to restrain Israel. Otherwise, there is no real negotiation at all.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that when you say that, I think of is the fact that historically known for breaking ceasefires.
Yeah. You cease, we fire.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And so I'm not surprised. And obviously the administration shouldn't be surprised. It is hard to believe when you have the president's son-in-law and his golfing buddy that they would have any serious conversation in restraining Israel, in holding them accountable, in prioritizing what might be beneficial for the American people that Israel might object to. To me, I see those negotiations and I see them prioritizing what Netanyahu might be interested in instead of prioritizing what might be in the best interest of Americans and our assets that are in the region.
Yeah, Murtaza Hussein report on this. There's a term in the Mossad for people who are not like directly affiliated with the state of Israel, but are helpers.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that they're referencing Witkoff and Kushner inside of Israel now and inside of the Israeli government is as helpers, sympathetic figures that are not exactly are not exactly placing the priorities of even saving face for America at this point ahead of what the larger Israeli goal is here.
Yeah.
So my question, I guess, is one, where do you see us going from here? And will J.D. Vance be the brilliant diplomat who will bring about a ceasefire, a complete cessation of hostilities? And what could Congress do to limit the powers of this administration?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think JD is going to be successful, and whatever success he claims is most likely not his. It is not surprising that the president agreed to this 10-point deal that the Iranians submitted after they rejected, right, the 10-point deal that we'd offered to them. And that 10-point deal that he accepted was one that was already on the table 2 weeks prior to when it was accepted. And so I can just see them probably accepting something exactly like what we have right now, and then doing what they've been doing and say the Strait of Hormuz is open or will soon be open, even though it still remains closed. And the Iranians are now charging any vessel that comes through $2 million that they weren't charging before. I can see, as soon as he announces some sort of plan or a deal, Netanyahu going on TV and saying he knows nothing about it and there's not going to be anything that stops them, which he is accustomed to doing. He did that to Blinken every single time Blinken went, and try to beg them to agree to some deal. So I can see the United States continuing to get humiliated. I can see, Netanyahu continuing to lose it, and I believe we will find ourselves in the same position in a few months.
How do you feel about
and what can Congress do? Obviously, we are been pushing for a war powers resolution. Mm-hmm. We weren't able to get it done before Congress went on its recess for us to go to our districts.
Do you feel like that was deliberate? Like the timing of that was rather strange.
No, it was deliberate, but not in the way that you think. We were short members. We had a member whose father passed away, who couldn't be available to take a vote. We had another member whose wife was having a surgery. Life happens, right? Obviously, we're members of Congress, but we also have families. We also have lives that, sometimes that emergency things happen. And so we were short just on the Dem side for members, I believe. And I do believe that when we get there next week or Tuesday, that hopefully all of these members are able to come back and that we're able to get, I expect probably one or two on the Republican side that might be ready to say, yes, we have to check the power that the president thinks he has, and we have to reclaim our congressional power.
Okay. How would you rate the current the current statements coming from the leadership of the party, and just like some of the presidential hopefuls, even as far as how they've communicated thus far? Because one of the things I saw from, for example, Chris Murphy was this attitude about how Donald Trump had failed on all fronts, which is true.
Yeah.
But it almost came across as though he was agitating for more war rather than like using the diplomatic route as the alternative to what Donald Trump was doing. It almost felt like there was a demand for more war and more destruction to continue fighting in Iran. What do you feel like the Democrats are sufficiently criticizing the Trump administration on its war with Iran?
I don't, because this has to be a war that you oppose on principle, not on the logistics of the way that it's carried out, or whether it is too soon, whether you don't have enough information. The principle should be we shouldn't start a war with another country.
Yes.
And we haven't been attacked. There's no bombs that have dropped on U.S. soil. None of our allies have been attacked by Iran. There isn't an actual threat that Iran has posed that is imminent. And so the idea that we can go to this war and then you would have Democrats who are supposed to be on the opposition litigating on the tactics of the war, and instead of just saying this is wrong, it is morally wrong, this is a choice of war, that we had no business being in this war, we have no business in spending the billions of dollars we've spent on this war. There is no business in us subjecting our service members to the level of danger we have subjected them to. And there is no business in having Americans die on a war that wasn't necessary or morally just.
Yeah, it's the process argument.
Yeah, it's
the
disgusting.
argument that is most commonly utilized by people who want to make it seem like they are against the actions, understanding of the overall goals.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that I've found to be very frustrating with the way that a lot of electeds communicate on this issue. They did this with Venezuela as well, where they'll say, oh, well, Maduro is a brutal tyrant. I just didn't like the way that Donald Trump kidnapped him. But that's the whole point. Like, Donald Trump is the guy who breaks things, but he gets the job done. So if you're agreeing with the fact that like his overall goal was correct in that instance, then you're not actually sufficiently countering the things that Trump is doing, that you don't really have a disagreement at all. And the process argument seems the exact same. How much of that is because, by your estimation, how much of that is because they truly agree with going to war with Iran, and then, but also are happy that it was Trump that did it, so that now they know that they don't have to be anchored by that decision. Now it's not around their neck. It's something that they can tie to the Trump administration to win out marginal electoral victories. And how much of that is actually because they are genuinely afraid of coming across like they're not war hawks, because they think this will look like, the vote to refuse to go to war with Afghanistan?
I mean, I think the latter, right? There is a huge part of the DC Beltway that is constantly putting the dove and the hawk against one another, right? Which one are you? And I believe that gets rid of any sort of moral clarity or principle or just even the articulation of an ideology that looks at the way we should interact with the rest of the world. And that's why you get reactions that are almost always not that far from the thing that they are trying to condemn, right? It's almost like I condone, but I just condemn the way in which you did it, right? I condone, but I condemn the way in which you've stated that sentence.
Yeah.
And I do think that a lot of these people in Washington, D.C. don't spend a lot of time thinking about these issues. There isn't a huge debate on where people's moral center is when it comes to national security or when it comes to international affairs or foreign policy. It's often like, okay, here's the starting point. Who's saying this and who's doing this? And then how can I squeeze myself somewhere in between? We have this concept of the sandwich. It's like a political speak in Washington. That's what a lot of the consultants will say to you. And it's like where you start with saying like, I survived war and, like something about the actual like policy that you want to grab and then say, I don't really want to see these things, but sometimes bad things happen.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so it's just like you didn't really say anything.
Yeah.
But that's the safe way in which these people try to tell people to speak because no one really wants to ever be on the full record. And that's why, like, oftentimes when Trump just says the thing that is on his mind, people are just like, oh, you're not supposed to speak like that. You're not supposed to do that. Like, to me, it's not the way he's speaking. To me, it's the problem in what he is saying.
Yeah.
It's not taking offense in what, awful language he uses, but it's taking offense in this ideology that he's expressing, in this policy view that he's expressing, in the way in which he sees the world and how he wants America to function when it comes to other people.
Yeah. And what you just identified about Trump's speech patterns and the way he communicates, I think, is precisely the reason why a lot of Americans find him to be genuine. Because there is an honesty in the way he talks, even if he is objectively being dishonest in most of those circumstances. There is a directness to his speech. It's much more deliberate. And I think the way that a lot of politicians communicate, especially those who've been around DC for quite a while, they come across as inauthentic. And I've been trying to get this across to as many Democrats as I possibly can to stand on their moral convictions and to be bold and to be brave in an effort to change the way that people perceive the broader National Democratic Party. However, I don't think I've seen many electeds do that, with the exception of obviously yourself, Rashida Tlaib, and some others. Is there any way to get Democrats to change this? Because instead of listening to that, or instead of even like clearly communicating their anger and resentment, clearly communicating the resentment that the voters feel, not just Democrats either, but independents and even some Republicans as well. Democrats, or at least some Democrats, have spent the last couple of weeks yelling about me instead. And there's this weird allegiance.
Priorities.
Yeah, there's this weird allegiance that's taking shape right now in front of our eyes that I find very fascinating, where it's the RNC and it's the Republican Party coming up with clips that they can materialize, that they can like push out through like New York Post and all these other like right-wing dish rags. And then, Jewish Insider and the ADL and, Third Way and all these other, No Labels, another one, will then take that message to more pliant Democrats that are centrist Democrats or backed by certain corporations or have these same big donors, and they will get these Democrats to basically say whatever these groups want them to say. Why do you think that's happening? Do you think it's because Do you think it's because there's a massive sea change and they refuse to reckon with that and instead want to distract people away from that? Or is this a way to like potentially bully the base without actually calling out their own voters by identifying someone that they perceive to be, vulgar enough to be able to attack? What do you think is going on there?
I mean, one, they all have the same donor base.
Yeah.
Right. And so, the people that they're spending most of their time, in their breakfast meetings or their receptions, like these are the same people, whether it's, these reporters that you're talking about and the orgs that like fund their reporting or whoever owns them, to the people who are funding Third Way or, the Democratic establishment are the same as who funds the Republican establishment. A lot of them have, similar donors. But I would also say that, you have a big name. And so for a lot of these people, it's a clickbait. I joke sometimes that the New York Post has a quota of the number of articles they have to write on me in order for there to be enough clicks for them to generate the resources that they need, because there's no other way to explain writing the same, stuff that's just like over and over and over again. Yeah. And so, shit like that. They're like, these are all the same kind of people, and that they will always go after the few that are on the left who have enough of a following, try to take down, or those that don't care. I mean, I think like there's people who will try to explain or capitulate and do all kinds of stuff. And then there's, the people who are like you and I, and it's like, okay, keep writing your garbage. I'm who I am, and I don't really care.
So that's what I was going to say. So Congressman Randy Fine, the most repulsive figure in American politics, in a long list of repulsive monsters, let's be real, probably takes the cake. He said foreigners should not be able to serve in Congress. That's why I've introduced a disqualifying dual loyalty act. If you're a citizen of another country, you shouldn't serve this one. Get out. Randy Fine, of course, has...
I wonder if he had an opinion when we had a man show up who chairs the Foreign Affairs Committee in an IDF uniform.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say.
If or what he thinks we should think about the fact that he has Israeli flag in his office,
which is
inside and outside of his office.
Which is why I said, buddy, you're getting deported to Israel.
Right.
As a joke, of course. And then Laura Loomer got really upset and said, no, he's not, because he's a U.S. citizen, dummy. But it didn't end there.
Yeah, I mean, true. We all are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, he also basically started crying, saying, I was born in the United States. My parents were born in the United States. So the thing that I want to get across to Democrats that pay attention to this sort of stuff is that when you actually use even a fraction of the cruelty back at these people that are not only communicating in an incredibly cruel manner, but also advancing incredibly toxic policies, incredibly violent policies, trafficking in horrifying amounts of racist vitriol, they start crying. They immediately start crying. They get on the defense. And I wish that more Democrats would be maybe not as aggressive as I am, but more bold in terms of retaliating against some of these monsters, because like it demonstrably works.
Yeah.
I said, look how quickly these demonic racist Republicans cry when you retaliate with a fraction of the cruelty they spit out on a daily basis. This is why I'll always prefer a vulgar person who fights these monsters than someone who'll be civil with them. And he immediately replied. He has notifications on for me apparently, calling me a jihadist. And then I said, "You're a jihadist against stairs and sleep apnea, you dumb bitch." And he said, "Deport." Don't laugh. Don't laugh. You're not allowed to laugh.
Sorry.
You're not allowed to laugh.
Oh no.
But I think like.
No, he's probably one of the whiniest people I know. And he's obviously very repulsive. And it makes sense, like Loomer and him, these are people who got bullied. These are people who've led really sad lives. These are people who desperately want attention and to be liked. And it's just it's sad that this is their way of getting the attention and admiration that they think they deserve.
In advance of to advance an ideology, like a repulsive, toxic ideology, because I think it goes beyond this, like trying to win favors with a bunch of losers. I think JD Vance does that more.
Yeah,
JD Vance is like so desperate to get the attention and admiration of groypers that he'll like sell his wife short.
Yeah,
like he'll be like, oh, I wish my Indian wife wasn't going to hell, but she is, and hopefully one day I can convert her to Christianity. Like those are the types of things that he says, which I think demonstrably make him look weak in the eyes of most people.
My hope is that his Indian wife, who should know how to put on an eyeliner, helps him figure out how to better apply his eyeliner. That's my only hope for his Indian wife.
Yeah.
A lot of us who culturally wear eyeliners could help.
Yeah. Here's the very same Randy Fine talking about Zohran Mamdani. Have you met Zohran?
I've met Zohran many times.
Do you like him?
I do.
Okay, good. All right, I'm just checking. Because if you didn't like him, I was gonna text him right now, and be like, "It's over. You're done. You're done. I'm done with you."
No, he's sweet.
New Yorkers and Americans as a whole, when they tell you what
why do
they have his smile upside down?
Yeah, I just.
How do you take an offense to that man's smile? What is wrong with these people?
I mean, this is racism. I think they're just like so unbelievably racist.
They believe them. We're in this situation in New York because people said, oh, he really won't be that bad. Well, he's doing exactly what he told people that he would do. I believe Zohran Mamdani lied when he applied for citizenship. I think he was affiliated and supported groups you're not allowed to if you want to be a citizen of the United States. And I think he should be denaturalized and deported as a result.
I mean, this guy's obsessed with trying to denaturalize and deport people. Like that's like his number one
thing. But the one thing that offends me the most is when you have lawmakers make demands like that on TV that they know, or at least could find out, whether what they are demanding or trying to legislate or even advocating for is constitutionally doable.
Yeah.
Like this man should know there is no way that they are denaturalizing and deporting Mamdani or me or any of the people that they're constantly telling their base they're going to do that. And it's so embarrassing that they say that. And what is even more embarrassing is that their base is not smart enough to know that they're being lied to.
Yeah. I mean, some of them I think are elated at the prospect of like having someone to bully, like a vulnerable population or marginalized community member to attack over and over again. It's like they're desperate for a person to look down at rather than demand change that would improve their lives.
Yeah.
But
it's a pathetic way to live.
Yeah, astronauts are coming out. Okay, here we go. They're pulling out the astronauts. Is this a crew chat? I can't tell what they look like. Is this them? Shout out San Diego. What is this? Do you know about the pilot of Artemis being based? NASA Artemis 2 pilot Victor Glover listens to Whitey on the Moon every Monday.
This is Mission
why.
Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room.
No, they're about to pull them out.
This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for integrity on the front screen here in Mission Control. A sign that says welcome home integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth. So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
Take this.
I think they have to like depressurize or something, like because they're in special suits and whatnot.
Oh, so that's why they're in the. Okay, I see.
So while we wait on that, there is something I have to show you.
Okay.
And I hope you don't get upset with me.
Oh no.
Okay. So I have a soundboard.
Okay.
And I have
Somebody's already laughing.
Yes,
out there.
stuff like this on my soundboard. But one of the sounds I use the most commonly
oh God.
is this one.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Have you ever seen? I'm sure you're familiar with this. You've heard this.
I've seen the video. Yeah.
You've seen the video. Okay.
Yeah, at his rallies.
Yes.
But was that the Lion King sound at the end?
No, it's a Dune.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lisan Al Gaib sound.
Okay.
So I feel like this was a major fake controversy, manufactured outrage that took place many years ago. Yeah. When Donald Trump would go on rallies and say that, and basically put your face up on the Megatron, on the big televisions.
Yeah.
Basically putting a bounty out on your head.
And they chant like "Send her back."
Yeah. You have received a tremendous amount of racial animus, racial vitriol come your direction. And yet, you were very resilient. You were very steadfast in your approach. It's one of the reasons why we love you and appreciate what you've done. Do you how do you feel now that this is the official majority position, not only in the base of the party, but just like the majority position in the United States of America? Did you ever think that we would get here?
No, I didn't think we would get here, and I don't know if I feel confident that we will stay here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I say that because I don't know if you remember in the 2020 presidential election, you had all of these people that pulled out of going to the AIPAC conference.
Yeah.
Do you remember this?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember like the articles would reference me. A lot of people would call me. There were like a lot of op-eds that were like, Ilhan should feel vindicated. AIPAC had targeted her this many years with all of these slurs, and she should be very happy that Democrat presidential hopefuls are doing this, and that was very short-lived. So my hope is that I celebrate after it actually materializes into something, and not take that victory lap until we actually see, that $3.8 billion to Israel, until we see, impunity at the United Nations and in the international courts, and until we see a presidential candidate or a president telling them, no, you cannot attack your neighbors. You cannot go to war whenever you want. You can't continue to kill innocent people. You can't rape prisoners. You can't put children in detention centers indefinitely. Until we get that kind of rhetoric or those kind of actions, I will continue to hold that line as one of the only people that actually believes that should be the litmus test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, by the way, obviously. I just look at the small victories in terms of like awareness moving in the direction of truth and justice, and the small victories of even like the new litmus test being no defensive weapons, like not a dime spent on defensive weapons either. Because I think that expands the permission structure quite a bit. And so I think that gives people like ourselves more room to openly communicate. Like one thing that I always used to think about was the change that happened in 2021. if you remember, in the month of April in 2021, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, B'Tselem, and all of the other international.
That's when we got the apartheid report.
Yeah, all of the other international organizations, humanitarian rights organizations, openly admitted that Israel was an apartheid state. Now, it already was long before then, as Nelson Mandela also pointed out way back when. However, that
and Desmond Tutu,
and exactly. But that gave more of a standing for a lot of anti-Zionists to be able to say, look, like, this is the truth, and now all of these other institutions are also saying it. And I think that was, slowly but surely, brick by brick, that was part of the reason why I think people started becoming more receptive to that message. And now the job is obviously not complete, but I would say that as far as like broad awareness initiatives goes, from this day forward, I don't see people's attitude towards Israel shifting in the positive direction ever again.
Yeah, but you still have a huge cohort of members of Congress that will capitulate. To the interests of Israel, to the protection of Israel, to labeling everybody who criticizes the government of Israel to being some sort of hateful person. It's interesting that you mentioned that report. When it came out, Rashida and I decided to go on the House floor and read it into the congressional record. And Rashida at the time didn't think anybody would join us. But we got about a dozen members who came. But that came with, them trying to censure Rashida. And it came with them fighting to get me off the Foreign Affairs Committee. And, fortunately, Democrats didn't vote to kick me off the Foreign Affairs Committee. But, unfortunately, a lot of Democrats did vote to censure Rashida. And so that's why I say, the public has moved, but members of Congress on both parties have not fully moved. And it will take, I think, a couple of cycles for the American people to say, I want people who represent our interest. I want people who will carry a principle of justice, of integrity, of honesty, and of accountability. And, until then, it's kind of like, yes, we still have a lot of work to do. We can't celebrate yet.
So you said couple of cycles. So that means that even if there was like a big sweep of anti-Zionist candidates, which, by the way, many of which I'm in support of all of them. They're currently being attacked for affiliations with me even. And that's kind of what I wanted to get at, which is that there is definitely a battle brewing internally. There's a battle brewing in American politics in general, but certainly within the ranks of the Democratic Party, where I think those who demonstrate the moral courage are being aggressively pursued in order to maintain this complete reversal of the 90-10 issue, because it's almost 10-90 on the elected side, where there's only a handful of representatives and senators. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, this is the last thing I was going to say. There's only a handful of representatives and senators who actually do represent the moral center of American politics on this issue.
So the reason that it is a 90-10 with the American people and it is 10-90 with members of Congress, the politicians, the elected
because it's all about the Benjamins.
Folks. Actually, it has more to do, yes, of course, it's always about money and who funds you and, where you get your resources. But it also has a lot to do with who's doing the reporting. It has a lot to do with who has the ability to make the issue that is a 90-10 a 10-90 issue. When you have a media apparatus, as you were just saying, use your support of Abdul in Michigan, who is an incredible candidate and would make an incredible senator with integrity, make that a problem? Is that because everybody who is writing about it is in that 1090 space, right? Because the big issue, the big controversy should be his opponent's records. It should be, what his opponent said. It should be
or their
about
lack of interest in identifying some of these issues.
Yes, but it should be about how they're like in secret chats, right? Capitulating and saying, I don't want to publicly say anything, but after the election, I will do A, B, and C. That should be the problem. The problem shouldn't be the streamer who understands where the base is, who's coming from a place of integrity and honesty and supporting a candidate that really fits that 90-10 issue the exact way that it should. Because if we are to have a representative democracy, the people have to represent the interest of those that they are seeking to govern.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think that it's a very different environment. It's a very different media environment now with so many independent outlets, myself included. And also, perhaps even more importantly than that, at least from my experience, going all around the country, going to No Kings protests and going to Minneapolis and seeing the people there, seeing such a diverse group of individuals from all different walks of life resist against the Trump administration. It's made me believe that people do want change. The electability argument for the longest time, I think, for a lot of Democrats who vote in the primaries, the party loyalists, was around the notion that we have to pivot and we have to find the most electable Democrat. Who's the most electable Democrat? The most moderate Democrat. Who's the most electable Democrat? The one that actually finds like a reasonable center on this Israel problem, right? Instead of saying something that could be potentially considered controversial. I don't think they want that anymore. And I think Bernie Sanders, at least for the people that I talk to, a lot of, older, white, suburban, college-educated liberals over the age of 60 will openly and readily admit to me that they voted for Hillary Clinton, they hated Bernie Sanders, they voted for Kamala Harris. They voted for Joe Biden. They were excited about Joe Biden. They hated Bernie Sanders again. But after the second defeat against Donald Trump, they realized like perhaps they were lied to about the electability argument, and perhaps Bernie Sanders was a far more electable candidate. So I think that is going to reflect that's going to be apparent in the primaries, even though obviously this is a tough battle regardless because of tens of millions of dollars of big donors that will do everything they can to attack left flank candidates. But I think we do have a real opportunity to make some significant changes and build a real left caucus in the party and hopefully maybe even bully some other Democrats into coming on board with positions that they previously would never have the moral courage to openly fight for.
Yeah. I mean, I think the American people will elect anybody that showed up. I think if we were to learn anything from, Trump being elected as president, is that there is no such thing as who is electable. It's about who will show up, talk to the American people and gain their support. And so, let's go.
All right. Omar, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
What do you want to shout out, promote, anything? How can we help you?
Well, I'm up for re-election, obviously. So, you could go to my handles on social media and, donate, support in any way, uplift.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be there. I'll do a rally for you if you want. You
I would love that.
You get
I
a
would
lot
love
of media
that.
coverage. It'd be like the dangerous.
I mean, I represent one of the youngest districts in Congress, and they would love you. So.
Oh yeah, no, I've been to your district.
Yeah.
They're definitely fans. Lots of HasanAbi has there.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for coming on.
Of course.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end the broadcast here because I have to go do something. I'm doing a panel on the Voice of Hindu Job that's being shown in Los Angeles. So that's what I'm going to go do. Hold on, let me play the outro, but I'll see you tomorrow as always. Once again, thank you, Ilhan Omar, so much for all your work and also for coming on the broadcast. This is a real honor.